Hi, everyone. This is DJ Honeyflow. I'm really excited to bring this special to you. This is part two of the dating show as well. And we're going to bring in Itsfabforte. I believe he's going to be coming in soon. And this show is really for everyone. It's not just for singles, but of course, we encourage the singles to be here as well. And just let me know if you guys could also hear me out there because I can't hear myself, but we're going to try to get this working. So yeah, let me know if you guys could hear me loud and clear out there too. So yeah, this show is not just for singles. I encourage married folk, everyone in a relationship as well, because you guys are going to realize, you're not missing anything. You may want to kill your partner. It may be a bit dry in the marriage or whatever you're going through, but trust me, after this show, you're most likely probably going to be very grateful that you're working it out with your partner. So yeah, we definitely encourage everyone that's married, in a relationship to join this show. This is the second dating show. I'm really excited to bring Itsfabforte as well. I got a few tricks up my sleeve for him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going to happen. So this is going to be definitely a fun, lighthearted show. Think love connection as well. And hopefully we could all take away something new. I know I'm single. I don't know his status, so we're gonna get the tea on him as well. Okay, I see the raid coming through. Welcome, Raiders. It's Fab Forte. I appreciated him doing a pop-up show to raid into me. So salute to you, Fukna and Michelle Cakes. How you doing? Good to see you guys as well. So we're gonna wait probably a few minutes. Hopefully, I know he's got to probably change his equipment before he comes on and hit the link as well. So hopefully he'll come soon. But yeah, so the show started a little bit later. I was having problems with my laptops. Two of my laptops decided not to work. I've been working on this show really like all day today. So it's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. And then I am also looking for contestants. I have a lot of men actually DMing me wanting to for me to set them up, which is quite interesting because I thought it would be the other way around. I thought I would get more women on that were interested, but I'm not going to lie. I kind of felt like the women were a little bit picky when I said what I should have done is not mention the bachelors. But I had some pretty good looking bachelors on. So I was actually quite shocked that, they're saying maybe he was too short or too much of a player or too much or too this or too that. And some of them were scared to come on. I'll just say it. My first bachelor was DJ Fresh. He's a handsome guy. He's hilarious. I feel like he has a little bit of a persona online. I don't know if he's like that in real life, but the women seemed a little scared of him. So I was quite shocked because honestly, on Twitch, that guy's got quite the fan club when it comes to the ladies, guys. So maybe I'll bring him on, like in the future. I hope to do this once a month. But a lot of women were very like, what does he do, for a living? And how tall is he? And, oh, he's a player, or, oh, he's this and that online. I could not believe how many women, kind of came up to like a judgment. So it kind of made me look at myself too, because ladies, how we can be, you know that. And we're going to talk about that as well. But I'm picking some great guys for my show. I think next time I'm not going to say who the bachelor is, and I'm just going to try to find contestants. That's all I need to start like this actual real dating show, getting 3 contestants. So I do need 3 good ladies. I'm not looking for crazy ladies, but I'm looking for women that are actually really good women, online, offline, and and I'm trying to match. You never know who's going to match. They usually say where you spend most of your time. So if we're spending a lot of time online or on Twitch, then they say that might not be a bad place to meet someone. Me, I'm not sure. I've been on here 4 years. I'm not entirely convinced. And I've interviewed a lot of people, a lot of men. So we'll see. I guess it depends what you're looking for. But I've always taken that advice that it could be true. Like, so say if you're spending a lot of time at Costco, in the grocery store, or at the gym, that would be a great place to meet someone. And, I definitely think that too. Oh, great. Now my landlords are messaging me. So I'm just waiting for Itsfabforte. If someone could just shoot him a message, hopefully he's got the link, and then we could get the show started as well. I'm just going to actually quickly, let's see, message my landlords and tell them I'm live. So don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Um, yeah. Okay. I'm just texting them right now. Okay. I just said, don't touch anything. I'm live. It's working. It took a little while. So, yeah. Hopefully they don't reconnect anything. We got Tricurious J in the building. My Wi-Fi could be a little wonky or slower because I'm just seeing messages coming very slowly. So yeah, if someone could just shoot Itsfabforte a message, I want to make sure that he actually has the link. And yeah, and then we can get started. And some of the things we're going to talk about, like our worst and best dating stories. What are some good dating apps to use? There's lots of different things I have written down here that I was kind of thinking about even being single, right? Like, where can you go that's not just online dating? Because I don't know if you guys know, but I've been told that a lot of this online dating is like bots. Like, a lot of them are actually just AI. And they also say that on Facebook, Instagram. When you're arguing with someone and someone keeps coming at you, they actually say that they've designed all these apps where they're not actually humans. It's all AI, which is insane to me. So you never know like who you're texting. And if anyone's talked to my bot in the chat, like my bot here, this girl Xtina, she seems very, very human. I created a bot from Boston, and it's this girl Xtina, and I mean, look at her. She looks like like a pretty bot with curly hair. That's what I did, and trust me, the way she talks to you, it's like a real live person. So, oh shoot, we got a raid in too. See, this is my computer slower because my Wi-Fi is a bit wonky. All right, Tricurious came in with the raid with DJ See No Evil. DJ See No Evil 209. Make sure everyone's adding him. Thank you for coming through, Raiders. Appreciate you. We got Paul Andrews on Facebook. I'm just joking, you guys. This girl Xtina isn't a bot. Um, she's too real. She's too real to even be a bot. So we got this girl Xtina joining us, of course, my dear Maud and a friend as well. So glad to see you as well. Was thinking about you this week too. We got Tricurious J. We got Fukna, Michelle Cakes as well. And who else do we have in the building here? We have Paul Andrews from Facebook. We got Latina. Good to see you guys. Feel free to hit the follow on this page. This is my original page. I also started a new DJ page. Unfortunately, the other page doesn't save any replays. That's why I kind of had to split. If you're a multi-streamer, it's pretty much starting all over again. So only if you're digging the vibe, make sure you go to DJ Honeyflow Music, add yourself there. I'm restarting all over again. Dear Lord, help me, guys. It's a lot of work. Trust me. My social media, I spent like 6 hours today, actually probably more hours, forming questions. I have a few surprises for Itsfabforte. We may scare him a little. Ladies, we may scare him a little because Honeyflow likes doing that. I don't know why. I definitely feel sorry for my future man because I will give him a run for his money. I will give a run for his money. So we may scare Itsfabforte a little, just between us. He doesn't know. Okay, I think he's backstage now, you guys. So let's add him because I feel highly uncomfortable being by myself here. So let's bring him in. How you doing? Hey.
Hey.
I should have worn a dress, man. I feel like very I should have definitely worn a dress,
You
next
wear a
time.
dress? I
Yes.
mean, that's pretty much what you do every day, right?
Not really, but
I mean, you seem to me like a very classy lady. Like you seem like somebody that is up to par with the seasons, and when winter time comes around, you're fashionably styled up in layers of clothing, and then when the springtime comes around, you're in. I can really see you in a lot of sundresses. Like you seem very classy, and of
oh,
course, being in dresses. I mean, it's something that you just do on a regular basis, right?
Ooh, thank you. Can you tell my friends that? Because my friends think I need to brush up on my fashion sense. So I appreciate that. I'm going to record this for my friends and send it to them as well. So thank you. But you look nice. You look really, really nice. I feel like you have like a fan club of women, you know?
Oh, me? No, not really. I'm just
Yes, you do.
fab, you know? No, I really don't.
Fabulous. Fabulous with a big F
I
for sure.
I probably might have some admirers, but, I treat everybody, respectfully, and I, make sure that everybody's feelings are, always taken in consideration and,
I
just
feel like we need to dim our lights. Like we got to like set the mood for this show. Like you got to check out this girl Xtina's show. This is a shameless plug, but her playlist show on Friday nights, guys. She's got like the best lighting. Like she just claps and then it just turns like pink or red or purple. So I feel like we both need that lighting. You know, we got to set the mood for this dating
whatever it
show.
is you think that we both need in order to set a certain tone or a certain vibe, I mean, I'm always down for, of
Yeah.
course.
But I appreciate you getting dressed up. So, that's great.
Oh, me? I'm not dressed up. I'm
Yes,
just
you are. I don't know
no,
if
I'm
you wanna
not.
stand. I don't know
I
if you wanna stand and kinda show. I don't know if you're wearing shorts or if you're wearing, like, pants, like the full suit. Ooh, look at that guy. Oh, hey, you guys, let's maximize this. Okay, I'm gonna do this for the ladies. Could you stand
you
up
don't
what
need to.
time again? No? Well, but we want to. Look at this nice suit. This is actually a very nice suit. I really do like it. Ooh, it looks good.
Listen, I just had to go to the grocery store real quick. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I probably might had a couple of women crash their carts into me, whether it be accidentally or on purposely. I don't know. I don't ask, but apparently there were. I was in a lot of people's ways today, and I don't understand it. I try to get out of the way of a lot of times, but
They do say when you dress up, ooh, see, you got a fan club already started. Teresa's like looking good. This girl, Xtina, is showing her eyes. Latina's mouth is dropping. Sheesh, you got more of a fan club. What about Honey Flow? What about Honey Flow, guys?
honey
Of
flow.
course, it's
I
mostly
mean, I
women in this
just
chat, so I don't really care for a lot of women, you know, flattering me that way. So that's okay. Um,
I mean, women do know how to compliment other women better than men, but I guess women do prefer compliments from men because it's just that certain,
Oh my
you know.
gosh, I can't believe your fan club. It's Itsfabforte, Lady G. She's in her 60s and she said, Cougar, here, he's cute. Well,
Thank
well,
you, Lady G. And shout out to the chat, by the way. Let me go ahead and just I just got the browser up right now and I'm looking at the chat.
thank
Teresa
you.
Garcia,
Thank
how you
you.
doing? TM, how you doing today? Michelle E. Cakes. Of course, we have Lala in the building. Lala, the troublemaker. Of course, she is one of the fabulettes. One one third of the fabulettes. I don't know if Rach is in here also, but the fabulettes are my mods. Are these three ladies? These three lovely ladies that hold me down every time I stream, and they they provide the hospitality that I always try to aim for, and they hold me down each and every time, and they always support, and I sincerely appreciate them. Shout out to Lala, shout out to Rach, and of course, shout out to Bugs, and shout out to everybody else in the chat. If I haven't,
Yeah.
if I missed you, I sincerely apologize.
You're surrounded by beautiful women, like all your mods, all the women that come to your show. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of really beautiful women.
I'm
If you
surrounded.
guys are all single, that would be a shame, I feel, because there's so many beautiful women online that, I was saying that on my show the other day. I was so shocked because I was like VIPing everyone's picture. I'm like, oh my gosh, like there's like models in my chat room,
I like
you
to
know.
say that I'm not only surrounded by beautiful women. I'm surrounded by beautiful,
Aw.
beautiful, beautiful,
I
beautiful.
feel like you're trying to pull out all the stops. It's Fab Forte, but he's so cute. Is it a he or a she?
She.
Oh, it's a
I have
she.
two
Aw.
girls. Everybody knows I got two girls. I got Faith and I got Fiona. Fiona is being a little prissy right now because that's daddy's little girl, but also is Faith. But Faith likes more the attention more than
Aw.
anything.
Yeah,
So
it's so
Faith is
cute.
here. I like to surround myself around beautiful things and beautiful people. Uh, doesn't necessarily need to be aesthetically, but also, just beautiful people overall, people who just do good, right?
Have you ever had your dogs jealous? Like, I remember dating a guy in my 20s and I almost married this guy. Like, I loved him hard, but well, we could talk about that later. But he had these 2 dogs, and I'm sorry, when he wasn't looking, I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to like kick them because they would grind their teeth at me. Like, they would be jealous anytime I like hugged him or, held his hand or like they would literally do stuff behind his back to get his attention, and then he'd let them lick his face everywhere. He had a bald head. He'd let him lick his everywhere, his head, his face, everything. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. Like I that's just gross to me. So I don't know if you let your dogs do that.
So you're not a dog person, is what you're
Oh, he
saying.
let them lick his feet, his ears, his face, guys, his bald head. And he'd be like, "Oh, what?"
No,
He's like, "It's
I
like a
don't let my
massage
dogs.
to me." He's
I
like,
don't
"It's
let.
like a massage." And I'm like, "You expect me to give you a kiss after that when they licked, like, everywhere? No, I don't. I
Well,
can't."
dogs do have the cleanest mouths. You got to remember that first and
Ew.
foremost. They do have the cleanest mouths. And plus, and secondly, for me, yes. I mean, I'm not gonna say I kiss my girls on fully on the lips or whatever. Just like
Oh, please
let
don't say
them
you do
just
that. Don't
whatever the
do
case
that,
may be.
please.
But like, yeah, of course. I mean, if I'm in bed and I'm just waking up and they need to go outside and they just start licking my ear and just start licking my face, I have no
No.
control over that. Of course,
But what
I'm let
happens,
them.
do you share food with them? Like, say you'll eat a piece of your rib and let the dog lick it, and then you'll eat it? Please don't say you do that,
No,
please.
I don't share food with them, and I should be sharing human food with them, which I try not to do.
Oh, okay.
But no, I mean, but I do share food with them. Like, like
Yeah.
if I got
But not,
leftover.
like, eating the same off of the same
No,
fork?
no, that's a that's a bit far fetched. But I
Yeah,
do
like
love my
this
girls. But at
guy.
the same time, I don't mind them licking me wherever on my face, because I know the majority of times of where what I'm putting in their mouths.
Oh, no. But what happens if you're in a relationship and then your girl wants to give you a kiss and it's
She
like
better
you
be a
got,
dog
like,
mom too. She better
"Oh,
like
no, come on,
I
no."
would like a dog mom, like
Um,
another somebody else who has,
like, I
a
I can
dog,
deal
right?
with animals, I do like animals, but I just don't like how owners, like, literally, you know what I mean? It was, like, kind of me or the dogs, like, it's like he had to make a choice. It's like, who do you want to, be in a
Oh,
relationship, the dogs or me? And they had these long nails like squirrels, and I'm telling you, they would, like, scrape you and come at you. He never cut the nails. They're, like, this long. So gross. He was a real country boy from Virginia. No offense to anyone from
and okay,
Virginia.
so let's be clear. You don't like dogs.
No, no, I do. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like when owners let them, like, lick from the same fork or, like, lick the same ice cream. I think that's so gross.
Okay,
Or
that
if
to
you're
an
bald, if
extent,
a man
I
that's
get it.
bald, let the dog lick you everywhere and say it's a massage. Like, that's so nasty to
No,
me.
it's not a massage, but I do know that, it's their formal way of, showing affection. I mean, it's not like they can put their hands on you and hug you like, "Oh my goodness, like, yes, I'm giving you a hug." Like, of course, it's I get what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
Um,
I
I
do like
wasn't
animals. I do like animals,
not
Teresa.
saying you don't like animals. I'm not saying
Mhm.
you don't like animals.
I
I'm
just
not
feel like there's limits, you know? It's like,
right.
yeah.
Right, right. There is certain limits, and we both can agree on that. But overall, like for me, like if I'm not looking, and there has been a couple of times where I'm not looking, where I'm playing with my dog, I'm playing with Faith especially, and out of nowhere, like her tongue would slip into my mouth, and I'm like, oh my goodness,
No,
I
no,
like
I
all of
can't.
it's
No.
just the movement at the time. It's just like
You
it
let your
things like
dog's
that happen,
tongue
but for
slip
me
in
to
your
actually be
mouth?
like, for to
No.
me to grab her snout and be like, like, or tongue kiss her, like that's wild. I mean, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that
But
is wild.
like,
That's
but
wild.
of
But
course, but I do love aggressively though. And these
okay.
girls are the only girls in the world right now that are able to experience how aggressively that I love, because they know that I could just like, oh, like I love you so much right now, and just
The first
you
time
know
I've heard a man say he lets that tongue slip in his mouth. That's from a dog or an animal. I can't. Oh man. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Hopefully it happens once in a while and not
Once
often.
in a while,
I
but
don't
not every single day. I'm not that's, I'm not gonna say it, but that's,
They do say
things that certain people do that I don't
oh,
do.
yeah, no, I can't. But they do say that, I was reading an article about dating, and they said that if you wanna meet someone, the best thing to do is get a dog and meet them at the dog park. So I had a brilliant idea a few years ago during the pandemic. I'm like, "Oh, why don't I just do a side hustle besides DJing these shows?" So I said to my called up my friends. I read this article. I'm like, "That's not a bad idea. Why don't I just, like, be a dog walker?" And they started laughing hysterically. They're like, "Girlfriend, you're too small to even the dog would be in charge of you. You would lose the dog." They're like, "You're not even crazy about dogs. So how are you going to be a dog walker?" I'm like, "Well, it might be a good way to meet men at the dog park, you know? Like, what do you think if you met
Uh,
someone at the dog park?"
um, I've sparked up a lot of conversations because of dogs. You have to understand, like, dogs is one certain commonality that single people are able to utilize to strike up conversations, like, out of nowhere. Like, I could be walking down the street and I see a young lady, walking her dog, and that's that's so easy to spark conversation for, like, "Oh my goodness, you have a lovely dog." We're like, "Oh my goodness, I love your girls too." Now, of course, from there, it's, oh my goodness, it's so easy to spark a conversation. We have certain commonalities like dogs, because you go from, "Oh, hey, like, what kind of dog do you have, or how long you had him?" You kind of open up, you kind of break the ice with that, and it's so much simpler, especially with pets. Now, say if I was walking down the street without my dogs, I mean, I could still spark up a conversation, but the reciprocation of attention really wouldn't be there, where they would be like, where they can kind of utilize, well, they can, because they can probably just say things like, "Oh, so I mean, do you have any dogs?" "Yeah, I have my dogs, but they're not with me right now." And I usually, well, I don't have my phone on me right now, but I usually would just, like, show them a picture of my phone to them, and they'll be like, "Oh my goodness, they're so pretty. What are their names?" So
They are
dogs is
cute
that one
dogs.
commonality that single people can use if they want to spark up conversations, or pets overall. Now, if you have a pet snake, just be hopeful that you come across somebody who also has, you know, exotic or rare animals, such, because that you won't get the same response,
Would you
according
ever
to your
date
terms.
someone? I don't think I could. There was one guy I talked to ages ago, and he had a pet snake, and that was a turn off for me. I couldn't. I couldn't proceed. All I could see was a slithering snake, like, coming at you. I'm like and then him touching the snake, like, that's all I could
And the
picture.
snake kissing him.
And then what happens if he doesn't wash his hands, and then he touches that snake, and then he, like I
He's
don't know.
touching all your face.
Exactly. So I'm like, "Forget it. I'm sorry. A reptile, I can't do. That's like having a dragon." So
Ah, I feel the
would
same
you
way.
do it if you saw a girl that had a snake? Say if she was totally
Ah,
your type, like everything, great personality, everything, but she had, like, this big iguana or a snake. Would you do it or no?
I'm not a fan of either amphibians or
I
reptiles.
like cats.
Fish,
This
maybe,
girl
okay, fish,
yeah,
a
I like your
turtle,
cat.
maybe, like a fish and a turtle, maybe. You just keep them in their environments, and, cool. But I'm on the same page with you, honey. I wouldn't be able to do
Oh, are
reptiles
you?
or
Yeah?
amphibians. Like, if you had a pet frog or a pet
Oh, yeah.
spider, and you're over here talking about, like, but it has a name. Look, it has a personality. Like, listen, I don't go around saying I got pet cockroaches. So I'm pretty
Ooh,
sure you
oh,
wouldn't
gross.
appreciate that either, right? Like, if I
I
had pet
can't.
cockroaches, I pretty much be living in not in great standings or great environment at that. But no, but
Exactly. Oh, Teresa says he could be your knight in shining armor. And I just want to give a big my internet was super slow, so I want to give a big shout out to DJ See No Evil. If everyone in the room could add him, he's got before we kind of really get into our dating show, I just want to just take a minute to talk about this guy. he's got such an incredible story, you guys. He's the only DJ on Twitch that's blind, and he's learned how to DJ blind. And he got into a crazy car accident. Like, you guys got to check out the footage on my Instagram. We did an interview. He's from the West Coast, from Cali. We did an interview a little while ago. He's such a great guy, family guy, and he's been married for a long time. He's got 9 kids. He said his wife actually strapped him down and gave him pills and forced him. That's why he ended up with 9 kids. So
Wow.
he's hilarious. And we're gonna do. I know he's a hilarious. He's got a great sense of humor. So if everyone in the room could please add DJ C No Evil, check out his show. He definitely does G funk and like a lot of lowrider West Coast type of music. He does a raid train every Friday called Funk It Up. I believe it's called Funk It Up Raid Train on Fridays. If I said that wrong, then just drop it in the chat. So yeah, and then also welcome Facebook and YouTube as well. Thanks for coming through. This is our dating show, so we have a lot to cover, and
Do we?
yes, we do. So
Oh,
I'm gonna ask you. Actually, maybe I'll just start. I'm just gonna go right in, and ask you guys this question, or ask you. It's Itsfabforte this question.
oh, I got some
Um,
questions for you as well.
Oh, okay. But I'm
Yeah.
curious, what has been like your worst dating story that you could think of? Just dating, or like a weird date, or something just like off. Do you have any? How you doing, Charmaine the villain? And trying to see who else we have that just came in. El Boogie, Teresa, this girl like Stina, Strud Muffin. He was going to be a bachelor for my dating show too. Lady G and everyone else. Thanks for coming through. So yeah, the worst dating story. Do you, or if you have a couple to share?
Um, worst dating experience. Uh, I wouldn't necessarily say that I had uh certain bad date. Well, okay, no, you know what? I'm lying. Yes, I did have one certain bad date where where unfortunately I took a young lady out and she pulled one of those. And I'm not saying all women do this, but let me counteract your question with another question, if I can ask you. Now, you may be this person, you may not be this person, which is okay. But do you, when you plan out your dates, right? If the date is not going accordingly, do you have a backup plan to escape the date?
Good question. I have zero backup plan. I've been on the strangest dates ever, guys. So I usually feel guilty or bad. And even if I know in the first 5, 10 minutes, this is definitely not going to work, I literally stick around for 2 or 3 hours. I'm that crazy small city nice girl where my friends get mad at me. They're like, girlfriend, I would have just left like instantly. But I just feel rude. So I don't know what to do. I don't want him to feel rejected or let down, but I'm not feeling it, you know? So
So,
yeah, I kind of stick around and hope for the best and know that we'll probably never see each other again.
okay, and that's okay. And I have another follow up question to that. But to finish my story, so pretty much, I don't want to say I fell victim to something like because I don't know what really happened because all I know was after uh, we were at dinner. I thought things were going well. I don't know in I don't know what in particular I might have done or I might have said that might have, struck a chord with this certain individual. But I remember them getting like a phone call or it's just their phone just here's how I know that the phone call was sporadic, right? Or just planned, so to say. It's because of the fact that she literally like looks down on her phone and spent like a good 5 to 6 minutes typing out a conversation. I don't know how I don't say I don't know how I allowed it, but I mean I could have intervened and been like, hey, we're kind of, trying to get to know each other. You don't see me on my phone. I would like to try to get to know more about you. But precisely like maybe 30 seconds after she puts her phone down, her phone rings, and then she picks up the phone and she begins to act a bit frantic. Like, oh my goodness, are you serious? Where they are right now? I mean, I'm not close. I'm not anywhere close by right now.
She
Okay.
totally did that on purpose. She totally lied. That was a lie.
I,
You
I
know
give
that,
people
right?
I give people the benefit of the
No,
doubt.
no. Girlfriend was lying. Girlfriend,
If
don't
she
give her the benefit
was,
of the doubt.
if okay, so if she did, I'm not gonna necessarily, I'm of course I'm over it. Like, I don't think about it anymore. I'm just like, oh wow, like that was just that one experience that I knew in the back of my mind. It was just like, okay, I get it. Like, like, but the good thing was that we didn't even order yet,
Oh,
right?
that's good. You didn't
We
have to
didn't
pay
order
for her.
food yet, so that was like, okay, you know what? So okay, she left, and I just stayed behind. I was just like, well, you know what? The sea bass looks pretty good, so I'm just gonna go ahead and can I get the sea bass and maybe
Aw.
an Arnold Palmer, because
So you literally ordered on your own?
yeah.
Aw.
And this was like, I don't want to say recent, but this happened probably within like
Oh,
the
that's
past 2
brutal.
years, right? But the thing with me is that um I I'm putting myself out there. I've kind of been single since 2018. Now, that doesn't mean that I haven't been on dates. I haven't had, certain acquaintances and such, but I've really been tedious and, with, choosing people who I would like to invest my energy in. And this one young lady was somebody who I thought that, was just like, okay, so I'm going to let's go ahead and see where else we can go with this, where I can go ahead and, just try to, get to know you a little better. But unfortunately, it really didn't work out like the way we thought it was. But anyways, I'm already so used to, doing things for myself, like take myself out and take myself on dates. Like
Yeah, that's
anybody
good.
who's in the community, they know that I do this frequently. If you follow me on my Instagram, you always see that I'm either at the gym by myself, I'm doing the movies by myself, or taking myself to uh, a sporting event thing, or even to a concert.
Mhm.
Like, I'm so used to that I can do things like that by myself because I am at peace with myself. And whoever I decide to let in my space of peace is going to not only enjoy all the, fun that we can have together, but also enjoy the peace that I've created as well. Unfortunately, this young lady didn't see that, or just saw whatever it is that she decided to see and take the easy way out. And I mean, it didn't cost me nothing. So I mean, I'm
That's
good.
true.
Wasn't my
Did you
worst experience, but it was an experience nonetheless.
Yeah, no, I would feel pretty bad for sure. Like, did you guys have much phone conversation
Kind of been
beforehand?
single.
'Cause I try to build that up, like, have more phone conversation because I find a lot of men online, they're like, "Let's meet." Like, "Let's meet." Like, "What are you doing tonight? Let's meet." And I was like, "Dude, like, are you looking for casual, short term? Because you're saying you're looking for long term and you want this and this and this, but you haven't even invested in a phone conversation." I would never just meet someone. I know I have friends that do that. They're like, "Sure, come over." I'm like, "Are you crazy, girl?" Like, I would never do that. I don't know if a lot of women are doing that, so it just makes I just feel like it's lazy. Like, is there a lot of women out there doing that where it's just like are now just saying that all the time on these apps? They're like, "Yeah, let's just meet up." Like, no phone call, no text, no nothing. Let's just meet up tonight.
I'm more personable. I
Finding I'm
still
running into that a
I'm
lot.
still more
So, are a lot of women
personable.
doing that?
Um, some like
Mhm.
to try to keep their distance because, either because of the fact that, well, I'm not stupid. Like, I know on these dating apps, right? Their DMs are like filled from page to page, like just pages of
Yeah,
DMs
every
from
woman has
guys.
at least 100. Everyone has like 100 or a few hundred people. Every single woman. I don't care who the woman is. I could guarantee that women have a lot of DMs more than men for sure.
Oh,
Like,
shouts to Boogie, by the way. Boogie, Boogie. So all three of my fabulets are in the building. I appreciate it. Lala, Rach, Boogie. I love that you're here. Thank you for being here, Fab Fam. I love you. But yeah, I mean that's what I tend to perceive, right, is that
Mhm.
ladies, you know, all sorts of ladies, they have pages of pages, or I don't know what it is on your end that you see, of just DMs and conversations, and you just pretty much just pick them out, and depending on how interested or how invested that you are, or trying, or how interested you are, that you're willing to invest your time into these individuals, that you either keep it at, okay, so these individuals, I'm gonna keep them at text level, like text level, like text,
Mhm.
the
That's what I mean.
text group, and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden it's just like maybe people graduate to like, okay, man, I'm gonna start talking to them now. Me,
yeah.
I automatically think that, because since I'm so personable, I tend to think like, hey, let's go ahead and, here's my number. I'll let you go ahead and, make the first call. You can call me whenever you like, or call me these certain times. And some of them do, and some of them, just ghost, and it's quite all right. Or they just like to stay to either texting, WhatsApp, or whatever the case may be.
Or do you
But
think it's strange asking for a phone convo? Because I feel like I'm old. I don't know. People, I think, consider me old school because it's like I want that organic phone conversation, and guys are like, "Well, why?" Like, I had one guy's like, "Can we go back on the computer?" Like, it was the weirdest thing, and I'm like, "You expect me to meet you in real life when you can't even do a phone conversation? Now you wanna go back on the computer from the phone because you don't really know how to talk on the phone? This is weird for me, man. I don't know. I'm not getting it."
be careful, honey Flo. Your age is showing.
Uh, do you think that's what it is, guys? Like, let me know. Like, I know some women are cool with just texting. That's it. Like, they don't want any phone conversation. I need to hear the voice. I need to hear the tone. I need to just like feel the person more. You can't really feel that through just strictly texting.
Because we come from an era where, we kind of grew up on that, right? And I don't
Mhm.
want to, put my age out there too, but
What
yeah,
is your age? What is your age?
what is
What
my
is your
age? How
age?
do I look?
Yes. Like, you look like you could be, let's see, let's magnify you. You look like you could be like 38, 39, but I think you're a few years younger than me, I
Let's ask the
think.
chat. Chat, how old do you think I am? Or how old
You're
do you
probably in
look?
your 40s. Like, I think you're in your early 40s, but you do look like you could pass for like 38. We'll give you maybe 37. We're not going to go too much younger than Honey Flo. That's what we're not going to do. But
You're
you
not
do
gonna.
look young.
Lala says
Okay.
40s. Lala can't answer this question because the
TM.
Fabulettes can't answer this question because the
Hey,
Fabulettes
we
are
got
married,
we got Urban Knight in the building. He's an author, you guys. He's going to be on my talk show. Oh, actually, coming up. I got to look at the days. Next week, I believe, is it? Urban Knight. Had a chance to meet him. He came out here from Detroit with DJ Ron Love, so it was a pleasure meeting him as well. He's hilarious. Make sure you guys are adding Urban Knight as well. Let's see. So TM says 41. Do you guys got any guesses? Teresa says 40. Let's see. Oh, L Boogie's like, I can't answer. This girl Xtina's like, let's go with 44. I think like definitely 40s, but you do look younger.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do I do tend to get that a lot. If you were, I think if this was more in person, people say I tend to look a whole lot more younger in person. But camera lighting, I heard that camera adds 10 more pounds to your facial features.
Yeah, let's go
Uh,
with that. The camera adds 10 pounds. Let's go with that.
yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, exactly. We got Eliza. She says 42. Eliza says the most 43. We got Crystal Tokyo in the building as well. Good to see you guys. Oh, he shares the same birthday with Mo One. Mo One looks young too, as well.
It's
Nice.
something about the 80s babies, but I
So
just
what
kind of
what is your
giving you a
age
hint.
then? What is your age?
I just turned 42.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. When was your birthday? Did it just pass?
July 7th. I'm a cancer baby.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Everybody
I may
knows the cancer side of me.
Okay, nice. Let's see. I'm just
Lulu.
yeah. So I was going to ask you too. So you said the worst dating stories. I'm trying to think of my worst dating story. I
What
think,
is your worst thing? I was gonna ask you,
oh,
and
I've had
let's
too
reciprocate
many.
that.
I've had too many. I don't even date. It's Fab Forte. I don't even date. And over the years, I've had horrendous, horrible, like I'm telling you guys, horrible stories. Like I'm probably going to be the winner of the worst dating stories ever
I
online.
refuse to believe that. I
Oh,
refuse to
no,
believe
it's
that. You
true.
are
I've had such bad stories. Oh my gosh. I remember when I mean, this is going back years ago, but when I first moved in the city,
year
there's
ago.
this was years ago, actually. I'll give you this one. Well, there's so many. I can't even, not like I dated a lot because I really haven't. I think if you date a few times a year, then you get frustrated and then you just stop altogether. But you can't do that. You have to keep putting yourself out there, which I need to work on a little bit better. But, I remember meeting this guy at Starbucks, and he was totally my type, guys, like the wavy hair. He had the glistening, like, S curl. I know some women in the chat are gonna be, laughing at me now. They'll be like, "Well, that should have been your sign from the jump." But, like, totally my type. Such a good-looking guy, conversations went well on the phone, everything normal. I get to Starbucks, and, this guy is not drinking anything, but he's got a large cup on the table, like an extra large cup near him, right?
A
And
goblet.
and he greeted me. He's like, "Oh, it's so great to meet you." And I could tell that he liked me, right? And I was like, "Oh, wow, this guy's really handsome." And he's like, "Oh, I already got my drink. You can get yours." I was like, oh," or no, I said, "Oh, I see you already started drinking or you have your drink." And he's like, "Yeah, I already got my drink. You could get yours." I was like, "Okay." So I was a bit shocked because I try to do cheap dates. Like I don't even do dinner dates. I don't do lunch dates because I'm always, feeling sorry for the guy's pockets too, which I shouldn't. But like we don't really do like all food dates out here. It's not like the States where I notice the men tend to treat you more. So when they treat you to Cheesecake Factory, like, and girls are not happy with that, that surprises me because I only do
We'll get
coffee
into
dates.
that later, but yes,
Yeah. Okay. So I'll
continue
try to
on
keep
with the
it
guy
short.
not buying you a cup of
Yeah,
Starbucks.
so I was very agitated because I feel like
So
the
disappointing.
first date should set precedents. Like, if you're gonna treat me like a homeboy, then I guess I'm gonna treat you like a homegirl because the first date should set precedents that you're actually interested in someone. And I feel like a man, maybe I'm old school, guys, but I feel like a man should provide. He should be the protector. I feel like as a woman, you shouldn't have to do everything on your own. And if you did, then you may as well just date yourself and go out, right? So, anyways, I get to the front. I didn't know what to do because I was confused because we had such great conversation and I was very irritated by that. So I had to load up. I had to take that gold card, Starbucks card out. I had to load it up again. And then I ordered myself a drink. This has happened multiple times to me. I sat at the table. You guys, this guy, he didn't drink from the tall cup. So that means that he used a leftover cup sitting there. He didn't order anything. That was someone else's cup. And I kind of gathered that later because we sat down for a while, like an hour and a half, and then I just started shooting him questions. But I was already irritated, and he's like, "I like your feistiness." Like he thought my
He didn't
questions.
get the
No, he didn't get it because I was so irritated and annoyed that he would treat me that way because Starbucks is really only $3.99. And I've had guys come into Starbucks, they're like, "Oh my gosh, what did you order?" I'm like, "A caramel macchiato." And I order Itsfabforte, I order a small, I order a grande, I don't even order a medium. And then I have guys complaining that
venti.
it's, or yeah, vente or whatever it is. So then I hear them say it's like, they're like, "Well, what did you order?" So they expected me to order a coffee, or they're like, "Well, why don't we just go to Tim Hortons?" I'm like, "Dude, Tim Hortons is $2 and it's a trucker stop. It's like going to Dunkin' Donuts. Who wants to go to Dunkin' Donuts for a date, right?" So, anyways, whatever. Yes, a tall.
Sounds
Okay.
kind of cheesecake factorish to me.
No, but these guys are spending less than $5. So I've been on like 3 or 4 dates where these guys don't order anything and they tell me to get my own drink. So I feel embarrassed walking up to the counter and ordering for myself. and then they're looking me up and down. They're seeing what my body looks like. They're seeing what I'm wearing, but they're constantly looking at me up and down. They're not looking at me like in the eyes. So, anyways, those were some of my disaster dates. And then he's like, "Oh, well, can I walk you home?" And I'm like, "No, it's okay. I'm good."
No,
But
you can stay
those
seated actually.
yeah, those dates are crazy, you know? I had another guy too. He forgot to inform me that his leg, like, and there's no offense to anyone that, like, I don't know what happened to his leg, but when you start walking fast and your leg starts dipping like this, like, so we were walking across the street. This was another Starbucks date. This guy had lumps on his neck. He looked nothing like he didn't tell me he had a disability, he didn't tell me he had anything, right? So that one I stayed I think 3 hours cuz I felt bad, but then he got mad at me after cuz I wanted to leave and I said, "Well, it's been 3 hours. Like I don't think I, really want to stay." And he's like, "Is it because of the way I look? Is it because of the way I look?" Yeah, he totally catfished me.
Oh,
Like, but he had like, I think, I don't know, not a dead leg. I don't know what was wrong, maybe a leg shorter than the other. And he
it
had these
wasn't prosthetic
huge,
though.
no, I don't think so. And he had these huge lumps on his neck. And I'm like, what is happening here? Like, this is not what I saw in the pictures, right? And I'm
Mhm.
not rude. Like, I would never be rude to someone that has a disability or anything like that. Like, but I felt a little bit like he should have told the truth, you know? And I didn't know how to get out of that. So I literally sat with the guy for 3 hours because I'm nice and I'm like, "Oh, I don't want to be a jerk," right?
There's so much I want to dissect from just these two experiences that
Jeez.
it actually brought up just another question. At what point do you listen? I know that nobody's perfect. Everybody has their flaws. Everybody has to cover up whatever it is they have to cover up in order to try to make themselves seem a little bit more appealing. And I get that. I don't knock it. If it works for you, go ahead and do what you have to do. And, but there are people that are going to be out there that are going to try to utilize the approach of like, and it's not bad. I'm not speaking bad things, utilizing their personalities and, their real selves um, in order to try to, grasp your attention. And then hopefully, once they grasp your attention with who they are, hopefully everything else just diminishes into the background. And most of the time, that does not happen. And I feel for the guy. Like, I get it, dude. Like, you probably have some sort of disability that that's going to be looked at in a certain manner, and you try to go the route of like, you know what, well, I'm going to utilize my personality, whatever the case may be, in order to try to attract certain individuals,
Yes.
and hopefully
Yes.
that will keep them. And works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't.
I don't feel like it's gonna keep someone being dishonest. I think that's why I'd rather meet someone at in real time, like at the gym. I would love that actually, like, I would love to meet someone
And
at the gym. My girlfriends hate it. They're like, "Oh, don't you hate when you have so many men coming up to you?" I'm like, "Girlfriend, I don't have that." I wish I had that problem, but because I have some friends that are like, some of them are like supermodels and they just attract men. Have you guys ever gotten that, ladies or fellas in the room? Like you have that friend that anywhere they walk into the place, and just men are just like whoosh, like at them all the time. I'm like, I wouldn't mind someone, and they're like, no, I'm too busy working out. Like I'm concentrating on my workout. I don't want a bunch of men coming up to me. I'm like, oh well, I actually wouldn't mind
they're
that.
used to that, and they become
Yeah, they're
um,
very used to it.
desensitized by that. And unfortunately, there's people that like yourself that
Mhm.
they just you don't get enough of that, and when you do get it,
I mean, you do get people like, but it's interesting characters, right?
you do. Yeah, I mean, not that I would know personally about about honey flow, but like I'm pretty sure you do get approached by certain. characters or whatever the case may be,
Yeah,
and
you get kind of like
um,
strange. No, the only people that approach you is when you go to the flea market, Dr. Flea's flea market out here. If you go to the Jamaican area, which is known as Eglinton, then you have them coming jumping out of the bushes to talk to you.
"Hey, yo,
But you
wagwan
don't get it.
Chelsea, yo, 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 yo,
Exactly. No, they're like
look
they're
at
like this.
girl."
They're like, you know? And I'm like,
Oh, the
"Don't do
cat
that to
call.
me. I'm not a hound dog," you know? Like, they're like,
Hey,
they're
yeah,
like, "Oh,
hey, yeah.
sorry." They're like, "That's what we do in the Caribbean." I'm like, "Well, don't do it here." You
But
know? But
well,
yeah.
here's another thing. Would you appreciate more of a direct approach, or will you appreciate like a well, will you appreciate a direct approach would be the first one.
Yeah, I like a direct approach, but I like the '90s, that, like, old school kind of approach, like, them throwing a joke at you or a line at you or just I don't know, just, like, having fun like that, like, I like that. Like, I like a man being a man. Like, I don't want a guy that's, like, a wimpy, like, you have to figure out everything, you have to figure out the date, you have to figure out, like, going up to him. Like, I like a guy that, kinda could take charge a little bit. If that makes sense. I don't
No,
know.
that makes absolute sense because from a gentleman's perspective, from a man's perception, um, like you are somebody that we want. If
Mhm.
we
Oh,
make
okay.
a direct approach to you, like I'm not talking about direct, like, what are you doing Saturday? Okay, you're doing this now. Okay, you belong to me now. Like, some caveman
Mhm.
shit where it's just like, you mine now. Let's go. And like they'll bop you over the head with a club and then like pull you by the and just drag you on the floor by your hair and shit. No, but
Yeah, maybe not that's a bit extreme, but
that,
a
that
little
is
bit.
that is a bit,
Like, women were going here, like, pack your suitcases, I love that, like, where a guy I mean, he doesn't have to order and do all these things for you, but I do like a man that is like a leader because I feel like a lot of women these days, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, you're leading in everything. You're leading in your job or your career, you're leading in real estate, you're leading all this stuff on your own. I think any decent woman likes a man that is confident and he's a leader, right? And he goes after what he wants as well, which I don't really see too much these days.
leadership qualities is a bit rare, but there are some gentlemen out there that don't tend to have that sort of like alpha male energy. I think it's all about energy, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't consider myself like an alpha male, giving off alpha male energy. I'm more of sigma, right? So let me explain the two. And I really hate when I have to describe myself in these sort of manner because I would rather have other people describe it for me. Like, oh,
Mhm.
Fab, he's more, this route, this. Or that. So let me explain the difference. Alpha male, of course, you have your guy, always out there and just trying to prove himself to be, the leader of the pack, and the things of that nature. Um, there are some guys out there that tend to take the little bit more laid back manner, but just because they're a little bit more laid back, it does not mean that they're weak or any sort of manner. They just selectively know when they have to portray to give that masculine energy. It doesn't need to be on the forefront every single time. Like, how tired I would be if I had to go out every single day because at my adulting agenda, my aka
Mhm.
job, I'm already a leader as it is. I have
Mm.
to lead a team. And the way I lead my team is my way. Like, I manage my team a little differently, but I have come across, other men in my career where they're just like, they're a little bit more militant, they're a little bit more alpha. Like, you listen to me, only me. Don't question what I do, whatever the case may be. Where I'm a little bit like, more open. I'm like, hey, look, I've been down your road. I've had certain leaders that that treated me in a certain manner, and I want to be the leader I wish I had when I was in your shoes. And I take that same idea into dating where it's just like, hey, listen, I just want to be the guy that you need when you need him to be that guy. Like,
Mhm.
I learned this the other day, and it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool saying. Um, he's like, it goes, I am not, I am not my age. I'm not my age. I am not my title. I am my energy. And
That
I was
sounds
gonna
like a yeah, Ree song. I am not this. You know
no,
that you just sounded
well,
like you just
first it's I'm not my age, but then I just kind of just like utilized it in my own sort of manner, which is like I am not my title. I am not. I am my
Mhm.
energy. So with that being said, I was going to ask you. So how can you differentiate uh, the energy that you want and the energy that you don't need?
I think you just, like, feel it, you know what I mean? Like, I think I mean, I haven't always been right and always had good
Hi, Rach.
discretion into people, right? But I'm learning. I don't know, like, for me, I feel like I could feel things off of people very easily, like, even if people are smiling on the gram or they're putting on a persona or they look like the most confident person, I can literally feel some something off people, like, what they're going through. You know, they could be smiling and really not having a great day, right? So I kind of go by that. I don't always listen to it, especially if you're attracted and you see your type and you're just like you see someone that takes your breath away, you're like, "Oh, like I would love to get to know someone." But I think if you allow conversation, that's why I think phone calls are important. If you allow
Right.
conversations, people speak the truth because it says what comes from your heart eventually stems out of your mouth. Like whatever you're feeling or thinking in your heart usually comes out, so you can tell even if a man my problem is I get a lot of guys emulating like values, but they're not really about that. That's the problem I've run into the last couple years where they're just like, "Oh yeah, I'm this and I'm all for long term." And they give you the right lingo, but then the actions don't match up with it, you know? So,
Would you agree
mhm.
the difference between texting and actually talking is the lack of time that they have from the response time? So I'll tell it to you like this. When I'm in the chat, when I'm chatting on whatever chat that you see me here on Twitch, when I'm chatting and I think I have something clever that I want to say or whatever the case may be, I have time to like really thought out what I want to say and I go
Mhm.
ahead and I type it, but I had that time. Now, if we were speaking as we are now, I kind of had to be a little bit more on my toes. I kind of have to be a little bit more Johnny on the spot with whatever it is to say. And of course, I have to be more poignant with with exactly what I'm trying to say. Now, some people are not used to that. And maybe it's this day and age that individuals, they're now like people have social skills, but some people just get too comfortable just like being behind the comfortability of just like, you know what, I got time to respond in a manner that I think that would make me seem or come off a certain manner, but in all reality, I'm just figuring out exactly, you know, exactly what to say to this, what to type to this individual rather than being put on the spot and, having to have answer questions and have a real conversation and deliver what I'm trying to say with with the right emotion that they'll be able to reciprocate the conversation towards back at me.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's really true. I was gonna say, oh, I think Aliza Biza redeemed a few redemptions for us. I should have turned off those redemptions, but I think we answered them already.
The
It
worst
said
dating story in
worst
aisle
dating
two.
story. Yeah, we already I think covered that. And then get Honeyflow to tell a story. Well, I'm sure that'll be coming up when we have a conversation, like we continue the conversation. So do you think okay, I have a question and I don't know how to word this correctly. So for all the fellas in the room, don't kill me or anything.
Fellas, I got us. I got us,
I'm
fellas.
just gonna kind of just say it and it's probably gonna come out wrong because
Say it to me exactly how you think how you think it sounds.
sometimes
And
things do come out wrong out of my mouth and I apologize in advance. But it's a thought I've had and I think a lot of women are wondering this too, right? Like I don't know if it's this day and age. I don't know if it's social media. Could it be some of the movements, like maybe the Me Too movement? Now, don't kill me, ladies. Could it be like feminism rising? I don't know what it is. The whole Beyonce, like, hey, I'm single and independent. I'm good by myself kind of thing, even though she's married. I don't know. Anyways,
right.
like, I'm just wondering why have men, and don't kill me, guys, why have men become so wimpy? Like it feels like it's like their courage or their leadership has kind of not diminished, but it's like they're confused. Like back in the 80s and 90s, you would have a man approach you. You would have someone go through the mall and like jump over a clothing rack, or follow you to talk to you, to get that number, to come up to you. And then now it just feels like the roles have been reversed. It's like the women are kind of more masculine now, doing everything on their own. And then the men have become a little bit more feminine, or it feels like the roles have reversed. And is it because maybe we've made it difficult as women? I don't know, because of different movements and different things that have happened. Like, you don't know if you're going to get yelled at if you open up a car door for someone, or if a woman's going to like it,
Oh no,
right? So
that's
I'm just
oh
wondering,
no.
like, is it because we as ladies or women have kind of confused things for men? But I'm just not seeing that, like, not take charge, but I'm just not seeing that from men anymore. It's like they just have stopped trying. So that's why I was going to ask you.
A respectful gentleman would pursue exactly what he wants, but a respectful gentleman would know where to stop. So I would just, I've done it before. I've seen somebody at the mall and I'm just like, yo, let me find an opportunity. I'm approach her. I make my approach. Hey, how you doing? Now here's the thing. Now, based off the energy or based off the reciprocation of the interaction from the get-go, if it's for me, it's all about body language, right? So if I walk up to a girl and I just say, "Hey, excuse me, miss, hey, I saw you from over there. I was wondering if I can get your name, this and that." If she turns around and reciprocates the energy and greets me with a smile and like, "Hi," her body fully turns to my direction. She doesn't like kind of give me like, "Yes." Like it's all about the energy and it's all about her body language. To me, that is.
Yeah.
If she turns around and actually faces me and gives me a smile, I'm already like, okay, cool. Like I can continue on with whatever it is I have to say. Hey, I saw you from far away. My name is Fabricio. I was wondering if I can get your name. And the conversation and her energy and the tone in her communication seems a little bit more welcoming, that you can continue off from that. But if it seems a little bit more like defensive, like, oh, I was no, like no, like you can kind of like sense that energy from the get-go. And but to actually get to that point, you kind of have to have confidence. The guys kind of have to have confidence. Um, and some guys don't. Some guys hate. Uh, they hate rejection. Rejection is, listen, for a guy
I
as
get
a
that.
as a guy, the one thing that we have to like be cool with is facing rejection most of the time. It's a numbers game. If
Mhm.
I if I'm trying to, stay actively dating, yes, I'm gonna have to approach at least 10 women a week. Or not
Dang,
not
10
not a
women. You
day.
wanna feel special. 10
Not
women.
but not necessarily, well, if I'm trying to, if like right now, like I'm
Mhm.
not really doing it avidly, but like I said, like me, I'm a little bit more selective now because I think I would like to think that I'm in a space where I can be a little bit more selective with, the women that I choose to have in my life. Because if I
Mhm.
were to go out one weekend to the club, to Sixth Street out here in Austin, Texas. If you've been out here in Austin, Texas, there's a place called Sixth Street, which is pretty much like that one street in New Orleans, in Louisiana. What was it called? That one street that's always popping. I don't know. Anyways, just this one location where clubbers and all these people go to. If I just want to pick something up real quick, go there, whatever. But it's not going to be something meaningful. But if it's something that I'm looking for, something meaningful, like a woman of value, then that's going to take a little bit more time and a little bit more digging, so to say. But
Yeah,
no. But
exactly.
first and foremost, no, for guys, there are guys out there that think they're a little, what was the word, sassy. That you know that I'm the prize. You know, you should be approaching me, or the case may be. And it's
Oh,
just
there
like,
are tons of men out here like that. Like I
nah,
have
fam.
tried smiling, but I find a big cities really confusing because I kind of give a stone look and I don't mean to, but then I feel weird smiling at someone. It's
Bourbon
almost
Street.
like
Thank you.
you're interested, but you don't smile, so you give a stone cold look, so they think you're not interested, but then you're sneaking peeks at them because you are interested, but then when they look at you, it's awkward, so then you're looking away. I'm like, "Why do we do this?" You know what I mean? Like, I do it all the time, but they call Toronto screw face capital in case you guys don't know. I mean, any American coming up here, anyone from around the world would think this is the friendliest place alive.
The
I'm
home
sure
of the
Latina
RBF.
can maybe tell you, but they call it screw face capital out here. People do not have organic conversations and approach, you know? So I'm trying to when I've smiled, I've had guys literally like stone look, you know? And then they ignore you, so then you feel rejected and stupid, so you walk away. But then later on they come up to you in the night being like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "You just gave me the dirtiest look." You know what I mean? It gets confusing like out here. Oh, Crystal, let's see here. Crystal says Toronto women have a reputation of being
That's kind of what I just said.
oh,
The home
yeah.
of the
I was
RBF.
like, what does RBF mean? But then I just got it now. Yeah, the resting, face kind of thing. No, it is true, Crystal. I agree with you. We do. And then, but people look at you crazy. When I first moved in the city I came from Winnipeg, a small city. I was smiling at everyone. I was chatting it up with everyone, until I realized that a big city is not like that. So you become your environment, right? Do you notice a
Product of your
difference?
environment, of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
like, how did you find it was Miami you lived in before, right?
Yes.
So did
I'm
you
in
find
Austin,
it
Texas now.
yeah, so do you find, like, Austin way easier or not
I
really?
wouldn't necessarily say easier, just ah, in Miami, I did a whole lot of dating. In Miami, I know the type of women that are in Miami.
What are the type
You,
of women?
uh,
They're probably, like, very gorgeous, like, Latina, like, gorgeous women. Well, Caribbean
you
too,
said it,
right?
not me.
No, but
But
yeah, gorgeous women out there for sure. In
I mean,
Miami?
I heard the same thing about Toronto.
There is. There's a lot of competition.
Now I'm not
So,
okay. Now this is the part where
there's
I go
tons
ahead
of
and
gorgeous
stop.
women. Mhm,
This is the part where I'm gonna go ahead and stop because I'm not gonna shit on Austin or the women.
mhm,
The ladies out here, they're beautiful. Every place in the world has their set of beautiful women, and whatever the case may be. I just really have not had the chance to like really try out like a Texas girl. And I'm not talking about Texas girl like she has to have that
mhm.
twang and she kind of had that grit.
Well,
You
the
know,
Southern
she
hospitality, I think you could find a
I
nice
think I've always dealt with Southern hospitality.
oh,
Just South
yeah, I
because
guess.
Miami is in the South.
The
Like
South, yeah.
Miami's not South Florida. Like I mean, South Florida. I'm sorry, it's not East Coast, right? Like Miami is the South. Like I've dated, ladies who have that Southern hospitality, and that goes hand in hand. Just overall, that's just that mannerism that's just popular in the South. Um, Now it's Austin is not big of a city such as Miami and Toronto, but they do
Mhm,
have, the quality of women. I just really have not gotten the chance to like really experience somebody of the caliber that I'm looking for. Yes, I've met some like women that they're good girls. Just
mhm.
unfortunate that they just have different priorities. They just have,
Oh,
either they're in the education phase of their life, or figuring themselves out, or they're looking for somebody who's a I'm not gonna say stable because I like to think I'm stable. Like I kind of got my shit together, and
mhm.
like I mean I might not have a big mansion or a yacht or things of that nature, but I'm me.
So
But
the ladies wanna know, are you actually single or not?
I am actually
Oh,
single.
you are? Because you hesitated earlier.
I did say kinda,
I'm a private high,
because
guys. I'm a
it does
private
happen that I mean somebody's really technically single unless they say, you know what, no, I'm actually invested in somebody right now. Like we're dating, so to say.
Okay, so you're dating
Um,
right now. Okay.
um, but I'm not dating anymore. Not this moment.
Like someone online, like someone from
No,
Twitch,
no,
maybe?
no, no, no.
Oh, no. Would you
Uh,
ever date someone on Twitch?
uh, unless they live close to me or live
Mm,
within a radius. I'm at a point right now. I don't do long distance relationships. I'm sorry,
mm.
ladies. That might really put me in a predicament. But I don't do long distance.
If
I'm
you came up to Toronto, you would change your mind in a heartbeat,
I'm
right,
pretty sure if I
Latina?
went up to
Even Latina says
Toronto,
that. If you came up to Toronto, if any man comes up to Toronto, I promise you guys, you every rule book that you have would go out the window if you came up to Toronto. I promise you that. There's so many gorgeous well, I mean, it's not just on
I
looks,
don't
but
knock that. I
there's a lot
don't
of
knock
high
that.
value, like, good-looking women up
But
here, you
here's
know?
the thing though. See, and I'm not gonna talk badly about Toronto, but Toronto, like if you have beautiful women, I applaud you. I applaud all the beautiful women wherever they're at, right? But I mean, I'm fairly certain that the caliber of women that Toronto has, I can easily find in Miami. And the difference is that
Mm.
when wintertime comes around, I kind of don't want to be in like 15 feet of snow.
Oh, come on. Toronto doesn't
That's
have
just
15. That's
my
my home
thing.
city. Winnipeg has 15, 20 feet of snow, trust
And
me.
I don't know
But not
how
here.
y'all deal with it. So here's the thing. So there's a couple people in my community that, they live in Canada. And,
Mhm.
when this time a year comes around, I can already sense it that they're just like, I got to get ready. Like, what are you doing? I'm at the mall. Why? Because we're just buying more layers and layers of clothing to get ready
Yeah, but
for.
it's nice though. You gotta have the 4 seasons. Christmas time, you get all cozy if you're with your partner, the fireplace, like the Christmas carols. You go to the mall, you go shopping with him, you have a nice little hot chocolate, you go ice skating with him. You can't really do all that in Texas, you know?
It snowed one time here in Texas,
Oh, come
and
on.
it did, but it was really bad. I'm not gonna get into that. That's a whole different experience.
Mhm.
But when it did snow here in Texas, in the back of my head, I'm like, I did not sign up for
The
this.
snow is not that bad. It is kinda nice. I do like the 4 seasons. It would be nicer living somewhere warmer, but, like, I do appreciate the 4 seasons as well. I don't
I
mind.
do too,
We need more
only
sunlight.
when. So here's the thing. I don't want to get into it, but I will say this. For those in my community that know my background, they know that I was born and raised in the DMV in DC and Maryland, Virginia. Um, and then I moved over to Miami, and for Miami up until 2016, I moved to Austin, Texas. So I've been in Austin since 2016. But the thing about Austin is that the one time that's just like a little bit excruciating is summertime. Oh my goodness, it gets hot. But I can deal with heat. What I refuse to deal with is cold. Now, this conversation is going to take a whole other left turn, but I'm not trying to take it to that. But it's just that I'd rather not deal with that because I dealt with it at a young age. So if I'm able to find somebody in warmer climate, I'm going to go ahead and do so. Um, yeah, that's it.
Okay. So I was gonna ask you, we're gonna switch it up a bit. How are you doing, BTS? He's dropping comments too. We got Lulu in the building. DJ C No Evil. I like what he said. He said beauty truly comes from within your soul, from experience. It's true. I mean, this guy's doing it. He's got 9 kids, guys, been married a very long time. So I agree that you may be attracted or have that chemistry in the beginning, but can that carry you through marriage or through a long-term relationship? Because all that fades away, especially if you're seeing the person every day. That could
BTS.
definitely
That sounds like an experience right there. I'm reading what BTS 3514 wrote.
oh, and then Hams earlier was saying about why men are a bit wimpy. He said not wimpy, they're just tired of not having respect.
There's a lot.
Ooh, and
There's a lot of
said no
layers to that
gratitude.
question.
I know. He said no gratitude. Some may have low self-esteem. That's what King Melody said. And then he also said women are acting overly entitled. I'm not going to disagree. Like, I'm not going to disagree. You know, we could look at some of the clips, the dating clips. Actually, I got to pull them up. We got Ms. I am in the building. Good to see you. Um, they say that I'm assuming it's a she. She says she's single by choice. Um,
So am I. I like to say I'm single by choice.
yeah, I think a lot of
Until, you
people
know,
say that. A lot of people, but do you want something? Okay, let's put Ms. I am me on the spot. Most people say they're single by choice, which we can agree most of us are. But if you had the opportunity to meet someone great, would you want to do that? Like, would you want to meet, even though you're single and you're happily single, would you want to meet someone? You know, throw it in the chat. Put some ones in the chat if you guys are single. And it's not if you're happy and you're single by choice, but if you had the opportunity to meet someone great, would you want to?
Mike
Put some ones
Tyson
in the
said it
chat.
best. Mike Tyson said it best. You have a plan until you get punched in the face.
True. Ooh, that's a good statement. So do you think people are just kind of protecting themselves, like
In a
protecting their
sense,
heart,
yeah. No, of
protecting
course.
themselves?
No, everybody should be protecting themselves and is protecting, you know, eh, I'm not necessarily saying you should have your guard up, but you
Mhm.
should just be a little bit more wiser, right? Just knowing of certain mannerisms or certain characteristics, sorry, they come across people when you meet them, right? And then
Mhm.
you kind of just like take your time from there and like just getting to know the person. What kind of scares me sometimes is whenever I hear these stories of like individuals that are just like it was love at first sight. Like there was this one couple that I remember meeting down in Miami. It was a promoter and a bartender. That I remember this particular night. I remember this one promoter that I was working with. He comes in to this residency that I was at. He starts talking to my bartender, who I was friends with at the time. Like she was a very
Mhm.
nice girl. He starts talking to her, and then all of a sudden, I kid you not, maybe like 2 days later, I already heard that she moved in with him, and
Oh,
they were
yeah, I don't
already
think I do
talking
that.
about like
That's
things and
crazy.
that, things and that. And of course, I recap with them like maybe a couple years down the line, and it didn't work out. They had a child together, but it was just at that moment, it was just like, okay, they were infatuated with each other, and then they took things way too fast for my taste. And what happened. Now, those certain experiences, I get it. I'm pretty sure there's some people who would love to have that. Oh my goodness, like I looked at them and they looked at me, and we instantly, felt that spark between us.
That's more
And
lust, would you say, and chemistry, I think, than than you knew. But then, go figure, guys. Like, I know someone that they literally married, I think, within a few weeks. It was so soon, and we're all like, "Oh my gosh, this is the biggest mistake of our life." But they lasted 10 years. Yeah, they're divorced now, but they still lasted 10 years, which is amazing. And they only met each other after a few weeks. So, I talked
there
to
are those,
women.
yes, I get
Yeah,
it.
and
There are
and then
those stories
even a
that it's just like, oh, really?
exactly.
Like, oh,
And even arranged marriages. I talked to this Indian woman at my work when I was in the corporate world, and she's like, "You guys have it backwards." So I was talking to her about that. She's like, "In the Western society, they think it's crazy that we have arranged marriages." But she goes, "The difference is," and her marriage is she's still married, but it's been over 30 years. And I had a great conversation with her, and she talked to I go, "Yeah, but what happens if there's no chemistry, you're not attracted, it's like married at first sight?" She's like, "Listen," she goes, "You have to grow to love your partner. You have to grow that thing like he's your best friend." And she goes, "When that is focused on, like you focus on the friendship, you focus on," because she can't get out because it was an arranged marriage when she was young, right? And I
right.
kind of started thinking about it, and she goes, "Look how far we've lasted. We've learned to love each other, love each other proper way." Now, I'm not saying all arranged marriages work out, but when you think about it, like because I'm half Indian too, like in the Indian culture, they I mean, I don't really follow it, but like, because I was raised Scottish, like on my white side, not my Indian side, but
You're how much? What percentage of Indian?
like 50, like 50-50,
Really?
like half Scottish,
We're gonna get
half
back.
East Indian.
We're gonna come back to that.
Yeah, so anyways, but I was thinking because how crazy it is, like, what happens if you end up in an abusive relationship? What happens because you see a lot, like, in I've seen a lot in the community, right? And, so anyways, but she actually sat me down and gave me some thinking to do, like, yeah, maybe we do have it backwards. Because in the Western world, we always go by chemistry, looks, attraction. We go by all these superficial things first, but when you have an arranged marriage, you can't do that. You're kind of stuck in it. Like I've had friends that were beautiful and very, very westernized, and they were kind of forced to get an arranged marriage. They didn't have a choice. And they were like me, very westernized. Imagine that being pushed into a marriage. You don't even want to marry this guy, but you grow to love each other. So I'm thinking, well, is their way that crazy? Or is it our way that's kind of crazy? You
Okay,
know?
so I'm not gonna get light with the answer that I'm about to give, but
Hmm.
I will try to articulate in the best way possible. So, okay, I'm just gonna say it the best way I can say it. So, of course, we're the Western world is it's a whole world of its own. There are different cultures out there that do either arrange marriages, and things of that nature. But if you really think about it, when you do your history, um, they arrange marriages for particular reasons. And this is going to open up a whole nother can of worms, but we're not going to get into that. We're going to try to just slide by that. Um, so the whole point of marriage back in those days was, kings and queens, or empires. They would like to try to, expand the empires, and of course they create a certain union where the king would have a son, and um, they'll inherit, the kingdom after they're gone, and of course to expand the empire, they get with, another kingdom that has a daughter, and that's the whole bond of marriage and such. Um, but also the flip side to that coin is that I had a conversation with an Asian woman one time, and she tells me that that in Asia, I'm not gonna say which particular Asian country, that in this Asian country that if you're not married past a certain age, you're kind of looked at as a expired expired product, so to say, right? Because you don't have your youth anymore. You don't have the same fertility, I guess, things of that nature. But so pretty much you already passed your prime as a woman. Once again, I'm not really trying to get into like a very deep of a conversation about this, but that's pretty much what uh, or how arranged marriages would usually work out for those certain types of individuals. Now, would it work on in our day and age? Not necessarily, like because we don't see, you know, Barack Obama, trying to give up, his children to like another country, what it is because we live freely here in the United States in the Western world, and we can pretty much date whoever it is of our choosing, whether they be same sex or not. Um,
But some of them that are westernized do have a choice, meaning the parents do the full background check, which kind of made me think, "Oh, well, I know it sounds crazy, guys, but when I talked to her, she's like, "Look, in my culture, we've been married for a long time and
right.
marriages have been successful. So what they'll do is they'll do complete background checks, medical, financial, what the parents are like, da 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 da. Like they'll do all these checks that you're not even checking, you know? And I'm like,
Lulu,
"Oh,
stop it.
those checks may not be a bad idea." Yeah, Lulu says she's expired,
I
but
saw
I
what she
feel
said.
like
She's so silly.
that's how it is for women. That's what people think when you're past 40 and say if you have no kids, you're still single. It's like, oh, God forbid but people need to realize people are divorced now. People have kids, they don't have kids. I hate when people ask that question to a woman because they don't know what the women had to go through. when they're kind of like, oh, no kids, no this, like they don't know anything personally.
That's a
So
whole
yeah,
different
that's a whole other rabbit
realm
hole.
right there. That's
Exactly, we won't go down, but, yeah, so I feel like it is a bit unfair, especially if a woman's really focused on her career, she's focused on getting everything in order in her life, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, well, you're not married at this age, you have no kids, you don't," but they don't know your story, right? So I kinda feel like there is a bit of harsh judgment on women, but then
so many layers of to this onion right
men
now.
can play and do all their thing, do their thing. They could be players. I know so many guys I grew up with, biggest players ever, very confident, multiple women, and then boom, all of a sudden they found a good woman after they're done playing. And I'm like, how does that change? How are they still married? Like, I don't get it,
That's
you know?
that's just this the biological structure of a man, where
I guess so. Yeah.
we're meant to spread our seed and such. Now, I don't make trying to make it sound like, like all men are dogs. Like, there are some men out there that will be obedient to a dog, obedient to a dog. Like, I'm obedient to two. No, what I was trying to say is, there are men that will be
It's
obedient
such a
to
double
one
standard.
woman.
Like,
And that's what it is now, and that's what that sort of conversation we get into is, is sort of double standards. Like, okay, so why is it that, you know because I was going to go back to the arranged marriage. Now, in terms of the arranged marriage, like, yes, you're right, they have to, look into detail of, like, the partner that they chose. Now, I wanted to go back to something real quick, on that subject. um I It does, there is forms of it here in the United States. Now, there are, oh my goodness, I don't know what they call it here. I don't know exactly what they call it here in Texas, but I did witness it once, where they would have,
polygamy.
uh
I don't know.
they would have these families, rich families. If anybody's from Texas, if they can kind of fill me in on this, because I was new when I found this out, but I was just like, oh my God, this exists. Where they'll have a sort of a debutante ball. There we go. A debutante ball. So a debutante ball is pretty much where, you know, they will have, a collection of, young women, primarily, like, maybe, like, after the age of 16, between 16 and like 18, or the case may be. And they'll have, gentlemen who come from, like, these, sort of wealthy families, that they will all get together, and, they'll pretty much pair them up. Debutante balls. I believe that's what it is that they do here, because the majority of the times, like, I'm just like, oh wow, like, why are they bringing, like, all these, young kids in here, and, try to hook them up together, because of the fact that, you know, they're trying to keep wealth in the family. Like, these ladies come from a family of wealth, these gentlemen come from a family of wealth, and keep the wealth, just moving on for generations. And Honey Flow, we can't hear you anymore. I can't hear you. I can't.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to pull in some videos,
Oh,
while you were talking as well, so we could play some videos as well. I'm just working on different things here, but listening. Okay, so that's interesting that they have that. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I do feel like the ball is in the man's court, but then men will always say the ball is in
not
the
the type of
woman's
ball I was
court.
talking about, but okay, we'll
Oh,
go with
well,
that.
yeah, yeah. Okay, maybe I should not talk about balls because last time I talked about that,
Oh, I
I
mean, if
it
that's the sort of
went
conversation you want to get into, I'm just
it
going to sit
went,
it out.
like, down south, like, I put my foot in my mouth so badly when I talked about, like, a big blue aerobics ball, but I won't go into that story because it was a disaster. It was on, like, a female empowerment, uh, you know, I
Perception.
I gotta stop because it's gonna just get into a really bad story, but it is a hilarious story. Like, I don't know. I'll post the clip for you guys because 'cause I'm gonna start stuttering. It's hard to explain. Yeah, but
Honey
anyways,
Flow, are you nervous about something? Is there something that we should talk about?
I was talking about a blue ball, but I was legit talking about,
Really?
like, a big blue aerobics ball, nothing
Oh,
else. It
that's
wasn't
something that you would give.
it wasn't what people thought, you know? It was legit
If you
like
caught
a
that, you
blue
caught that.
aerobics ball. And the more I kept talking, I just couldn't get out of that story. So I
About the
broke,
blue aerobics ball.
yeah, like I
Okay.
broke a blue
It was
aerobics
just
ball
one, not a pair
on
of them.
someone. Jeez. It's hard to explain. You guys have to be there. Like,
I don't think I would have wanted been there.
you know those games in Cuba? I can't even go into the story again. This is probably where the story time comes in. You know those stupid games in Cuba? They make tourists play. They drag you up on stage and you have to like break a ball and you have a person here and you're here and you have to go like this with the ball or you have to sit and go like that to break the ball. But
Oh,
you could
a
never
ball or a
do it.
balloon?
No, a big aerobics ball. You know the big aerobics big blue ball.
Okay. I can
So and
imagine it. I think
yeah,
I
so
kind of saw that same game, but it was like
they get you
that's like the sort of
playing.
games that you see at like,
Oh,
at baby showers.
and these cute no, this is not a game you would see on at a baby shower. Are you crazy? What kind of baby showers do you go to? This
I
is
mean, I've been to a
so
couple.
when I was in Cuba in my 20s, I'll just okay, this will be the story time Eliza redeemed. When I was in Cuba
Where's my
in my
popcorn?
20s, they wanted you to take this big imagine this guys, this big blue aerobics ball. You're here, the guy is here. They want you going like this, or they want you sitting on the ball and on him and going like that to try to break it. Well, you can't break a big blue aerobics ball. It's impossible to break that ball.
But you can
So
give it.
I was annoyed because these Cubans were so feisty. They would find me anywhere, like even if I ducked under the table and they would start dragging me. They wouldn't leave me alone. Like they're very, very aggressive. And I got mad. I kept pointing to my back, saying I had a back injury. I tried everything. So they dragged me on stage. I had to do some dumb sexy dance, which you guys know that I'm never ever going to do that in a million years on a stage. And I'm just like, oh man, how do I get out of this? I'm so embarrassed. I had to take a boa and go like, like all like try to do a dance. And I was embarrassed. I'm like, oh, get me off the stage. So the guy sat in a chair across the stage and he was like kind of taunting me, like, oh yeah, like come over here. I'm like, I'm not gonna play your little dumb game. So and embarrass myself. So I had a good strategy. Itsfabforte to take
Mm.
the ball, this big, big, huge blue, the blue aerobic balls that you see at the gym. I grabbed the ball. He was on the other side of the stage sitting there. And I'm like, I'm going to break it on this guy. I am going to teach this guy a lesson and I'm going to break it. That way he'll never bug me again. And these people will never bug me and get me to do something that inappropriate that I don't want to do. So I started running. I took like a running start. I was like leaping, like running across the stage. And he's sitting there and he's like, yeah, come and get me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I took the ball and I sat on the ball. Actually, I started running so fast. I grabbed the ball, shoved it on his knees. Then I jumped on the ball when he was sitting in the chair and I ended up breaking that blue aerobics ball on him. I broke that huge blue ball on him. You know what
So
I mean?
breaking
And then
balls
he
was the point of the game.
and then he fell down. He fell down like hysterical. He started grabbing himself because he was in pain, I think, and he fell down on the floor and then he started he started like um almost crying. And then
I would have been crying too.
the roar of laughter from the audience, like everyone was like laughing hysterically. I'm like, yeah, serves you right. I walked
This sounds like something
like
you would
waiting
hear
to
out of a
excel.
movie.
Yeah, like when she lights a lighter, like waiting to excel, she lights a lighter and then she just was it in waiting to excel, guy ladies? And then she like throws it and then the car blows up and she walks away.
Way to
It was kind
exhale,
of one of
yes.
those. Yeah, it was one of those moments for me. It was very gratifying. So, anyways, that is my story. So there you go, Eliza. I've only said it twice online. I'm never saying this story again because it sounds horrible. Uh, yeah.
And just for the
So
record, there was only one Cuban that was harmed through this entire story.
yeah, like he was on the ground. Like this guy was a big guy, like over 6 feet, and he's like, "Yeah, come here." come and get it, like come to me, like he was acting like that to me on stage. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen, not for me. So I was pretty clever. I was clever that day, guys. You got to try something different, you know? Oh, oh my gosh, this girl Extia. I don't know why I'm going into this story again. Ah, what did this girl Extina
Because
say?
if it doesn't work out for you, ladies, always remember you can always break a blue ball on a guy.
Oh my gosh. So this girl Xtina says, oh, when she was telling us the story, yeah. So this girl Xtina pulled out the blue ball. She literally legit had a blue aerobics ball in her place. And she's like, what, this one? And she pulls it out. It was hilarious. Like, I'm like, this is not appropriate for a women's panel empowerment discussion. And then all the ladies were bugging me. They're like, oh, you empowered us, honey Flo. You empowered us. Yeah, I kind of busted a blue ball. That's what DJ See No Evil said. I kind of, but it was legit. It was really a blue ball, and it
But
was it was a proud moment for me.
but to be honest, blue balls is a bit of a
This
repellent for a lot of guys.
this is like, what am I looking into? Yeah, I know we're not going to even go there. That I'm talking about a real blue big aerobics ball. Get your mind out of the gutter, guys. I'm talking about a legit exercise, an exercise ball. So,
There's no
yeah.
double entendres here. That's just exactly
I
how
wish I had the
she's.
video. I wish I had the video. My friend lost her camera. I wish I had the video. She was dying. People were in tears. DJ Hams is like, "That's hurtful." Um,
Yeah, same.
oh
Sounds
my
hurtful.
gosh, Sorta Rican from YouTube says we had them this giant handled pogo balls as kids. Do they count to use? No, but imagine that big, huge blue aerobics ball. Like you guys try breaking that thing. Go to the gym and grab that blue ball and try going like this
The
and
worst kind of
see
rejection.
or sit on it and see if you can break it. I promise you, you're not going to be able to break it. You'll never break it.
Well, apparently
Anyways,
you did, so that's
I know.
that's something to be proud of.
I was very proud. So we're going to get into some videos. I'm going to show you. Let me know what you think of these videos. I'm going to ask your advice on these ones. All right. So now that
Chat, you ready?
speaking of balls, we're going to be talking about
Speaking,
the
what a
balloon,
what a
the balloon
segue.
balls, the breaking of those balloon balls. We're going to
Oh,
talk about that.
jeez.
Um,
Whenever I see something, oh my goodness! If I ever see something
I'm
blue,
getting
like
like very violent. Like I need to take boxing or something. I really enjoy it too, boxing.
honey flow,
So
we need to talk about the
like
frustration
slam
that lies within you.
slam like a boxing. Would you ever go to the gym on a date?
I
Like
would.
boxing?
I would love to take
I
to
would
somebody
love
with
to.
me to the
Oh, really?
gym.
Yeah, I would
I think
love to
gym
do
dates are
that.
pretty. gy- Gym dates are pretty cool, depending on how you do them. Right.
Yeah, I would love a gym
Like
date. I
you're not
think
gonna
that
go
would
there and
be
be like, all
fun.
right, look, check me out, and like the guy's
No, but
just
there'd
like
be
working
great
out.
chemistry. Can you imagine, like, if he's tall and then he just, like, lifts you up on the chin up thing, like, to do chin ups and he helps you do the chin ups? Like, that's very attractive, actually.
Well,
I wouldn't mind
um,
that,
uh,
going
uh,
to the gym.
uh, I'm pretty sure you would. And then I will also think the gym, a gym day will also give him the opportunity to show off his masculine energy. Not only masculine
Yes,
energy,
which I
but
like.
also his like, you know, because I once took somebody to the gym with me
His
once, and
muscles. Like,
no,
you
no,
gotta
no,
wear your
no,
gray sweatpants and
no.
your fitted top like you did on the gray
uh,
sweatpant raid.
I'm wearing a gray suit. I think this is close enough. Uh,
Yeah.
no, but
That's
no,
not close enough. Did you guys see him on the gray sweatpant raid? He was Mr. Suave. Mr. Hey, look at me. I'm so suave in my gray sweatpants and my fitted top. You were so like that on the raid. I Googled you.
I plead the fifth.
You
Um,
were. You were pretty smooth. Have you ever been a player or anything back in the day? Not
no,
no?
no, I've
No?
never been a player. No.
Never. Come
Okay,
on.
okay, okay. I do have one player story,
Be honest.
but that's pretty much. There was one time that I was actually like I was real player, but that was like pretty much my first and not my first, but pretty much the last time that I was just like, you know what, this is kind of wrong, dude. Like I kind of dropped the ball on that. Like, I know this really wasn't my, sort of like characteristic that, that I see myself being. But I'm not gonna lie, it did boost my self-esteem up a bit. It
Oh,
built my
you were in your
confidence.
element. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I could see this guy being a player back in the day." You were definitely in your element when I saw
I
it.
was, I
Yeah.
was, and but after that, I was just like, you know what?
I was like, "I bet this guy gets a lot of ladies, got a lot of ladies back in the day." That's what I thought.
I mean, I was a DJ. I mean, I am a DJ.
Oh, excuse me.
I
Well, I'm a
mean,
DJ too. I'm a DJ too.
then you had
So what
them
does that
lined up
say?
around the corner. You should just take a look
Yeah, I
outside your
have
door
them
and just
lined up
grab it.
asking
Just,
I have
you
men
know,
lined up every time I do a DJ gig behind me asking how DJing works and how I work Serato. It's like they're not asking for my number. They're like, "Oh, that's so cool. Like, how do you" they want a whole DJ lesson behind me. That's how nerdy
because what
the
they're
guys in
expecting you to
Toronto are.
say, this is what they're expecting.
They're
This is what
weird.
this is what
Just
they're
if you want
expecting.
my number, then just ask for it,
They
but don't
expect
be weird.
they're expecting this. They're expecting to come around. Okay, you're DJing, right? So the guy's gonna approach you. He's gonna be like, hey, look, that looks really interesting. Like, how long you been doing this for? Oh, been doing it for
Yeah, but they
some
want a full
years.
conversation with you. I'm
And
like,
I know,
"Dude, I'm
and I get it,
working."
and I get it.
They're
You're
like,
in
"Get
your
lost."
you're in your zone or whatever the case may
Yeah.
be. But here's how it plays out in their head.
Mhm.
Plays out like they approach you, then they kind of grabs your attention with their interest in what you're currently doing, and then all of a sudden, after a few words are exchanged, you probably just be like, hey, you know what, why don't you come over here and I'll show you, and then you put them in front of the controller or in front of the turntables, where the case may be, and then you kind of give them like this reach around them and just be like, okay,
Oh
give me
my
your hand,
gosh, I
and
would
you
never
place
do
your
that. That's
hand
a
on
guy
top of
move.
their hand.
I'm
You'd be
not a
like, just
dude.
move the record like
I'm not gonna
this.
put my hands don't even fit around someone's waist. I'm only
Or
5'1".
you'll just probably just like, just go
Like
around one
this.
side
I'll be
and
like
just
this
like,
around his waist, unless if he's a running back, then
do you
maybe I'll
remember
go
that
like this if he's a running back.
Do you remember that one album cover that
If he's a
Janet
football
Jackson
guy.
did when she had like the hands like covering up her
I'm not
chest?
gonna do that. You expect me to do
This
that to a guy when I'm DJing? You want me to lose the DJ gig as
the guy
well?
wants to he want they, but they want to feel
No.
like they grasped your attention. Like, oh yes,
Oh
I
my
got her in my
gosh.
grasp. She's touching me.
No.
She's showing me how good
Boyfriend,
she works with her hands.
we need to work on your moves. Please don't ever do that to a girl. You're gonna scare her. Um, you're gonna scare her, you know. The best thing that I had, I remember doing a DJ gig years ago, and it was a Portuguese event. Eliza, you may like this. Who knows? You may know them because,
Oh, so you follow
he's
Portuguese?
Portuguese. Yeah, so I did a Portuguese event, and there was like this really, really good looking Portuguese guy. He had kind of long hair. It was kind of weird a little bit because he kind of reminded me of Jesus, which is a bit odd, but he did kind of look like Jesus in a way because he had the beard, he had the long hair, and it was flowing. And they wanted like me to play, I guess, some hard rock or heavy metal in the later on in the night after Portuguese music and top 40 and everything. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll throw it in there. So at the end of the night, I'm like, this guy's a really good looking guy. Like he's like
Mm.
built and attractive and not totally the type of guy I would normally go for, but I was attracted to him. And I asked if he could help, or I asked someone if they could help me with my speakers. And he's like, oh, sure. He's like, I got them. And so he lifts up two ladies. He lifts up two of the speakers. And I said, oh, no, 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 that's too much. It's too heavy for you. He looks at me. He's like, don't worry. He's like, I got this. I was like, ooh, oh, wow. That is attractive. So he carried the two speakers to my car, and then you could hear all the guys speaking in Portuguese and whistling. They start whistling and like making fun of him in
No,
Portuguese.
they weren't making
So
fun
they're
of him.
all looking. Well, they're all saying stuff to him like "ooh," and they're
They
all
weren't making fun
whistling.
of him.
So I could
I'll
tell,
give you the philosophy behind that in a
yeah, I could
minute.
tell
But go
by
ahead.
their gestures they're kind of making fun of us. But he takes the two speakers. He's like, "I got this. Don't worry." And he starts carrying these speakers out for me. I was like, "Oh wow, that's like so attractive. Oh my gosh!" Like, so I did ask. I think it his auntie like that booked me. I actually mustered enough courage to ask like if he was single. I can't remember what she said. I was a bit embarrassed, but I'm like, he's like really attractive. And he carried both my speakers for me and popped them in the trunk. And he's like, oh, don't worry, I got it, you know? So yeah, that was attractive.
Those
But I
guys
gave
were
him my
cheering him
DJ
on.
card. But what I do is I give my DJ card and I say, "Oh, here's my DJ card." Like I'm marketing, and I think that should be enough for you to call me. But I guess I do it in a way like I'm marketing my DJ services because I don't have enough guts to be like, "Hey, like I think you're handsome," or "I'm kind of attracted." Like, um, or can we continue this conversation? Or maybe we could go out for coffee. Like, I don't do that. I wait for the man to lead. I feel like he's supposed to be the leader, right? So when you
Fair.
give a guy your card, shouldn't that be enough initiative? Or no? Would a
You
guy
kind of
just think
place
it's a
the
DJ?
ball in his court. Like you give
Mhm.
him the, well, here's my information. See, the thing is that there's a lot of guys who don't know how to see the signs of,
Yeah, that's what I heard. They don't.
because ladies do it a little bit more. Um, uh, what's the word? You're not very forefront with it, right? You kind of like a little bit more, just like just like, hey, just here's my card. Um, you should use that. A little bit more coy, I want to say, right? Less obvious. So, and some guys don't see that. Two
What do you
reasons
have
for
to
that.
do? Spell it out? Like, even when I go to Tim Hortons or you're working and you see someone and they say hi to you 3 times and smile and you're smiling, but then they don't initiate. They just walk out with their donut and pay their coffee. You're like, "Oh, man, he said hi to me 3 times." It's, like, such a misconnection in Toronto, in a big city, that I think men are confused and women are confused and both sides aren't trying. So they're like, "Why am I gonna put myself out there and try?" To me, I feel like that's trying. If I smile, if I say hi to someone, but then men say, "Well, no, it isn't really trying because we just think you could be married, you know? So we just think you're being nice, right?"
Which is where the guy should step up and be like, "Are you seeing anybody by chance?" And if we
Exactly.
get the answer that we want to hear, that should already be like, here's the answer that all guys want to hear, right? When we
Mhm.
ask the question, "Oh, is there anybody in your life, or are you seeing somebody?" No, not no, but there is somebody that no. Once a guy hears the answer, no, and nothing else after that, play ball.
Okay, I have a question for you. This happened to me recently. I don't even know if I should say it because I don't know if he's listening to my show. I don't wanna scare him. Oh, I don't know if I should put it out there. Um,
We're
okay, I'm
here.
just gonna say it, whatever. I don't care. Like, well, I do care.
I'll
Oh,
try to
man.
answer it in the best possible sense.
Ah, I wonder if I should just try to find a code thing where he can't no, he's gonna know if he listens to my show. Anyways, I doubt he's on my show, so I'm gonna just say it. Okay, so there was a really I'm just gonna even say the event. I don't care because if he's listening to my show, then he's gonna
You
know
could just say
it's
event. I
him.
mean, you can be,
Okay, so
subtle is the word that I
alright, that's
couldn't
fine. So
freaking
I went to yeah, but he's gonna know it's him. I went to an event recently,
we talking
right?
about you, dog.
And I was by myself. I like pushed myself, I'm like, okay, I got to push myself to go out, meet new people. I got to just push myself to go to this event, right? And it was kind of like a listening party. I went to this event and I saw a pretty attractive guy there. And he had a hat on, like, kind of like the hats that I like that I wear myself. So I had a hat on and he had a hat on. And I went by the bar just to grab a drink before
Fedora.
this listening party for this it was Melanie Fiona's listening party. I am going
Oh,
to
this is
hide.
recent. I saw
It was
that.
is very recent.
Okay.
I'm, like, seriously gonna hide if he's in the room. Like, I'm gonna be embarrassed sharing it, but I need to ask you guys for advice. So, we talked and I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna muster." So he was standing beside me and I looked at him. I was like, "Oh, nice hat. I like your hat." And he's like, "Oh,
'Cause you're
thank
wearing
you."
the same colored hat too.
Yeah, and he gave me, like, a big smile. He kinda gave that
Yeah, I like your
Montel
hat too. Like,
Jordan type of vibe, like the kinda look and the vibe. Good looking guy. Um, and he was totally my type. So I said to him, "Oh, like nice hat." I'm like, "What do you do in the city?" Like I just tried striking up more conversation with him. So then we talked for a bit and we were vibing, and then I left because I didn't want to look like too because I'm by myself, right? I don't want to be standing there. I don't know if he's with a woman. I don't know if he's with someone. So I left, and thank God I saw Jamar Nice, which for all you guys that don't know, he DJs. He's like on Chum FM, and he does the Marilyn Dennis show out here. He's on all the big billboards. He's on all the TVs. Anyways, he's a great guy, like really, really cool. And I went up to him and started talking to him because I just saw that he was there too. So then I discreetly went back to that guy, and he's like, "Oh, hey, we should take a picture." He's like, "Let me grab your Instagram." So I figured, oh, he's probably younger because he's asking for my Instagram, not my number. And I said, okay, cool.
I think that's a
So
norm.
he
No,
gives me his phone, and I see this beautiful woman on his phone screensaver. Like she looked like a model. So I'm thinking it's probably not an artist, it's probably his girlfriend. So I see this woman like fully pop up on his phone. And he was just very nonchalant. He just swiped her or swiped it up, and then he gave me his phone to put in like my DJ page. So I gave it to him. So then he's like, "Hey," he goes, "Yeah, we should hang out sometime. Why don't you come down to the studio?" Right? And he introduced me to his guy friend and that sort of thing, like his other friends there. And I thought, yeah, I don't think I go to a studio because we all know what's happened in entertainment, and I'm just not stupid that way. Like, and I'm not. No offense to any women, I don't mean it to any disrespect, but I just feel like going to a studio kind of means something, right? So then I just kind of brushed it off, and so he messages me, sends me the picture of us. And I said, "Oh, it was great meeting you," thinking he's going to ask me out for coffee. It
wait,
was a
picture of
Friday.
y'all?
Yeah, like because we took a picture together that night,
Okay,
right? So I
that's
figured, oh,
nice.
okay, he's not hiding anything because he took a picture with me. He posted it. Good looking guy. He's an artist. He like does music in Toronto. I think he's gonna blow up. He's got the look. He's got the sound. He's got everything. Oh gosh, I hope he's not listening. So, anyways, he messages me with the picture, and then Friday night he's like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?" I'm like, "Nothing. I'm just chilling," right? Like I normally do. And he's like, "Why don't you come down to the studio tonight?" And I'm thinking, why would I spend 2 hours driving to a studio by myself? I don't know what's going on there. I don't know how many men are there. So I basically called him out. I just said, "Hey, I don't know if I wouldn't go to a studio by myself with a group of with someone I don't know and a group of men I don't know." And then he made it almost seem like it was my problem. He's like, "Well, it's not that deep. I was just asking you to come because you DJ. I wanted to hear some of your DJ mixes." I go, "Well, you could hear them online. You could watch my show. Why would I go to a studio, guys? We all know what happened with Diddy and everything else. And human trafficking's real, so you got to be very careful dating. And I don't know why guys think you have the issue or the problem." So I sent it to my friend, and she's like, "No, this guy's total player. I could tell by his eyes." But she says that because she's dated like a million men, so she'll constantly be like, "No, no, no," to me, honey flu. But anyways, so he asked me twice. He didn't ask me out for coffee. It was the same day, Friday night. I'm like, who would do women just do this? They'll just jump in their car. Yeah, it's a nice studio. I've seen it online. It looks like a really rich like studio. But if you were really interested in getting to know someone, wouldn't you just ask them out for coffee? Like not to a studio?
As somebody who's been in the industry,
Mhm.
I know what happens in the studios some of the times. Um, a studio is a workplace. I know that I know for a fact that if I were to book out a block time to be in the studio, I'm gonna have a certain amount of time to get certain things done, and also at the same time, I'm spending a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
So I know how that works.
Or maybe he was
Um,
just showing it off, like showing how
Me
much money he
personally,
had. He's in a
me,
super nice
what,
studio.
well, me personally, the way I've always taken the studio is a studio is a workplace. A studio is an office. A studio is
Hmm.
where you go and you work. If there is a young lady inside of the studio, she's either she's either a part of the project or she's just somebody, that somebody has around for whatever particular reason, right? Whether just to have company, whatever the case be. Doesn't necessarily need to be anything of sexual or whatever the case may
Hmm.
be, but you know, um, but that's the way I see it.
Yeah, that's what
Because
I was wondering. Because
there's plenty of sessions where you know that would be in. They'd be like, why don't you call some of these girls up here? These girls up in here. And I'm just like,
it's so
okay,
disappointing because we
it's,
had a great conversation and like when you meet me, you can tell right away what type of woman I am, whether it's online or offline. There's like no guessing. So for me, it's like it kind of felt like, disrespect. Like it was disappointing because but then he kind of made it seem like, "Oh, well, it's no big deal. I just wanted to check out your DJ mixes." But you can't
and
check
you're
out
and
DJ
you're and you're
mixes
right.
from a
You're
studio.
you're
What am I gonna
absolutely
do?
right.
Bring a tape for him to play my DJ mixes? Like,
Wow,
I thought that
wow.
was weird. But you're right, he
Bring
could have put something in my drink, like, you just
bring your CD
so I think
and
before men get frustrated, I think they need to understand too, from a woman's perspective, you do have to be careful on these dating apps and just hooking up or just going out with this person or that person. Like some guys get very mad or irritated, like, oh, what? Like we can't text or what? You don't want to meet? But they got to understand we live in this crazy day and age. Like there's a lot going on, right? And if you respected a woman, you have to like, you know, have patience as well with her.
the chat is so funny.
Oh my gosh. But he didn't come across that way, guys. That's what's so crazy. He just seemed very normal, very cool. That's what's scary. You really
If
don't know. You don't
Here's
know.
how I would invite a woman over to a studio. One, if um, like okay, I understand that. Yes, I mean we all know DJ Honeyflow is a DJ. You're a DJ. Um, the way I would have used that. Now I'm saying I would have used. I want to say that's the wrong word to say. But the way I
Mhm.
would have gone about it would have been like, hey, so I know that you're a DJ. I have these one particular artist that I'm working with that I would like for you to meet. Would you like to come down to the studio and meet them?
Well, he
Eh,
did do that. Like some
Okay,
Afrobeat artist was he
okay,
supposedly was supposed to be some massive big
okay. You
guy.
missed that. Okay, so
I
that
don't know who he
detail.
was. I
So
didn't know
we
who he
missed
was.
we
Oh,
missed
no,
that
no, he
detail.
didn't no, he didn't say that he's introducing me. He introduced me that night to this Afrobeat guy. I had no hot clue who he was because I don't really know the who's who in Toronto. Apparently, like, he's super big. I don't know. His ring and his watch looked like they were, uh, like $1,000,000
Bedazzled,
exactly, but I don't
like
like
yeah.
you, those things don't really intrigue me. Like, I don't really care. Like, if you have 12,000,000 people, like, I I could care less, you know what I mean? Like, who are you as a person, right? Um, but he did introduce me to some of his people. So, yeah, I don't know, it's just disappointing
Like I
because
understand that they try to give you like an opportunity for something.
yeah, but
Then
look what
even
happened with
even
Diddy
though
and
the
all
still
that.
yours is still at your discretion to be like, hey, I don't think this opportunity is for me, or maybe
Yeah, I don't really
and
need an
especially if it's at
opportunity. I'm good.
majority of all the sessions do take place at night because that's what it
Yeah,
is.
because
Like
he asked me the same day. He's like, "What are you up to?" As soon as he sends the picture Friday, boom. He's like, "Oh, what are you up to tonight?" Like, it was the same thing like how you get on Tinder with these guys. They're like, "What are you doing tonight? Why don't we hang out?" I'm like, "I don't know if they're bored. I don't know if this is just a lazy day and age now. I don't know if a lot of women are just doing that, just hooking up and just going with no conversation." It seems to be because a lot of men are approaching you that way, you know?
right, and
Mhm.
not to, no, I don't mean this in any disrespectful manner, but um, not every guy is gonna understand what kind of women you are off bat. right?
I think they would in a
I mean, I
conversation, though.
get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I get what you
But I
mean
was
by
smiling a lot to him. I mean, he definitely
right,
was
and
the type.
r
I was smiling. I was,
like
more, like, open to meeting someone,
right. Your body
right?
language was there,
Yeah.
exactly what I mentioned before, like, I don't want to contradict that,
Mhm.
but also, there are wolves in sheep clothing,
Oh, yeah, 100%.
and you just
Even
gotta
in
be
the
wise
church,
enough just
which
to
is
just just
crazy.
just to point
You
those
always
out,
gotta
but
be wise. You can't have a down moment. You have to be careful in this day and age. You really do. Look at all the stories coming out in entertainment, like even interviewing some DJs. Like I remember interviewing Chris Cut, and she said, "Yeah, people put stuff in your drinks all the time being in Vegas as a DJ," right?
no
Oh,
rush, guys need to understand that, and it's
yes.
true, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, if I see if
I
I
was
see a beautiful lady,
shocked
like,
by that.
I wanna
Yeah.
make sure I take my time into really getting to know this individual. Now, if I see, something that can manifest, very quickly, where the case may be, I have a different motive.
Yeah. Well, that's good. But just as long as if you state your motives, like even if it's short term, right? Casual, like I don't agree with it, but I know that's where me and DJ Diamond Lee
I
got
was just
into
about to bring
the
that
debate.
up.
But you know what? That's his choice. That's his decision. I'm not judging anyone that goes there. I do understand that
Yeah, do
people are
what you
at
gotta do,
different
dog, but
well,
you
people are
just
at different things, right? For me, I'm strongly against that, but I get it. If you've been married for a long time and divorced, the last thing you wanna do is meet someone that's like, "Oh, I wanna get married." So I get everyone's at different stages, right? But I just feel like there's always a consequence to whatever you put out there when you're dating or whatever you choose to do, there's always a consequence for it. So do you wanna meet a bunch of women that, yeah, they're gonna do that with you, and then that's it? You'll never talk to them again. You might have fun for a minute, and then what? You move on to the next. Like, you can never, quench whatever it is, that thirst, or you can never, fill that appetite. It's always gonna be another and another. Like, how do you feel? But I appreciate guys being honest if they're short term or long term, right?
yeah, I mean, but, yeah, I'll just leave it at
How
that.
do you feel about short term or long term? Like, are you fine with short term? Like, say
I'm more
casual?
organic, if anything,
Mhm.
the, um but if the discussion does happen from the get-go where it's like, "Hey, this is what I'm looking for. Are you looking for this?"
Mhm.
Conversations sometimes. Like, I'm at a point in my life where it's just like I'm cutting uh a whole lot of the fat out of the conversation because I just wanna get straight into it. Because oh, shout out to Father Damien in the chat, by the way. Father Damien,
How
how
you
you doing
doing,
this
Father
evening?
Damien? Good to see you. It was just his anniversary, so congrats to that. We got DJ Skrilla Mac and everyone else in the building. Liquid Raver. Oh, I appreciate that, Liquid Raver, because I was confused, actually, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess it should be pretty clear, but because we had such a great conversation, I was disappointed and I was a little confused. Like, am I overreacting? Am I not? Like, you start second guessing your decisions, which seem crazy, but you should never second guess your gut, right? So,
I was exactly about to say that, like, what was your intuition telling you?
well, my gut felt a bit off because it was the second time he asked me to his studio. But then I thought, well, then I started thinking, well, maybe I'm overreacting because this is just the day and age where,
But
and
is
this
the
is where women
studio
get into things. They may go into a party, or they may, like what we saw with the whole, situation that's happening in entertainment. A lot of women go to these things either to, yeah, be seen or get an opportunity, or they're promised an opportunity. Like, you never think that you're going to go to a party and have someone slip something in your drink, or even on a date. Like, you're not expecting that, right? But those things do happen.
they
So
do,
you do have to be careful, right?
and
Um,
and people will understand that. Like, like, hey, like, you're somebody of a certain level of attraction, or just somebody who's within a certain type of environment that, you kind of know how the game goes and you're wiser. But there's certain people who just are don't understand it. And when they do get into those certain types of environments, they're just like, oh my goodness, they think it's all a part of that, that territory that is just like that's normal. But in all honesty, to anybody who's been in those situations or those environments, no, this is not the way it's supposed to go. But since you're new to this world, I mean, they're trying to take
So
you to
true.
they see you as gullible,
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Or they see you by yourself,
or
right?
they probably see as I'll tell you a couple of things. I'll probably either I'm not going to be the innocent one here and act like I never invited a girl to a studio. Like whenever I invited a girl to the studio,
Mhm.
yes, the pleasure of the company was nice. But as I mentioned, you're either going there for two things, either to take up space
Mhm.
or you're a part of the project.
Hmm. Mhm. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I definitely appreciate that for sure. So we're gonna flip it, guys. I know there's so many things we haven't even gone to on this show. Oh my goodness. I have a whole slew of stuff we haven't even gone to yet here.
We just
We haven't
we're
gone to any of it actually, which yeah, I
but we
guess
did
I
touch up on some
probably should.
things that I know that the the idea of the show was going to be a bit more on the fun side, which we have our fun moments,
Yeah.
but it's also nice to touch up on those conversations that should be had, so people should be on the lookout for. So like if you kind of think about it, it's kind of nice to not only be the fun show, but always being informative of certain things. And these certain experiences that you and I talk about, of course they're genuine, they're from our own experience, and but
Mhm.
they can always be, uh, educational for individuals who just probably don't know about these certain things.
Yeah, no, that's true. So I'm gonna play a few fun clips, you guys, and I'm gonna see its Fab4's take on these clips. There is no right or wrong answer, so yeah, definitely give the answer that you feel with some of these clips. So let me play. Get this
Chat,
ready.
I'm gonna need your help on this.
Yeah, let's get this ready, guys. I'm gonna try see if this works. Let's see here. Actually, I'm gonna go like this. Okay, let's see if this works.
Hi. Hello, welcome in.
Oh no.
Come on a little closer. Come on in, don't be scared. What's your name?
Oh no, I remember seeing that one.
You hung out, how's it been going? It's been good.
Oh wait.
I know you're trying to do.
And why'd you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Sekou and I'm 30. And it's the boost for me too. It's giving like Mary J. Blige. You do look good though.
Thank you.
You do. Can't lie.
Hold on once. I'm gonna play another one here.
Popping your balloon?
I'm Shay, I'm 27, and I don't see the connection. I don't feel it either, so sorry.
Now, is she someone that's your type?
No,
Okay. Why not?
her legs.
What's wrong with her legs?
They're hairy.
That's my leg. That's my hair. Oh, my thighs?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's it. That's it, though.
Oh, okay. I don't do the thighs.
No worries.
Yeah.
That is brutal. What did you think? Okay, so let's talk about the last clip right there, which was hilarious to me. I'd be mortified, man, if I mean, because that's a gorgeous woman. She's gorgeous. So I would be mortified, but she seemed pretty confident. She's like, "Hey, look, she said she didn't shave her thighs. So I was kind of a bit surprised though if you're wearing a short dress like that, ladies, like you're literally not you're gonna let like your legs be half hairy like a Sasquatch and then the, the other side of the leg like bare? Like, come on now. She's
Oh
a
god.
gorgeous
Oh my
woman. So I
gosh.
was a little surprised that she was wearing that short dress and that's the first thing he noticed, but he kind of had a good comeback because she was a gorgeous woman after she rejected him. What did you think of the last clip?
Okay.
And
'Cause
chat, put it in the chat what your thoughts are. Okay, go ahead.
so a man's ego is not everything that he has, but depending on like because everybody gets defensive at some point whenever they. I have a saying. Let me just start there. I have a saying. If you want to learn the true character of an individual, you learn it when they don't get what they want.
Mhm.
I've been rejected plenty of times. I
Really?
remember.
I don't see that.
Stop it.
I don't see you getting rejected.
Stop it.
Whatever. Lies. Not
Anyways,
after the gray sweatpant raid. I don't see you getting rejected. You have a fan club of women on your show.
they're all they're people that support me with what I do, of my
Sure, that's what they
DJing.
say. That's what they
Like
say.
I don't,
I've definitely seen some women
try
on your
to
show.
woo everybody and be like, yes, because for them
There's
to stick
certain
around.
DJs you can't talk to because there's certain women that definitely don't like it on Twitch. I've seen that on your show. I won't call them out. I don't know if they're here. I don't think they're here.
No, because the first fact that everybody, well, I guess it's pretty much out there is that one, I am single. Secondly, I belong to nobody. Thirdly, the only
You
girls
belong to
that
your dogs.
I belong to my dogs. That's gonna be my third point.
Oh
My
no.
heart belongs to my girls. My girls have my heart in their little paws. My hands look like this, so their paws can look all nice and well maintained,
Let's
right?
see your hands. Let's see your hands. Put them closer to the camera. Oh, okay. It looks like they're well manicured.
Oh well, because because I know I was going to be on the show, and I might want to come out here with dusty fingernails and such.
Okay, that's good.
Um,
You paint clear nail polish on your
no,
nails, or
I don't.
oh,
I
it looks
don't get.
shiny. Like it looks like you've manicured them quite well, nicely.
Yeah, I make it with my teeth, and I'm just like
Oh,
do one of these and just
oh,
just look at it,
okay.
just like
Oh, so you
you
are a
know,
nail biter. Okay.
um, uh,
Hopefully you don't do that with your dogs.
no, I don't put their paws in my mouth and just like give me your paw. Oh, it's just,
I'm sure the guy I dated from Virginia probably did that.
I was gonna say that. I'm pretty sure that's
No,
what
he
that's what
probably did
Homeboy
it
did.
because the dog's nails were like claws. They're like this guy's, like coming
Their
at me.
claws.
I feel like they did it on purpose. Every time I would try to like give him affection, like hug him or give him a kiss, they'd like start barking and going crazy, like these little crazy chihuahuas. They grind their teeth like that at me.
Like
And
how?
then anytime like don't clip this. Don't clip this. So they do that at me. They'd hiss. I'm telling you guys, these dogs knew what they were doing. They would like always try getting his attention. And I'm not
Because
gonna
he spoiled
lie,
them.
I was a bit jealous of those dogs. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I just wanted to kick them when he was gone, because he was a real country guy. Sorry, I know you're not gonna like anything I'm saying here. I do like animals, but these dogs kind of made me a bit jealous. I'm not gonna lie. And there was two of them. Their eyeballs were always on me. Every
Hold on.
time I tried cuddling with him or like watching a movie with him, they'd be barking and getting mad and at me. And I'm just like, oh, I can't believe I'm competing against dogs. And this guy was a very good looking guy. This guy, he was a model. He was from Virginia. He, I almost married this guy in my 20s, guys. Oh, jeez. Wait, what? What is happening here? And yeah, I know what you're gonna do. Don't even try. Don't even try. I got a weapon in my hand. A
Talk
pair
about
of
dogs one more
scissors.
time. What was that about dogs?
I mean, I love dogs. I do love dogs, but I just don't like when you have to compete against them. And they're like, "How you doing, DJ Michael Motion?" And they're like licking his head and his face and his lips and like eating with him and sleeping with him and
N-
their claws are like this long, longer than SWV's
So where
nails.
are my
No,
dogs supposed to
that's not
sleep
going to happen.
if not with me?
They sleep in another room or they sleep on the floor. They got to sleep with you. You got hair all over. Oh, please. Well, if you're going to do that to me, listen, I will say, okay, let's get into this then. Let's get into this right now. I'm going to
let's
ask
get
you.
into it because we were just
Let's get
having,
into some
we
questions
were having a
right now.
wonderful discussion.
No,
we were going to get into the whole balloon.
You know
pop
what?
thing.
You know what? Whatever. I got balloons of my own too for you. So let's just get into this right now because I was supposed to pop this balloon on you first before you popped it on me.
Well, you decided to bring the heat with talking about dogs, and
I mean,
dogs are
I
the most
like
cutest thing in
dogs.
the world. I
No,
mean,
dogs are cute, but like, come on, like you're gonna take your dog's attention over your woman's attention. You'd
well,
rather
she
take your
better.
dog's attention over a woman's attention?
Well,
Seriously?
she better sit when I tell her to.
Who better sit, the dogs or her? Do you talk to the dogs like you talk to your woman? I would.
No, I'm just saying, like, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Say if we were at a nightclub, right? And I go, hey, duck, and you don't duck, guess what?
I
Something
have a
happens.
feeling that you would take your dog's attention over a woman's attention. Like you'd be the type that is all like courting a woman, taking her out for dinner, and you're like, "Oh, hey, it was really nice, but I got to get home." And you got to get home early and cut off the night because you want to cuddle and be with your dogs.
I like my sleep with my dogs.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you since we're getting into this right now. So your first date that you have, and be honest, don't give an answer because there's a lot of ladies in this chat. You know, don't give the politically correct answer. I should call you Fabio. Give a right answer. So on the first date, would you go Dutch or would you pay for the girl? Oh my gosh, she's
Like
thinking of this.
venti coffee Dutch or
No, like take her out. Okay, so for the first date, you plan it. No coffee date. Like you take her out to a decent restaurant. Would you pay or would you go Dutch? Be honest.
okay, are we being honest or are we just being funny?
No, let's be honest. Let's be
Okay.
honest. And
Okay.
don't give what the ladies want to hear, Fabio. I already know. I get the vibe that you would give sometimes.
No, okay.
people
No,
hear.
in all
Give the truth.
honesty. Okay, no, in all honesty, if I'm the one that initiates the date, yes, I would take care of everything. I
What
would be
happens
the
if she
one.
initiated it?
If she initiated it, then there better be a discussion of where we're going and what we're going to do exactly. But to be honest with you, even if she did initiate it, I'll probably be like, like I don't know. It's just like
Because some feel like if whoever initiates pays.
no, then we go in Dutch if she initiates it. Here's the way I see it, right? I see I'm not it took you a while.
How did I break
It
a
took
balloon?
you a while.
How did I break a blue aerobics ball on someone and I can't even break a balloon? You're out on that one. I disagree.
Here's the
Who
thing.
cares if she initiates it? It's the first date. A man should always be a man and
But
pay.
aren't I supposed to be the one to be like, hey, what are you doing tonight? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
but
ready,
men
bud?
don't do that out here. It's like I feel like you
Okay,
gotta like cradle
I'm
them.
sorry, but
You gotta like plan everything. You gotta do everything, especially if they're laid
is that
back or
another balloon?
introverted.
How many
I got
balloons you
another
got back there?
balloon. I got another balloon for you.
Jeez.
I'm going to ask you. Oh, DJ Just Delicious has a question. I have a question. So when you hit 60s and you have a harder time getting the dates, do you think about what it will be like to be that age and what happens? Well, yeah, I talk to my mom all the time. You're a man, I'm assuming, right? DJ Just Delicious? Because if you are, I may need to look at your picture because my mom's always looking and she's a beautiful woman. She's 68 years old. I don't know how old you are, but she's always telling me to look for her. And I'm telling you, my mom's gorgeous and she's got game, maybe a little too much game because she's the one who gets steak dinners and gets people taking her out, but she wants to find someone nice. And she says it's very hard in your 60s as well, to meet someone. If anyone's got any ideas, if you're in your 60s, drop it in the chat. But who knows? Maybe we can make a connection, like not with me, but like with my mom. You never know. Um, DM me your picture, and I will send her like my mom's picture to you. You never know. You never know. But you
Um,
can't be crazy. You got to be a good guy, good person.
you didn't give me a moment to explain myself.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I say that I would say if a woman would initiate a date with me, I would, in a sense, feel emasculated because you're the
Oh.
one saying, right?
Hmm.
If I'm correct, early in the conversation, we said, or you said, that most women would like a man to take charge, or like a man to take on the leadership, or like a man to initiate everything and to make sure everything goes right. Now, if you got to make that happen, how does that make you look? Hey, we like to. Hey, we should go on a date, and I'll pay for the date. That kind of makes you look a little thirsty, and kind of makes you look a little bit more. I get alpha women. I get women taking charge and stuff. But let's let's be honest. The majority of the time, women want a man to take that lead.
Yeah, but
Women
what happens if they're introverted, they're shy, and they're just like, "Oh, well, whatever you want to do, wherever you want to go."
then if that's what you want to put up with, that's what
Hmm.
you want to put up with. You know what you're getting yourself into. Don't come crying later on down the line that, oh, my
Good at
man
being
doesn't, oh, we do
honest.
the same thing. Other he takes me to the same, we watch the same damn Marvel movies and whatever the kids. I'm just talking what just reckless on my
Hmm.
part. But no, but either way, just don't come later down the line talking about like, well, he doesn't really stand up or he really doesn't do, certain things that you yourself by your standards would want a gentleman to do for you or a man to do for you, right?
Hmm.
Because sooner or later down the line you're going to be the one going up to clean out the gutters, and he's going to be, because you enable that. But if you enable a man to be like, hey, I think you should be the gentleman to go ahead and
Michelle Cake says, "Don't bring Marvel movies into it." If anyone's got any ideas, guys, for DJ Just Delicious, sorry, it's a female, so that's not going to work for my mom. She's wondering in her 60s, how do you meet? That's a great question, especially as you get older, because my mom's running into that thing too, that she's finding it hard. But my mom talks to everyone, like on the street, in restaurants, everywhere. I think in a small city for my mom, it's harder because everyone's married, or even guys at this age don't really want anything serious. They're just coming after her with crazy things too. So she says it's challenging. She goes to like what is it called, like different clubs, like this Italian association place, I don't know what you call it.
like soirees and
It's
cigar
almost, yeah,
bars.
yeah, kind of like that. Like, I think she'll go to church. My mom goes to church I think she scopes out men. Oh my gosh, she's so embarrassing too. She'll go to coffee shops, like, and she'll just ask if, oh, the other day, DJ Just Delicious, she talked to a man at Costco's, and she did ask if he was single, and he said no, he's got a wife. He was helping her and giving her more samples and stuff. And it was cute. But my mom's got game. She doesn't care. She'll go up to men and whatever. I'm quite opposite from that. So maybe try those things, like go to Home Depot or go to, I don't want to say bingo. It may sound a little older. Maybe the casino. I don't know. What do you think? It's Fab Forte meeting someone in their 60s. What do you think?
To be quite honest with you, I'm still trying to figure out my 40s. I'm still trying to
Yeah,
figure
I
out dating
know.
in my 40s. Dating
I
in your
feel you.
20s, everybody's been there, everybody's done that. Everybody goes through the worst of heartbreaks. Everybody
Yeah.
goes through their puppy love stage. Some people go through marriage in their 20s, and and whatever works out, works out. And in your 30s, either if you're still with the individual and you're still either still building and you're still just trying to, build a foundation for yourself, whatever the case may be. Um, I'm still trying to figure out my 40s. But I will
That's
say
true. I
this.
am too. I'm still trying to find someone for myself. So
So
I
for
agree.
somebody in your 60s, I mean,
Actually, there was something you sent me here in my little notes. Itsfabforte. You sent me some great. He actually really sent me some really good information, guys. So I want to actually just read it out quickly.
she's just being
Um,
nice.
no, he did. He sent me some really good stuff on dating. It kind of got me thinking, and we haven't even done it, gone through anything that I wrote down in the show. But it says places to meet someone outside of dating apps. So hopefully this helps you guys. Um, you could go to local events, sports leagues, grocery stores, the farmers market. I met quite a few men that were my mom's age that I videoed for her that she liked. The gym, running groups, running clubs are very popular for singles in Toronto. Everyone's running now, which I find funny. The coffee shop, at work. I wouldn't really suggest at work, but anyways, networking events, volunteer groups would be a great one. Like maybe volunteering in something that you enjoy, if it's like painting or helping the homeless, or I don't know. There's tons of volunteer groups
For
too.
me,
Mhm.
animal shelters.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Animal shelters. Yeah, that way you could find someone, you could find a woman that likes, you know, uh, a dog licking their face too. Like both of you can hang out on a Friday night and have both of your dogs lick each other's faces. Meeting someone at an animal shelter. I
I
think that
mean, if
would work
her
for you.
dog ended up, if
You can
let's
both
be
like
honest, if a
you could
woman had
both
a
do a
dog,
Zoom call. You could both do a Zoom call with your cats and snuggle
I don't know, I don't know about cats.
sleeping together like on the Zoom call. You can, cuddle with your dogs and both be on a Zoom call together.
Exactly, DJ Cedar or DJing. I
You
mean,
could
I
both
wouldn't
have them
mind.
like lick your toes, her
Oh
and you,
gosh,
on the Zoom call,
this guy really like did a
and then
number on you.
and then lick your plate of food as well
Well,
together,
that's gonna well.
and enjoy a nice dog moment.
For me, a nice dog moment would be like something like Lady and the Tramp. When they're both eating that one
Animal
stick of
shelter.
spaghetti, and then all of a
This is
sudden
supposed
they
to
just
be
end
a
up kissing
nice
each other.
This is supposed to be, you know what?
She's trying to pop a
After you
balloon with a
mention the
point.
animal shelters, you guys, I love animal shelters, but this whole dog thing is out of control.
They-
This is gonna blow up in my face.
Face licking Fridays, Crystal. Only you.
Yeah, face licking Fridays. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want to, yeah. But I do love animals. Don't get me wrong. Just none of those things. Yes,
You're a
that's a good
cat
one.
person, aren't you?
I do like cats
Okay,
because
that's that explains
cats
why.
are snobby. Do you feel like, okay, I'm going to really generalize, but I kind of believe it's true. I feel like cats are like women. Hear me out before you guys throw something at me. Cats are like women and dogs are like men. So basically, a cat is kind of like moody, like I want to cuddle when I want to cuddle, leave me alone. Like it could be very confusing with a cat. I want my space. Now I want to purr and come up to you and like snuggle with you. Now I want you to leave me
And
alone.
lift
Now I'm
my
going to
butt
claw
in front of
you.
your face so you can see.
Exactly. And now I'm going to claw you if and I
I'm gonna
demand food. I
I'm
want
gonna
my
claw your
catnip.
couch whenever I'm not getting whatever I don't get what I want.
I want my catnip. I want my food now. And I want to go to sleep and I want to relax. So I kind of feel like cats are like women where we're kind of like that, like a bit moody. You got to know the cues. You have, as men, you have to guess a lot at it. You have to just know how we feel. And then dogs, I feel, are not stupid. Sorry, men. I'm not saying you guys are, but dogs are just like always happy. They're always excited. They're very simple. Just feed me, cuddle me. I'm always happy to see you. When you open up the door, I'm always going to be happy. And I kind of feel like that's how men are. They're very simple. I think, you want someone that
Especially with our
feeds you.
friends.
Yeah, like you're just
Our
very
male friends at
simple.
that.
But we're more complicated. I think women are more complicated,
Then why do you
in the
think
way we
cats
think.
always why do you think there's cat fights and not dog fights or something different. But cat fights,
But you could be so mean to a dog and the dog's still going to love you. So I kind of feel like men are like dogs and and women are like cats. Do you guys agree or no in the chat room? Let me know. I'm curious. Let's see here. I'm reading some of these comments as well. What do you think with the statement? Do you agree or no?
I kind of had that theory at one point in my life because I was originally a cat person.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-pandemic, before the pandemic happened, actually when I was living in Miami, I actually had a cat. I had a little girl cat, white as snow. I call her Nilla, no short for Vanilla. Um, very prissy, very petite, very delicate, and just like the way I treated her, I was just like, oh my gosh, like I really treated her like, she had certain like feminine characteristics, a cat, right? But then when I finally got my dogs, even girl dogs, even though they still, have their qualities as dogs that that they, unconditional love, and they're just always, happy to see you. They just seemed a little bit more rough around the edges because of the fact that you can do certain things with them that you can't do with cats.
Mm-hmm.
Cats, well, you can't take them out because they
Yeah, you
just,
can. Have you seen those cat videos where they put it on the collar and they're all? Those are
that's
so interesting.
weird.
I love them.
That's weird.
But you know what? I was Googling because I'm like, how does this cat find its way back? Because I heard a cat, you could let it go out, you guys, and they can go for 5 miles, it says, and find their way back. But they're like chasing things, they're getting in cat fights, they're doing all this stuff.
But
I'm
why they
always
getting in
intrigued.
cat fights?
How do they find their way back? I don't know. I think they're territorial, right? And women
Right?
can be kind of like that too, maybe a little bit, like more like not mark their territory because men could be like that too. But I just feel like, yeah, women are definitely more like cats. You never
Yeah.
know what you're going to kind of get.
I agree with
And
that
they're
to an extent.
sneaky. They're sneaky a little bit. Like I feel like if it came to cheating, a man would get caught far more than a woman would. What do you think of that? Do you think
'Cause
that's true or no? I feel like
because
women
dogs will
can be a
hump
bit
each
more
other in the
sneakier.
park, like right there
Oh
in
my
front of
gosh.
everybody, not care. When was the last time you saw two cats get it on?
I don't know. I
Yeah,
think
yeah, exactly.
I don't
They're
even
very
know.
sneaky.
I think yeah, I'm not even sure actually. Yeah. I don't
See,
know.
so
But I feel
the
like
truth
women
comes
are
to light.
kind of could be a little bit more sneaky. They could keep up with whatever, and um like they kind of know what they're doing. I feel like with a man, if he were to do that, like
Oh
he
my
would
goodness,
usually get caught, you know, which refers me
Miss
back
I
to a
am
dog.
me. Sorry to cut you off. Miss I am me. Send me a whisper. I'm gonna go ahead and try to hook you up with something. You can make your pets emotional support animals, and you don't have to pay those ridiculous charges. That's what I did with my girls. Like
Oh.
before I moved to my new place, and I went that route. And these girls actually live rent free. I can say they live rent free. Before, I kind of had to pay for the rent, but now they really live rent free because I don't pay nothing for them. So look
Oh yeah?
into making
Wow.
your pets into emotional support animals. Wow, this is really a nice left turn because we just went
I
from
think
like dating to
we've
like
turned
dogs.
everything. Yeah, let's get back to dating. We were gonna say I have another balloon here. So my question is,
Oh yes,
um,
question.
like, I'm trying to see here. Would you date um someone that's like shorter, like someone that's like 5 feet, like say someone's uh like another streamer, you know? Would you date someone that's shorter, like 5 feet?
Would this
Like maybe
let me
5'1",
ask
would you
let me
date
ask a
someone
counter
that's like
question to
5'1"?
that. When this
Yeah,
person sits down on the couch, are their feet touching the ground? Yes or no?
maybe.
No.
Maybe
If their feet can't
maybe they're
touch the ground
swaying.
when they're sitting on the chair, I don't think so.
What?
That's too short. That's like dwarf size at that point.
I can't pop this balloon. I can't pop this balloon. What? So you're saying you will not date a short girl if her feet can't touch the ground? You know what?
I mean, you know what it is that
You're
hey, can
annoying.
you get that from can you climb up the damn cabinets yourself and go get what you need? I knew you were talking about yourself. That was the funny part. I knew you were talking about yourself.
I bet you can't do that. I bet you can't do that online. Take that. Take that. Take that. Here's another balloon ready for you.
Did you
And they
just blow
say
that
this
up in
balloon
front of
poppy
us?
people are so picky. I just blew it up. I feel like I'm going to pass out. I need a glass of water. I feel like I need a glass of water. That took everything out of me. I'm only 5'1", guys. That took a lot out of me. I don't think I've blown up a balloon since I was a kid.
Well, just to be fair, you did say 5 feet, not 5'1".
How tall are you? You're 5'10", right?
5'11".
Oh, that's a good height.
But if I wear my Timbs, I'm 6 feet.
What's the shortest girl you dated?
5'3", 5'4". She was.
SNS. Hey, how you doing, SNS? Have you been around here or what? She says she's crying. She's laughing. SNS, you got anything for Itsfabforte Latina? Miss I Am Me. Some of you guys know him. Come on, give me something here. Give me something to ask him. Give me something to ask him.
Give her something to ask me so she can go ahead and pop a balloon on.
What's up with making fun of short girls? I know when I did my stream, he was making fun of me. He's like, "Oh, can your feet even touch the ground off the couch?" And
Because you can literally see on the screen that you weren't touching it.
yeah,
I
like
was
good
just,
things
I was
come
just
in
like, is
small
she just like,
buddy?
I was like,
Good things come in small packages. We are TFSA. Is it TFSA? TFSA approved. Does that mean trial sized?
the only
We're
good thing
trial
about
sized approved.
short girls is that whenever you get mad, I can just pick you up and just like put you in my pocket and tell you time out.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
You'll
Actually.
come out. I'll let you out when you're calmed down.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like they can't take you seriously. Like I remember dating this guy. He was only 5'9", but he was a very good weight, let me tell you. 200 pounds, like solid muscle ladies. Very, very nice. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
But
5'11", 210 right now.
oh really?
And
Oh.
I'm still my weight's
You're
still going
5'11",
down.
210. How
And my
many
weight's still
can you
going
do
down.
any chin-ups?
Maybe like 4
Oh.
good chin-ups.
Do you go to the gym?
I was at the gym earlier today.
Oh, that's good. So you lift weights?
I do lift weights.
Oh.
I do work out. I do take care of myself. I'm
Oh,
very
yeah?
health. I'm
Okay.
very health. I'm very cognizant of my health, especially nowadays.
Oh, SNS says, "Oh, I didn't know you were 5'3". What is your background, SNS? I'm curious. I didn't She's from Toronto too. I didn't know you were 5'3". I thought you were a lot taller. Ooh, you never dated a guy
I
under
can get
6'.
into that subject that SNS is talking about. SNS, hi, by the way. I can get into that subject if
I
I
thought
really,
5'9"
really
was
wanted
short.
to.
I thought 5'9" was short, but it isn't. He would always laugh at me. He's like, "Girl, I'm 8 inches taller than you." And they would always laugh. Like they never took me seriously. Anytime you get into a fight or an argument, he would do the same thing. Like you say, pick you up and stuff you in his pocket, like he
I
would
just
just
say,
laugh.
you just calm down.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know if I want to touch up on that. That, women saying that they don't date guys that are 6 feet and under. I don't know if I want to get into that, but I don't have to worry about it because, like I said, when I put my Timbs on, I'm 6 feet. Like I'm tall enough for like a lot, but there are short kings out there, right? Like there
Oh, he
are short
doesn't do
kings out there.
squats.
There are guys out there that they could probably do more than what that 6 foot tall, dude can't do, right? Like, run around in the shower in order to get wet. Like,
Oh, Liquid Raver prefers 5'7", 5'9". He says he dated a girl that was 5'1". He prefers taller. That's interesting. Most guys, I find like short men always make fun of your height. It's usually the tall men that don't. Like I feel like I have to tell people my height on a dating app so they don't see me and they're just like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were that short." Like it's like, "Really?" But then tall men, they don't care at all. Like if you say, "Hey, I'm 5'1", they're like, "Oh, okay, great." They have no problem. And I'm talking tall, like 7 feet and over too. Why is that? Why do short guys always make fun of your height, like shorties that are like 5'6" and under or 5'7" and under?
don't know,
You
but
don't know?
I guess it's just confidence. It's
Yeah,
just
I agree
every
with that,
guy's gonna have a
SNS.
level of confidence with them. Like once a man comes to terms with something about himself,
Mm-hmm.
once he comes to terms with it, okay, cool. It is what it is. This is what I got. This is what I can offer. But you know, I'm gonna utilize what I have, right? Like, okay, you don't like, okay, you're 5'3" and you don't date guys shorter than 5'6". Well, okay, then I bet you anybody who's over 5'6" can't take care of you like the way I can take care of you, or do
I
this and
don't
this and
really
that.
care
Like,
so much
like
about height, like, anymore. I don't. I feel like character and that I'm trying to go for a lot more than someone's looks. 'Cause do you feel like it can grow? Like, for me, in some relationships, it can grow. I've been in relationships where people are like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you went out with him." Like, it's like scratching a record, like, so rude. Your friends legit say that to you. But I feel like chemistry and attraction can grow through a friendship. Do you think it has to be immediate, chemistry and attraction? Like, does it have to be immediate for you? And it's okay to say yes, because all my friends say, yes, you have to be attracted right away. But
you
I'm
as a
not
woman
normally.
or me as a man.
No, like you. Like, would you uh, give someone a chance that you weren't attracted to, no chemistry, but then it started growing in a friendship? Like, I would do that.
If we have the discussion that we're strictly platonic, then that's what's going to be. Because
Hmm.
I've had women who would smother me with attention and such, and I would like, luckily I'm not the type of guy that, if that I would take advantage of women like that. There's one quote that I actually go by, right? And I don't know if it's true. I don't know if he said this or not, but it's a quote that's been around the internet. But only a coward would have the intention of opening up a woman's love and not loving her.
Hmm.
And I took that, and I took it, and I'm like, you know what? That's dope. I'm gonna take that with me, and I'm gonna carry with me. But of course, there's guys out there that just like, the second you show me any attention, ooh, she's trying to get some. Oh, then let me go ahead and see what I can do. Like, let me take advantage of it and see whatever I can do and make it happen. Fortunately, I'm not one of those type of dudes. I'm not trying to bolster myself or make myself seem like, nah, because it's not cool. Because that guy, like we mentioned, a little while ago, it's like, okay, I had my one little player phase, and
Hmm.
okay, I'm out of that phase. Now I'm on to, I know what that life was about, and I know it was crazy, and I grew up from that, and it's all about maturing. It's all about going to the next level. It's all about you know, um, but as long as I don't believe that women and men can be friends.
That's
Un
interesting. My friend
Unless
Karen
it's
says that.
strictly platonic.
I think they could be friends, but
I don't
because we're
think so.
friends. Yeah, but okay, look at
I
me,
don't
for
think
instance,
so.
or the female DJs on here. We're friends with, like, how many guys have I've interviewed? Over 300 guys on here in the last 4 years.
We're
Are you saying that
acquaintances and we're
you can't be
peers
friends?
and we're colleagues, first
Mhm.
off. That's
So
what
then
we
you
are.
can be friends, though.
But being a friend and being a colleague are two different things. Being work professional and knowing that, okay, hey honey, yo, I like that new edit that you played of so and so song. Yo, let me get that. Oh, yo, I got you here. Bam.
So you
Oh,
think
fab.
there's always gonna be someone in the relationship that's interested. Well, yeah, just
At some
here.
point,
Yeah,
somebody's gonna grow
I'm in
feelings
a
towards one
male-dominated
another.
industry, so when I say 300 guys in the last 4 years, it's been a lot of female DJs and streamers, but it's mostly men, right? Because 'Cause I'm in that industry of entertainment. How you doing just here on YouTube? Because 'Cause they're like 300 guys. That's why. It's because 'cause you're in a male-dominated industry, right?
That's
So you're
pretty
gonna
funny.
get more guys. But I consider
Was that
them
the whole
more.
Spartan army?
Yeah.
Like,
No, but I consider them more of my bros, like my older brothers. Like,
I,
just because you joke around with someone in the chat doesn't mean that you want them. I do feel some women feel a little uh, inferior to that when you jump in chat rooms and you're chatty and talking to their DJ, and their DJ gives you attention. So I pull back now. I'm just like, whatever. I don't have time for that. But some women definitely get very territorial. But this is my personality. I'm not going to change it for anyone. Like, if I talk to you, I'm talking to an 80-year-old that way. I'm talking to a 5-year-old that way. That's I come from a small city. This is how we are, right? But I do see that on Twitch a lot. So,
Territorial and overprotective are two different things. I just want to put that out there.
like
Like
overprotective. But what are they
being protective.
overprotective?
That is, I'm sorry, being
But
protective.
if
Not
their
overprotective.
DJ is talking to you, how is that being overprotective? It's just shows the insecurity in their end. But anyways, that's up to me.
Then that's being territorial
Or that's
because
something. This is a different topic, I guess.
yeah, I know, I get that, I get it.
Yeah.
But Liquid Raver, no, it's my perception and my experience. I don't think guys and girls can be friends because at some point somebody's going to catch feelings, and unless I'm telling you, unless it is said from the start, yo, we are strictly platonic. I had this conversation with a few women in my life. And I'm just like, hey, listen, you're attractive. You know how to be, how to play it.
DJ
And I
on
had
the
to be
ones
like,
and twos. How you doing?
hey, listen, you're an attractive lady, but unfortunately, I just don't see you like that. It's not because you're not my type or the case may be, but
That's
I just don't
interesting. So you
see
don't think they
you
could be
like
friends?
that.
Yeah.
But I don't. But I do appreciate the energy, and I do appreciate your energy, and I do appreciate you being supportive with everything you do,
Mhm.
and I will reciprocate that towards you. Now, once again, that's just me, but there are people out there that will take advantage of that and be like, oh wow, like this individual showing me attention, bam, let me go ahead and see what I can get out of it. And then that's when you know hearts are broken and
Yeah,
feelings and all
that's
this other
true.
mess
Be
is
true.
made. See,
Yeah.
I'm not like that because I don't want that. I just make it
But
known.
women could friend zone really easily and be fine
And
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 chill with their guy friends, like, for a long time, and be
and
fine.
that's the double standard that women have.
Maybe. Yeah.
It kind of is. There's a I don't want to say the saying, but it falls along along the lines of that. I'm trying to remember exactly, but it's something along the lines of like men can only sleep with women. Men only sleep with women that they're able to, and marry whoever they want. But women can sleep
Interesting.
with whoever they want, but marry whoever they're able to. Something along that lines,
I don't
which
feel like
is
they have the choices to marry whoever they want to because you wouldn't because you have so many single women out there, so many single good women out there as well.
granted.
Yeah.
Once it's just like a not generalization, but but remember there is that statistic out there that
Mhm.
by what 2030 there's going to be 50% more women than men on the
There's
planet,
gonna be
or
robots, guys. We better
and
start.
women are going to have to start
No,
competing against robots at some
that's
point.
another
That's
thing I was gonna
that's
ask you.
crazy.
You know what dating apps, they say that someone just told me the other day they don't trust dating apps because all of it's filled with AI. Now I'm starting
Yes.
to believe it because on Facebook and Instagram, I watch this really cool video, guys, and they're saying, they said don't even bother arguing with someone online because they said that they designed these programs.
Tina.
We could all be the experiment, guys. So they designed all these programs filled with AI. So everyone you're arguing with, like over politics and COVID and everything that we've been arguing on Facebook, pretty much, they said that it was all AI generated. So the person you're probably arguing with is a bot. It's definitely not like a real person. So they're saying with these dating apps to make them popular, and it makes sense because they're trying to make money. They're not looking for real connections on these dating apps. They're trying to get money, get paid on Tinder and all these apps, right? Get you addicted where you keep scrolling, flipping, and you're constantly doing that and you're never satisfied and you have like 300 people in your inbox. So do you think we're all kind of getting duped in a sense online?
I think guys are getting more duped than women
In what way?
in the way that as we spoke earlier, if you were to open up your dating profile, your dating app right now, and go through your messages, pretty sure it's all the guys are authentic, majority of them, right?
I don't know. I'm
Because
trying to think they're AI or scams or guys from
I
Act
could
which is a
shit.
lot.
I'm sorry. Here's one thing that I've come across, or I think I've come to terms with, right?
Mhm.
So yes, I've been on dating apps. The one thing that automatically tells me stop the conversation is whenever we try to take it from uh the actual app,
Mhm.
the actual dating app, and they try to go on something like WhatsApp or telemessaging or
Oh my
something of that
goodness.
nature.
Yes, I can't
That's when
stand
I
that.
automatically know that either it's a bot or um it's either a bot or it's somebody just trying to scam you for something.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
Okay,
And
so that does happen on your end.
oh yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
feel like I have so many, like, I mean, every woman has hundreds in her inbox, but when you work online, you don't really want to go back on another app and continue texting. I feel like I wait for the guy to ask for my number, but no one's asking for your number anymore. Like no one's asking you out. They're not asking for your number. They just want to continuously talk on this app. And if they do get your number, then they'll go on WhatsApp or the Telegram thing. I'm not downloading that thing to text even more. And I'm like, well, why did I give you my number if you don't want to have a phone conversation? You know what I mean?
See, and that probably comes to conclusion that
Mhm.
the reason why it probably takes so long for a guy, to try to like, call you or the case may be. And by the way, hi Diva,
Like,
hola
are they
Diva.
scared? Are they scared to ask for your number or something?
Well, they're probably still trying to figure out if you're a bot or not.
But I don't know if you're a bot. Jess here's like, DJ Anyflow, I want your number. I don't know who you are. And that's the crazy thing too, is you get a lot of DMs after you are honest, but then these guys think that you should know who they are. But they don't have their picture up. Like just here. I don't know who I'm talking to because I can't see your picture. So post your
Or their
picture.
picture is probably fabricated.
Oh, exactly.
That
DJ
happens too.
on the ones and two says there's some suspect Twitch profile images. It's so true. SNS, I agree with you, girl. I'm old. I guess it's considered old fashioned, but I'm that way too. I would rather meet someone in real time. But if you don't go out like that, where are you meeting people? Well, I think
Which
SNS is a type of women that we talked about earlier, like where she can walk into a store and it's like boom, 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 boom. I feel like she's that type of girl to get that, not putting her on the spot or trying to blow up her like head or anything, gas her up, but it's true. She's a beautiful woman. So I think yeah, Miss I Am Me, put a picture up, put a profile picture up. That's a good start. Um, oh, she goes, I watch too much murder mysteries. Oh my gosh, I can't do that. I would be afraid.
yeah, those are the
Um,
girls you got to look out for because they know how to move. You
one thing
mess
I
up
was
one time and
you also sent me something that I thought was really, really good. But before we go into that, can you think of, and I know you sent some of the stuff to me, which was really, really interesting, some annoying mixed signals when dating. Is there anything that comes to mind? And if not, I could help you out here with some of them I wrote down.
annoying mixed signals.
Yeah, when dating, like
Um, when
dating.
when when dating or when trying to approach a woman.
Kind of both. Could be either one or both. Anything that comes to mind that you don't like with women? I mean, your worst dating story, that was a pretty big one. Her texting.
Well, I don't know how we got that far. I think
So
about it
glad you
now.
didn't have to pay. Oh my gosh. You should have called me up. If we were in the same city, I would have come. I would have come through for you. It's Itsfabforte. I would have
Free
driven
meal, of
out
course.
there.
Yeah,
I would have driven out there for you and said, "Hey, I will be your backup, the backup plan, and hang out."
but
And
just know that we're strictly platonic.
exactly. And then you can bring your external drive and I'll take it from you of music after or your
Oh,
DJ.
that's not now you're trying to perform grand larceny.
Yeah.
That's worth
I know, I'm just
$1,000.
joking.
Um,
Some annoying mixed signals when dating or when you're in a
I really don't have one in particular. I know there was a couple that I saw. Um, but no, for me, like I said, like me nowadays is just, well, I guess ghosting is probably one, right?
Yeah, that's a huge one.
That's the ghosting is probably one. You know what? No, I actually did deal with a ghosting not too long ago, before the summer began. Um, Somebody who lived around my way, had a conversation with them, of course, about dogs. Uh,
Mhm. Of all
and
dogs.
and then all of a sudden, like I'm like, oh hey, we should go ahead and exchange information, and she grabs my phone, and exactly how you said earlier, and she grabs my phone, and she types in her Instagram, has saves me on Instagram, and pretty much the one thing that I remember, or the last thing that I remember about this individual was just like, hey, look, if you're not doing anything tonight, I need to walk my dogs again. You're more than welcome to join me, because she had a dog, and she lived pretty much like right down the street from me. And from what I found out, and I tried to set up a date at that night. I was just like, hey, if you're not doing anything later on tonight, I'm gonna go ahead and walk my girls. You're more than welcome to join me. And she
Oh,
intently
that's
did
a cute
say,
date. That's a cute date, kind of.
well, I wasn't really trying to make it a date. I was really just trying to be like, like, well, okay, I'm not lying. I'm lying. Yeah, I was trying to make it a date, but
Mhm.
just an opportunity that we can just go ahead, just trying to get to know each other a little bit more. So,
Yeah, like it's a
of
good
course,
maybe, something
like,
different.
okay, so I'm gonna walk the girls, and
It's
she intently did
casual without
say,
getting rejected, like a hard rejection, so I think that's a good way of asking someone.
right, right, and then she would have been like, "Oh no, I'm gonna be with my boyfriend." The case may be, okay, cool. Hope we have a good night. Whatever the case may be. Um, so she tells me, "Oh, why don't you DM me later, and we'll set this up." I'm like, okay, I'm not trying to go too late because I got to be up early in the morning. Like I remember I was talking like in the afternoon, and I was thinking more so like around maybe like 8 o'clock at night that we know we'd go ahead and walk the dogs, whatever the case may be. And plus, it was less hot because it was starting to get hot in Texas. Anyways, I deem her, and she never hit me back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a lot of mixed signals, wow.
And
DJ
it's just like we had a nice full conversation, like a nice,
That's
really
crazy. I wonder what
decent
it was.
conversation about like, she was, she worked in she worked in a certain industry,
Mhm.
and we got into that and told her a little bit about myself. But I don't know, somewhere between her getting my Instagram and from her getting the message from me, that I just didn't hear from her again. Now the crazy thing is that I did see her around the way.
Oh, that's
She
awkward.
was I didn't make it awkward. I just didn't acknowledge her.
Oh, really?
I
And
really
she didn't
didn't.
acknowledge you? I wonder
And
what it
she didn't
was.
acknowledge me either. Like we kind of just I was just like, you know what? Like, cause here's the thing. I never, as younger, I never really understood the quote, um, no response is a response, until you kind of get that in
Mm,
certain moments or certain situations. So for me, it was just like, okay, so you didn't respond back to me. Okay. You kind of left me on, excuse me, you kind of left me on red. So
mhm.
I know that you saw it. I know, like, I didn't really understand, like, okay, so why would you engage in a conversation, especially in depth like that, with somebody who you've seen before around in the neighborhood? Like, I know you see me around, and I'm the one that approached you, like, hey, how you doing? So on and so forth. To all of a sudden, like, we had the conversation, we get to know each other, we exchange information, and all of a sudden you ghosted.
Actually, this is a good point SNS made. She says, "Sometimes us women do a lot of overthinking after we meet someone. I'm So there, I do that. So I may give off the wrong signal or wrong vibe, but I might have liked him. Like, for example, when you pull
DJ
up to a
wasn't too.
red light and it's awkward and he's looking at you trying to say hi like a little puppy dog, and then you kind of give him a look because you're kind of confused, like someone's coming at you, like you just didn't expect that, right? And if he's like an attractive guy, you don't really know what to do. So then you give this weird look and then you look away and then you look back to see if
Yeah.
he's looking, and then he's looking at you and you're like, "Oh shoot, he's looking at me." Like I look like a freak looking back looking at him. So you look away. I do that all the time out here. So it's a lot of misconnections. So maybe it could have been that, but if you saw her again, I don't
I just
know.
did acknowledge her because, like, I didn't
Yeah.
know, like,
That's awkward.
I mean, I would have said something, but I was just like, you know what? I don't think an individual would be this, you know, I won't say naive, but just like, just I
No,
guess
but some
naive.
are just shy or just awkward or just don't know what to do because there's a lot of mixed signals in this day and age, you know?
I get it, but don't
They could
do
be
it to somebody
intimidated.
who you know you're bound to see again.
Yeah,
Like
that's
if
true.
this
I
was
think
out somewhere outside of our living domain, like,
Mhm.
and the chances of me seeing you again are slim to none. Cool, you ghosted me. I'm
Like,
not
we
gonna see
want
you around.
someone to chase us,
And that's exactly what I thought.
like Miss I Am Me. Like, I thought you did a great that's actually a great approach, so kudos to you. You deserve a flower. It's Itsfabforte. I'm gonna give you has a
So
girl ever
I
given
keep
you a
my
flower?
balloon.
Yeah, here's a flower because I popped a few balloons on you.
I
I'll give you
appreciate it.
which
Thank you.
one I mean, do men like receiving flowers? I have
We
this one I took. You
we
could take
like
that one.
getting
What about
verbal
this
flowers,
DJ on the ones and twos. I don't think you have a problem. DJ on the ones and twos is a handsome guy too. I met him. He pulled up on me on my Nordstrom gig. I'm like, who's this guy? And he was messing with me, and I realized it was DJ on the ones and twos. Like, no offense, DJ on the ones and twos. You look so much better in person. That's a good compliment. He's a handsome guy, DJ on the ones and twos. So he's probably got no problem finding ladies or, whoever he's looking for.
Oh,
Okay, what about this flower? Do you like this flower?
it's a pretty flower, but I kind of want to get at what SNS just said in the chat. She said it's not chasing, but we need a
Wait, I'm
little
trying to give you
extra
a flower.
reassurance.
Okay, what about this one? I took this one from my
Oh,
bod.
I like.
It's a little long. It's a little tall. It's as tall as me. But you did make some short jokes at short girls, so I don't know. I don't
I mean,
think you
but
deserve this.
flowers and
You don't deserve
you know,
that.
so- mm, mm,
You
it was a
deserve
pretty
another
flower.
one of
That would
these.
have made
How come I can't? This girl, Xtina, how could I pop a blue aerobics ball and I can't? Oh, pop this.
because you didn't sit on it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think I want to sit on it on my show. Jeez. Oh man, everything's coming out wrong. Yeah.
No, but I like what SNS just said. I'm not saying I like what she said, but she said that it's not chasing, but we need a little extra reassurance. But if based off the conversation, right, the gentleman was, didn't seem aggressive. You actually had a really nice conversation about a certain commonality that you both share. Like, I own two dogs, you own a dog. I mean, unless I said something like left field, I mean, which I don't think I said because we mainly stayed on one particular subject. Um, then I get it. But what reassurance do you need aside from, okay, hey, listen, you insured to me, or not insured, but you kind of mentioned it to me and you said, hey, if you were to DM me later on tonight about your dog walk, I'll be more than happy to join you.
No, I think
Wow.
that was a nice, but maybe it was nighttime. I don't know. Like,
I mean, it was going to be later on that night, but the conversation
yeah, it might be a bit
took place in the middle of the day where there's daylight outside. Like,
true, but at
you know?
nighttime, maybe a bit creepy. It's like guys on a date. I remember one guy asked me to go to some forest area. He's like, "Oh, I want to show you this nice sunrise, blah, blah, blah." When I first moved in the city, I kept driving and driving and driving. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm getting serial killer vibes. Like, where are we going? Like, no, I don't want to park my car here. And I'm like, no, I'm going home. Like, this is nuts, you know? But he's like, oh, I really want to show you. It was like literally in a forest, guys. And we kept, I mean, I was much trusting back then. I would never do that now. Definitely serial killer vibes as well.
And I get that. So the way I try to maneuver myself is I have a younger sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and my sister's attractive. I can say that I have an attractive sister. That might sound a little weird, but I know that my sister is pretty. I know that. I mean, I remember one instance I took her to one of my DJ gigs, and I had a server or like one of the wait staff come to me was like, "Yo, is that your sister?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Yo, is she single?" And I'm here like, "Ill." But secondly, I'm just like, that just I know that I have an attractive sister, right? That my
Yeah,
sister's
like you
attractive,
get
right?
it. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I get it. Like she
Mhm.
thinks the same for me. She's like, yeah, my brother, you know.
Is
Well,
she younger? She's younger?
yes.
Oh,
My
okay.
sister, my sister had to cut off a lot of friends because of me. Because the second they
Oh,
see
they all
me,
liked you? Ooh, the second they see you,
she
the
would.
second they see Fabio.
Oh my goodness!
Let's zoom
Listen,
in on him, guys, in his gray suit. The second they see Fabio in that suit with that pocket. Is it called a pocket protector? What are those things called? I can't
no,
remember.
it's called a napkin,
No, it's called something else. What do you guys call them?
a
You know what you
handkerchief,
should do? You should show up with one of those. What are those things called?
an
DJ on the
ascot.
ones that who's knows. The thing you stick in your shirt, you know,
I don't
it
wear
starts with a
that.
B, I think. Oh yeah, it's called pocket square. See, he knows.
Pocket
DJ on the
square, a
ones and twos probably
handkerchief.
has lots of pocket squares because he's a lawyer. I'm gonna put him on
I like
blast.
wearing my boutonniere.
Oh, a boutonniere. Wow.
Yes.
Do you feel like it's a bit different when you get dressed up and you go out and you start walking around? Like, I think you're such
I
a
feel
joke.
I feel more confident.
You were wearing that T-shirt with the hearts on it, and I'm like thinking, oh, he isn't
Oh
that
yeah,
dressed up there. You messed me up, and then he
I wanted to
comes
throw
on
you
there
off
with
a
a
bit.
suit. Yeah, he did throw me off. Wow. So, what
And
would
it
you
worked.
say? I'm trying to think of okay, so going back to these annoying mixed signals, some of the things that you sent me, it's like tech okay, so some of the things that were listed were annoying mixed signals when dating, texting, but they don't ask you out. They think you're amazing, but don't want to be exclusive. They say that they are okay. This one is mine. I'm going to call this one out. I'm not going to say the DJs because everyone in this room knows them.
Oh,
But I
wow.
got a few DMs recently, which I was a bit surprised from some guys, some other DJs that are streamers. One I would probably give a possibility to, which would
Ooh.
make everyone fall over.
Ooh.
Like everyone would fall over. So I'm definitely not saying who it is.
Mm-mm.
And hopefully they're not watching this show either.
So
But
that kind of gives it away that it's not me.
it could be. You never know. It could be you
I don't
after
slide in your
the show
DMs
with
in
you
the
in the
way you
gray
think. I
suit.
actually would
You
just.
you wearing that gray suit, but you also dissed short girls, so who knows? That's where we balloon popped you. But okay, so basically when they say that they're shy, so I had a few streamers approach me and be like, "Oh, I'm really shy, I really like you. I want to get to know you." They got definitely a player persona like online. They're very confident, very suave,
They're
like
just shy in your DM. Got it.
yeah, so they DM'd me and they said, "Oh, Honeyflow, I thought you knew that I liked you," and I was a bit confused. I'm like, "Yeah, but you've never we've talked like this." Actually, no, we have talked a lot more, but I'm saying that you've never come out of your way to get to know me, get my number, talk to me. So it was a little confusing and they're playing it off. They're like, "Well, I'm shy and it's intimidating." I go, yeah, but you come across online, they're like, oh, that's just a persona, the player thing. I go, I know, but you have a trail load of women in your chat room. You're aggressive with them, they're aggressive with you. So I kind of wondered, my friends just said they're just bored, like they're bored or they want to see what they can get, or maybe you're a bit of a challenge, I don't know. But that kind of gave me a lot of mixed signals. Why would
What's
a guy do that? Like, are they basically said they're shy in real life. They're not like this, how they are present themselves
and they're
online.
a streamer,
Yes.
DJ.
Yes, and they're
I
super
call
confident.
BS.
Oh, you call it BS?
I call BS on that because you can't be a streamer and a DJ and be shy. You
No,
could
but
be
there's a lot of streamers that are introverted
I
and kind of
like in okay,
which is shocking to me.
do they actively work IRD as well? I mean IRL, sorry.
Like, they're
IRD.
putting baby oil in them. Oh my gosh, this is
No, no,
gonna
no,
be
no, no. I'm saying like do they actually have
they're
like
doing a
gigs
lot.
and like venues and such?
I haven't seen any, but they're very, very, very player vibe, like, online. But they're like, "Oh, that's just not like me in real life. Like, I am really shy in real life, and I thought you knew I liked you." And so I thought, well, maybe he's trying to brave up enough courage to talk to me. It was just confusing. But then you haven't asked for my number, you haven't talked to me, you've gone ghost on me. Oh yeah, L Boogie's like, "Not the baby oil." I mean,
Not
that
the
was one of
baby
them.
oil.
And then the other one's from another country, so my friends are like, "Oh, yeah, he just wants his papers." I'll give you guys
Wow.
a hint. I don't wanna generalize. I'll give you guys a hint, but I'm not saying anything. 2 of them I've 2 of them I've interviewed, and they both said the same thing to me, that they're shy and they're not really like that in real time, and women don't really approach them. But then they go ghost on me. Okay, they say they like me, and then now they just totally disappear.
Hmm.
So, what do you think? You think that's you call that BS? What do you think?
Because if they're a DJ, right? At
Mhm.
some point, you're gonna have to develop the confidence of, believing in yourself and believing in what it is that you can do. Because if you don't showcase it, I'm telling you right now, nobody else is gonna see it. Nobody's gonna see that. You need a. It's pretty much a competitive sport at some point, right? Like you need to feel like you're better than you're the best and things of that nature because it's a very competitive field. And if
Mhm.
you kind of just like have the attitude just like, well, I'm shy and I don't really like going out
Yeah,
there
that kinda
and
shocked
don't
me.
like don't like really being competitive, then you're
Or do you think it's
you're
easier
as dry as a Pringle.
but do
um
you think that a guy could be a player? Because it's true, a guy some of the confident guys that were, like, the biggest players back in the day, they were awkward, like, in approaching, but yet they had so many women coming at them. So I think maybe they're used to having so many women come at them that they're not used to putting in the work. So then when they meet someone they
okay,
actually have to
I,
put the
I
work
i
in,
see
then it's
that.
awkward, like, they don't know what to do, right? Maybe I'm giving too much of the benefit of the doubt, but I'm at my age where I don't want any mixed signals. Like,
Honey
it's
flow.
like, if you say you like me, then you gotta be consistent, man, bro, or whoever you are.
You know
But
what it
if you're
sounds like?
not, then I'm not gonna bother.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds
Hmm.
like you just want to give homie a chance, but homie just needs to step up.
No, I'm not interested because it's like and especially when you go online and you see women throwing stuff, like throwing themselves at these guys, and then they're gonna come back to you for, like, an emotional connection or while they're doing their playing. I feel like, yes, you could put on a persona online, but again, what what comes out of you, like, comes from your heart. So whether it's just an
Right.
act or a
Right.
game, it's eventually gonna come out. I don't want someone that's gonna be inconsistent like that. I want someone that's gonna be consistent, like, with my values, and for me, like, we've been doing this 4
And not
years.
making you look stupid.
Yeah, it would be shocking to meet someone in this space, to be honest with you. I don't know, I'm not entirely convinced, but it has worked for other people, right? So you never know. But consistency, like you said, is key, right? Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too or both ways. But the DMs confuse me because they really kept it going. Like, no, I really, do like you. Like, I'm just really shy and awkward, like like in person. And, like you're a beautiful person and da 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 da. But then nothing. Then they go ghost, like you said, you know?
I said it once and I'm gonna say it again. You will learn the true character, the true nature of an individual
Mhm.
when you don't give them what they want.
Hmm.
Re-
Interesting.
Remember that.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. So that was, I guess, my pet peeve with annoying mixed signals. But moving along, I know we're probably gonna get going because it's like 9:30 already. I can't believe how fast this has gone. But do you
I,
have any cute ideas or yeah?
I thought we were going to go for like another
Sorry,
4 hour stream because I kind of broke
I know
the.
we probably could. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're definitely gonna break the record here.
I thought
um,
I did the first time. Well, I didn't hit the 6 hour stream, 16-hour stream that you said
oh
you
my
did one
gosh,
time.
that was nuts. Yeah, that was fun though. That was
I
really
know you told
fun.
me the story behind that, but
Yeah,
I figured I could break the mark again for the second time. Not
yeah,
that
you
not that is my goal or.
you can definitely break that mark.
I'm
I
just
mean,
I'm
if
kidding,
you
guys.
like, drop and do 10 push-ups for all of us too, you can match the other guys in
This
your suit. We haven't had a man do it in his suit before, so I mean, if you wanted to break that record, you could do that. And if you do, I'll give you another one of these. If you do,
for a flower for me, that's the right
what would
size
you do
for
if a girl
that's the
gave
right
you a
size for another boutonniere.
what happens if a girl, like, sends you flowers and, like, a teddy bear or something cutesy at your
I'd
work? Like,
be
"Hey, I'm thinking of you." Would that be weird, or would you
I'd be
actually kinda
taken
like
back actually.
oh, really? Hmm.
Yeah, because guys always meant to be the one to give the flowers and give the compliments and give. No, I'm sorry, I'm kidding, not
Yeah.
give, but you know um and just like sometimes with my community, like everybody's giving me compliments and just trying to make me blush, which majority of the time does work because I'm not used to getting compliments like that. A man is not really used to getting certain things that women are consistently getting. I'm pretty sure and girls get the hey beautiful text, or get a nice little compliment, whether it be from the opposite gender or the same gender. Um, but when I truly think when guys get genuine compliments, whoever it may be from, that we kind of take it in gratitude and take it in stride because we don't get certain things like that. Now, if I were to get a flower, I'd really be like, whoa, like you're really giving me this flower, like
I
oh,
really am,
okay,
Fab
okay.
Forte. I really am. I'm giving you this flower tonight to stick in your pocket protector thingy. Here you go. I think it'll fit.
Oh,
You can clip it where your other thing is on your suit over there. Oh, man.
I
What
bet you
would
try
you
to give flowers to all the fabs.
No, I don't. This is the first time I've ever given a flower to someone on my show. So I'm giving
Really?
you a flower. Yeah. The cutest thing I would say, okay, what's the cutest thing that someone's ever done for you? I think the cutest, well, one of the nicest, not nicest things, but I remember I had this really, really great guy friend. Like he was like my best girlfriend pretty much. And it was like in the middle of winter and he put a note tote sticker, those note tote stickers. He attached it to a flower like this. And the flower was so crispy because it was like minus 40 Celsius. So it was a icy winter. After we came from the movie, he popped open his trunk, took out this flower with a note tote sticker on it, says, "Will you be my girlfriend? Yes or no?" I felt so bad. I was stuttering the whole ride home because
Wait, was
I
the
had tears
note
in my
said
own well, I was so shocked that he gave
no,
me
no, 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 no. Let's go back to
flower with a
that
no
part.
tote sticker on it, on the
A
flower, and I thought
sticker
it was
that
kinda
said, "Will
cute.
you be my girlfriend?" Was it?
Yes. So he
But
wrote
did
on the note tote, the yellow sticker, "Will you be my girlfriend? Yes or no?" And he attached it to this one single rose,
like
and he
yes and
gave it
no
to
in the
me,
question? Like
and it
yes,
was
no, and
Valentine's Day.
question mark?
I mean, it was a little weird, but, like, I'm like, "Dude, you're like my bro, like, this is really awkward right now." So, I started stuttering the whole ride home because it was awkward. I didn't wanna reject him, but anyways, he ended up getting married, and, um, at his
He's
wedding, I
probably the one that got away.
no, I don't think he is. But at his wedding, because he was my best girlfriend, I said, I feel like I'm losing my best girlfriend. And then I started crying. So people were laughing because I got emotional. and then I just muttered, I feel like I'm losing my best girlfriend, because it kind of made me sad that he moved on, but I never felt like he was the one that got away. But I did think that Jester was cute, and
The gesture
maybe
was
you shouldn't have
nice.
friend zoned everyone when you're younger. Maybe you should have, because he's a really good husband. He's a really good guy to like. Do you ever think about that when you look back? Like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have friend zoned like people,
I
because they're actually really good and they're still married.
I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
that you know like some of the platonic friends that I made that they really would have made great partners and such.
Yeah.
But like I just couldn't see myself with these individuals, not on an aesthetic, um, not like aesthetically pleasing manner, but just like I just couldn't see my like there's certain things that I would notice. Like I'm very like I said, I'm very meticulous with a lot of things
Hmm.
that and people think that I'm being picky. It's like no, I'm not being picky or I'm sorry, being picky and being shallow are two different things, I believe. Being shallow is like, yeah, I need me a girl who has, the pow and the pow and the
What's the
and the
pow and the pow?
boom. You know what I
What's
mean.
the ooh? What's the pow?
You
Ooh, ooh,
know,
ah.
you know
I
what the
don't know
pow.
the ooh, ah,
You know
pow.
what the pow is. You know what
No, I
the pow.
want to get kicked off YouTube. But what is
The
your definition of pow? Is that like a
you
curvaceous
know
woman?
what the pow is.
No,
Don't
but is it
act.
like a curvaceous woman? Like what is your type? Because clearly it's not short girls. So, you know,
Unless the short
or short.
girl's built like pow, then that might give it a
But how do you know if
might
it's
give it a little sort of
is beat
consideration. You
like
know what I'm
pow?
saying? Just no, I
Like
wouldn't.
pow meaning like curvy? Like, you know,
Just pow, fam. I don't know how else to tell you. Just
do you
pow.
have like a certain type at all? Like
Um,
when you think of a celebrity, like who are the few that come to mind where you're like, wow, like blown away?
chat. Whoever's in my community, put in the names of the women that you already know that if they were to slide into my DMs, I would immediately try to ask them to marry me.
So BTS says voluptuous, busy and hips. Oh, Shakira. Lulu says Shakira. Oh, L Boogie says I need understanding and clarity. You know why I need understanding and clarity, L Boogie? I'll show you why. I'll show you why. Because I got one last thing left for all of you guys. Oh, Shakira, that's going to be hard finding. What, Nicki Minaj? Come on. Are you
No,
serious? Come on.
Lala's really
Like
not
I
Nicki Minaj.
hopes for you, Fabio, but after Latina put Nicki Minaj, I mean, she's a
No,
pretty girl, but she just kind of reminds me of like the typical, like, Megan Stallion, like all the rappers you see that are all like that now.
she got the wrong
You know
female
who I think
rapper.
is gorgeous? Like now, China doll. She reminds me of Lauren London now that she got rid of everything. I think she's really pretty, like now, like just being natural,
I've
you
seen
know?
her. But Lauren
So
London
you
has
don't
always
like
been
it
lovely.
doesn't seem like you like the natural girls then, because okay,
Shakira is
Shakira
natural.
is pretty, yeah, but Nicki Minaj, come on. Cardi B? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, man, just base this alone, I'm gonna have to do this before we leave. Ugh, come on, Fabio.
That's just
Cardi
one. That's just one. But everybody else will kind of have to fall on,
I'm gonna
just
pass
other
out blowing up
prerogatives.
all these balloons. I'm gonna pass out blowing them all up.
How many more balloons do you have
I
there,
got
by
a
the
lot of
way?
balloons I can pop on you, boy, a lot of them. A
You
lot
really
of
must have put Party City out of business buying
I
up
got
all their red balloons, huh?
I got 20
Jeez.
balloons. Where I thought you were gonna go to the party store and get some balloons, professional balloons. You
I
told me.
I
Oh, never mind. Oh shoot, I gave that away. Never mind. I mean, I was waiting for you to do something, but what are you doing? Oh no, I'm afraid. Here, let's zoom in on him. Let's check out his place, guys. Let's see if he's got a mouse that's like running past his chair or his place. I feel like I'm gonna pass out blowing up these balloons, guys. Oh my gosh, I need a glass of water. I'm getting too old, man. You guys try blowing up 5 balloons. What the heck? Did you go to Party City? He told me we had a few things, a few tricks up our sleeve today, guys, with the balloon popping. Oh my
Before I
gosh.
get started, before I get
Mhm.
started, I just wanted to say this. Hello, Georgie. If you get that, you get that. But yeah, I mean,
don't-
I'm not gonna let these balloons just like kick it around.
Yeah, you got
okay,
a
a little bit.
bundle. He got
So
stacks of balloons.
she doesn't like dogs.
Did you do that with your finger? How in the world did you pop the balloon? I can't even pop it with
She
a knife. I can't pop my balloons with this thing.
when she sits on the couch, her feet can't touch the ground.
What? Whatever, boy. Anyways. Oh, he's got a razor?
She doesn't
got
like
a-
dogs.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't like dogs. Whatever. Guy, I didn't say I didn't like dogs. I can't believe you.
What was the other one? Wait, what was the other one? What was the other one? What was the other one? Oh, she has something against dogs. This is a very special balloon that I have right here. This is the expensive balloon that I saved just for you.
You know what? I don't want to see like people seeing me maneuver here. You talk to the chat. I'm going to be right back right now. Right now. You talk to the chat. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. So, chat, I'm not wrong, am I? So, shouts to all the dog parents out there, right? That that love their pet, that love their pets as if they're their own children, right? So I know, and I know there's probably some parents out there that, man, the second somebody were to talk about your children, you'd be like, hold up, I know you're not gonna think that I'm gonna sit up right up in here and let you talk about my kids the way you talk about my kids, right? You're just gonna go ahead and you're gonna do something about it. You're gonna take some action. So
Got a bigger balloon than you. Oh my gosh, this is literally going to make me pass out blowing up these balloons. I'm getting
you
old.
really blew that up yourself?
I did. Ugh. Where's the other balloon? Give me a break. You guys want to know what I think of Itsfabforte right now? You guys want to know what I think of Fabio right now? Where's that clip again? Let me play this. I'm going to play this again. This is what I think of him. This is what I'm going to do to him.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. Come on a little closer. Come on in. Don't be scared. What's your name?
That's exactly what I'm going to do because you have one big balloon, but guess what? I got 2 and I got 20 more from where it's at. I got 20 more balloons. So what are you going to do about that?
I'm just glad that those balloons are red and not blue.
You know what I don't like about you? I don't like the celebrities you picked. Like, come on, like Nicki Minaj. There's so many beautiful women out there. I'm not saying she's not beautiful, but Nicki, Cardi B, and all these women, Megan Stallion, it sounds very plasticky to me. So you know what, guys? This huge balloon here deserves a big pop on him based on his type. Oh, geez. My landlords are going to kill me.
Wow. Did she actually pop that on the first try?
I tried. I was like,
Wow.
this is
So this
actually
is
kind
like
of fun. I need to take up boxing. This is good.
this is the first balloon you popped that you didn't have to stab it a couple times. You know what?
My
Oh,
landlords
it
are
didn't
gonna
pop
be
like
so
the way,
mad.
but it's slowly popping. It's slowly popping. Look,
Oh,
it's
that's not
slowly popping.
popping. That's
See?
so weak.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
so weak. Like your
I really
game.
wasn't expecting that.
So
I gotta
weak.
get.
Come on.
That's what happens
Yeah,
when I
fake
don't use
booty girls.
latex.
I'm disappointed. El Boogie. I didn't think he'd. I did not think he would. I think you lived in Miami too long. That's the problem. So, I mean, yeah, fake booty girls definitely. Yeah. Well, that's okay. We'll have to I can't work on that with you. You're on your own. You're on
She
your own.
likes popping egos.
Popping egos. I do like pop. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
If there's a sort of message we want to try to understand throughout this entire show, is that yeah.
exactly. You know what I
Oh,
was
you
gonna
got an ego pop.
exactly. I will crush those egos so fast. Okay, so flipping the script, I got one balloon left, so you better be exact. I want to end off on a positive note too, because I know we talked about everything pretty much, but some of the ideas. Can you think of cute ideas or activity dates? They say that you bond and connect a lot more when you're dating guys if you do an activity date. So even if you're not really feeling the girl or you're not really feeling the guy, when you see him, it's better like not sitting at a coffee shop interviewing and then making your assessment. They say activity dates, you feel more bonded. So some of the cute ideas, actually, I'll let you, if there's anything you could think of before I mention them. We had some great ones here listed here.
Um, I won't lie. This kind of hit me close to home. So one time, um, as I mentioned earlier, that I don't mind taking myself out on dates for my own, right?
Uh-huh.
So, but unfortunately, that got the best of me one time. And here's what happened. So, um, I took myself to not necessarily an arcade, but
Mhm.
just this one place where they have VR gaming.
Oh,
And my
that's
community knows,
yeah.
they know that, I'm into games. I'm into playing video games and such, which hopefully is not a red flag because I heard it's a red flag for like a lot of people. But the way I went about it, or the way I'll go about it, is a bit different. But anyways, so I took myself to this one location where it's just like, you reserve a time and you go there and and you play this VR video game. Now what I did not know was when I reserved the time was that you kind of had to go with somebody, and I didn't go with anybody. I just thought, I can
Oh.
go by myself. I'm like,
Mhm.
like I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody to go with me to this place. I'm just gonna go by myself and play these games by myself.
Mhm.
So when I get there, uh they tell me, they're just like, "Oh, so unfortunately, your session has been canceled."
Oh,
And I
shoot.
said, "Why is my session canceled?" They're just like, "'Cause we saw that you reserved by yourself, so we put you with another group that was reserved for the same time, but unfortunately, that group canceled. So you really can't play this game by yourself."
Oh, that's
And
embarrassing.
I was
Oh,
just like, "Oh, okay." Um, Awkward. So luckily, there was somebody there that was just like, "Hey, I'll play with you." And I was just like, "Okay, cool," whatever. And it's somebody who worked there, but still, it was like a bit like, damn, I had to ask somebody who worked there to come play with me on this. So I always told myself, I was like, you know what, this will be the one thing that I know that I could not do by myself. That I would like to bring somebody here and enjoy this with me, because can't do this by myself. This is the first thing that I couldn't do by myself because they wouldn't allow me. It was in the rules.
yeah, that would
I
be
could,
fun, actually, like an arcade. They have upscale arcade bars here. I've wanted to do that date with someone, but, and that's where I feel like as a woman, you have to kinda tell them, like, "Oh, hey, let's do this," like, because I like doing a lot of creative things, so I always suggest different things, right? But, of course, you don't wanna always be leading, but an arcade date, that was definitely on my list to do, like, that would be fun. Some other cute ideas that we have written down here, guys, is doing a bike ride, having a picnic, going golfing, the farmer's market, like we said earlier, the spa. I think the spa would be fun, nice. I think that would probably be more when you're in a relationship. I think.
yeah, spa
I don't
dates are
think I'd
more
want
so
to
like,
be in my bathing suit and be like, "Hey, let's
I'm
go to
pretty
the
sure I'm paying
spa."
for it.
Yeah, and you're right. No, something like
You're
that.
not wrong.
And no, you're right. And something like that or a sports game, I would pay for myself because those are
You
expensive
would?
tickets. Yeah, I would pay. Like, I would love to go to a Raptors game with someone. I would pay for my own ticket. He pays for his. I wouldn't mind that going Dutch. And when I'm talking about paying the first date, that's all I mean is like
Okay,
just make
first
it a
date.
date, make it special. Like even if it's coffee, right? Like, well, the first couple times, like make it kind of special, right? Like even if it's like getting food, whatever. But I'm not saying he's got to pay for everything. But if it's like a very expensive, like a concert, a sporting event, like something that is a lot of money, yeah, for sure, I would go Dutch. Like I'm fine with that. What else is here? Okay, it says getting active. So pickleball, that would be fun to do with
Oh
someone.
my
I
gosh.
love pickleball. Like I have no one to play with. So it's like that would be fun. Spin
See,
class.
certain things that you can't do by yourself as much
I
as,
know. It's like, what
some
am I
women
gonna
say
do?
and some
Find a
guys say,
wall?
"We don't need nobody," and
No,
you come
I
across
I
a pickleball court and you're like,
I
"Oh,
would
damn."
definitely I have a few friends that do it once in a while, but I would love pickleball's fun, guys. It's a mix between ping pong and tennis and something else. Look it up. A
I thought it was
sport.
just like miniature tennis, but with a plastic ball.
Yeah. Ooh, you guys are giving some good suggestions. Miss I Am Me. Yes, that was on the list. A cooking class. Let's see. I think you also mentioned another one. What is it? Sip and paint nights. That would be a great date. See, you have good suggestions, Ms. I Am. I feel like you need to join a dance class to meet someone.
I
Another
wouldn't
one.
mind that either.
Yeah,
I
that
wouldn't
would be
mind
good.
that.
I was
There's
actually thinking about
actually
doing that,
there's
like
actually a
joining a
dance
dance class.
studio, not
But I
too
feel like
far away from me.
it's more women here or like I back in the day, I would have danced with women. I don't know about now, you know. I just I don't know. I wouldn't want to have another woman getting too close. I've already had that a little bit without knowing, so I'm like, nah, it's definitely not my thing. But anyways, so let's see. There's a sports bar, roller rink, roller skating would be fun. Exploring the city, like going to like a thrift store. That's another option. I think that would be fun. Or like shopping with him. I love men's shopping. It's so much fun. I would shop for men's clothes
But
all
you
the way.
wouldn't like a guy
Buy 'em.
who shopped better than you though.
No, I kind of. I do like a pretty boy. I'm not gonna lie. Like I do like a
Some
guy
women
that.
don't. Some
No,
women
I
think
I,
it's
I
like,
like it.
wow,
I
like
know a
you're
lot of
so
guys don't
like
like
you're a
it.
little too
Like a
like
metrosexual, is that what you call it, guy
yeah,
that,
it is
like, is well
metrosexual.
put together? I love a man, like, that can dress, but the problem is they get a lot of attention if they're prettier than you. Like, my friends are like, "You should never go out with a guy prettier than you." I'm like, "I don't mind. I kind of like it." I don't know. Anyways,
Wiki Waida. That's
but they
not
do
true,
get
bro.
so trivia nights, we have Snakes and Lattes here in Toronto, a great cafe. I had one date there. That was awesome because you pull out like board games, like even a 5-year-old could play, and you're just talking, playing, laughing. Like I had a great date actually, the Snakes and Lattes. I remember a while ago. There's also open mic. There's comedy shows. There's a museum, the
Oh, comedy shows are
aquarium.
the best.
Yes, comedy show would be great,
And
but
make
then
sure you sit in the front.
you're not really talking to him. That's the only problem with comedy shows and movies. You're just sitting beside each other, but you're not really
But you get to
talking.
learn
But you
what
laugh and
learn
yeah.
what kind of comedy, like,
And
intrigues them, right?
most guys don't like to be picked on. Like I remember going out with
They're
that guy
soft. But
I
listen,
told you about with his dogs, like, licking it everywhere, his feet, his toes, his face, it was so gross. Anyways, he always wanted to sit at the back of the room. He did not oh, sorry, I'm talking about dogs again. He did not want to sit at the front, and that was kind of a turnoff for me because I like a guy that can play. Like, I like a man that's, like, playful and jokey, not so serious, but he was so, concerned. Even when we went dancing, he couldn't dance. I didn't care if he could dance. I just wanted to dance with someone, right? So I kind of like a guy to just play along with my shenanigans. But some men are like, no, we're not going to the front. I don't want to get picked on. No, we're not going to do this. And
wimp.
it kind of kills the vibe. I like a guy that can just play along with me, right? Okay, so let's see. There's museums. That's a great one. Aquarium, billiards, making a pizza
Ooh,
together,
I would like
paint
a good
portraits. I
game.
think someone mentioned, I think it was Miss Siam. I could be wrong in the chat. She's coming up with some great suggestions. Oh, Father Damien says church hasn't worked for me yet. Father Damien hasn't worked for me yet.
Father
Um,
David. Yes, sir. Church. Exactly. Yes, sir.
Although there was a
That's
funny incident, I'm not going to say whether it was recent or not at church. I'm just going to say it was 10 years ago, and I hope no one's watching because I'm giving too much information away. I'm going to say back in the day, there was someone that I thought was kind of cute at church, and he extended his arm like this to give me a handshake, and it was awkward. And I'm doing much better, the Skrillexina, with physical touch. So I said, "Oh shoot, like give me a hug," when we're all greeting each other. So he hugged me, but he didn't hug me. You know how you do the church hugs, guys, and you hug here, like you hug here? He literally grabbed my waist and went like this, right? Like with the hug. I was like, "Oh." So
get closer to me.
I told my friend
Yeah.
that I said I went, "Oh," like that because
You
I was like,
didn't
"Oh,
you?
I kind of like that hug. That was
Oh,
definitely more than a church hug. Should I be
really?
liking that in church? I don't know." But anyways, we're just gonna say it was a long time ago. But yeah. But I don't feel like church. I don't know, Father Damien. It would be great, but I haven't ever met anyone at church. But I mean, I've definitely looked, but I haven't met anyone yet. Um,
Because they're all
anyways,
taken.
oh, I know it sucks. I'm just like, oh man. One time I went to Father Damien's church, guys, and I saw a really good looking guy. He was probably SNS's type, over 6 feet, like big, muscular. So I told Father Damien to look at the security footage. He never did for me. Father Damien, you told me you're going to look at the security cameras to figure out who it was. How you doing,
He
Wicked?
said it wasn't meant for you.
Hmm? Yeah.
He
So
said it was not the Lord's
what do you
plan.
mean it wasn't for me? Come on, you got to help a sister out. If you can't
He
date
said he
anyone
can't
through the
rewind
priest,
time.
you could help me. You could help a sister out. Come on. What the heck? What am I? Chopped liver? I thought we were
You lived
friends.
the opportunity happened right when it happened. You can never rewind and
But
relive
you
that
know what was
memory.
funny? DJ Ron Love came from Detroit with his friend that I'm going to be interviewing in a few weeks, and I was sandwiched at Father's Damien's church in between both of them, and my heart was sinking. I know I probably should have listened to Father Damien's message more, but my heart was sinking because I was like, "Ah, great. These guys are married or these guys are with someone. I'm sandwiched in between these two guys that look like security guards from Twitch, and now the guy that I'm looking at Father Damien's church, he's going to think I'm taken between one of them, you know? So look at that security
All
footage,
I heard
Father.
was sandwich. So you were the cheese?
Pretty much. I was in the middle of
Got
these
it.
like tall, big men. And I was like, ah, this was the time I wish I was alone, sitting alone. I could have maneuvered like seats next to that guy that I saw. But, anyways, okay, so making a pizza, paint portraits, asking each other questions. So making up questions. Dominoes, I thought would be cool, or a deck of cards. Um, what else is there? Like puzzles, concerts, theater. So those are some great options. Like,
Theater?
yeah, like going to the theater, like Broadway show. That
Okay,
would be fun.
let's go back to because I know somebody said movies in the chat. So I've come to believe in that theater, going to the movies and theaters and things in that realm aren't pretty much good first date places because you're spending the entire time just like yes, like there's a certain ambiance to go into the movies, right? But I think that should be more so of like a we're dating already sort of thing, not for first dates. Like first dates, you want to go to places where one it'll be exciting. Two, you're gonna have moments of conversation, and of course that sort of thing rather than just like all right then listen there's your seat here's my seat shut up don't talk to me let's watch a movie. So what is that guy doing with that? Listen, I said don't talk to me during the movie. Just I don't think that's a good place to go for a
No, not
first date.
definitely not a movie. because you're not. Yeah, it's quiet,
It's
right?
it's a cute idea to take your girl or your partner to whatever the case may be. I don't knock it, but
Mhm.
we're talking first dates, correct?
Yes. Well, not just first dates in a relationship. Like, I feel like everything I've read out to you guys, I've done in a relationship, which I'm like, wow, this is pretty good. I've done a lot of things. Like writing down all these things made
You've
me
gone
realize,
skydiving?
oh no, I haven't gone
Oh,
skydiving.
okay,
That's the
that's
only
what
thing
Boogie said.
no, but like everything that I just read out to you guys on this list, I literally have done in my, last relationship. Like that kind of shocked me. It made me realize, wow, like, it's a lot that you've done together without realizing that, right? Because people
Wow,
don't
so you've done a
explore,
lot.
people don't think, well, they don't think outside the box, right? To try different things, do different things. So it just makes you realize like what a gem of a person you could meet that does these things with you. You know what I mean? Because not
Or
everyone would think about doing these things, right?
or in your particular case, show you something that you haven't done before.
I think that would be hard, not to sound like toot my own horn, but like I've done a lot of things, like I've done a lot of different
So it'd be
things.
pretty hard to impress you at this point.
No, I don't really need big things to impress me. I think
Really?
what impresses me, I mean, it could be a simple date, right? I think it's just the thought, someone being thoughtful. I think that impresses me. Like, I don't feel come on, you're looking at me like I'm lying. Like, I told you how many coffee dates I've been on, right? Money and all those things don't impress me, but I think creating moments with someone, that impresses me, right? Like, if he's like, "Hey," like, I remember coming into the city, I would just get dressed up and say, "Hey, let's get dressed up." Like how you got dressed up tonight, right? I would say, "Hey, let's just get dressed up for the fun of it."
I did say I had
And
gone to the grocery store. I just went to the grocery store and I just so haven't I just forgot to change.
I know you went into aisle 2, you went to aisle 2.
Exactly.
And
How else she supposed to go into aisle two wearing a t-shirt with a anime character on it?
you know, really wanna see you should dress up all week or, like, a few days out of the week and see what happens to you. Like,
Nothing.
oh, come on. Walking around,
You know what's
I
funny?
we should do a social experiment, Fabio. Me and you should get dressed up a few times a week and document our journeys and see what happens to each other. Because they say when you dress to impress or you do these things, like things happen to you, right? And I
You
do notice that.
honestly you honestly don't see my stories very too in detail, do you? The
What do you mean?
chat, my community, how often do you see me in a suit? And not because of my adulting agenda.
Mhm.
What's funny is that I see people, like, because in the industry, that I'm in, of course they wear suits because they have to. But as soon as they get out of, the venue, where the case may be, they're into their casual clothing because they don't want to wear suits. Meanwhile, I just wear suits because I just
Oh,
want
just
to,
'cause?
just
Yeah.
cause.
Well, that's good.
And I'm not trying to sound, you know, yeah, I'm not trying to sound, in any sort of way arrogant, anything of that nature. But no, I really enjoy wearing suits. I mean, why do you think I'm able to call this a boutonniere? Why do you think, handkerchief and things of that nature? Like,
Pocket
I'm
protector.
that I try to be that one gentleman that other gentlemen can try to learn something off of. But even yet, I'm still learning a whole lot of things. Like an average guy, like, probably wouldn't know these certain things because they'd just be like, "Oh, I just know a suit. You put it on, and they think that the suit makes the man. No, the man makes the suit, homie.
True.
A man's supposed to
You know what
wear
I
it around
like
and
in the
just floss it and
socks?
just
The socks are a different pattern from, like, the little pocket protector thing or, what is those called? Those two-tone shirts? You know, those collar shirts for men, but the collar like, the cuff is a
it's,
different pattern? I like that.
those aren't very. I mean, those may seem aesthetically pleasing, but they're not what I like to call classy.
I think they're classy. What do you mean? Like, when it's not really matching, I kind of like that, like the socks with the pocket thing or you know what I mean? You know, the top where they have the collars are different patterns
Hmm.
here?
Hmm.
I don't know what it's called, if it's called something.
Color coordination is nice, but it doesn't need to be like,
Flamboyant, flashy.
if not necessarily flamboyant or flashy. Like you don't need to be walking around here dressed like you're Steve Harvey or something. No
I
disrespect.
don't mind how Steve Harvey dresses. I kind of like it.
Kind
Or
of like back in his days, but
Ron
but
Isley, his suits. He's like in his 80s. I think it's handsome. It's like the TSN announcers, TSN, how they all like wear their suits and dress up. I like it. It's nice. I think I need to pay a trip down south. That's you probably see a lot of that in Texas and the southern states. So
like what?
you're like guys just wearing kind of like flashier suits, or it's kind of a bit more flamboyant or different patterns, textures. Like they don't really do that here in Toronto. It's just like, gray, blue, polo top. Like it's
Remember,
very basic. So
boys like to dress in swag, men like to dress in class. And
mhm.
it has taken quite a few years to attain the same kind of class that I like to have. And even yet, I've still not even hit the pinnacle of what I'm trying to hit. And I'm not trying to sound conceited or anything of nature, but it is what it is, right? Like boys like swag. Like whenever I see some of these balloon popping segments, and I'm just like, and I see that as soon as the guy walks in and he's wearing like Jordans and a Nike Tech suit, I'm just like, you're here to impress, dude. Like, I get it. That's what's fashionable in, whatever, environment that you're in, or whatever the case may be. But like, if you really want to be the man or be the person that you see yourself being, you're gonna dress that certain way. Like, like
Yeah,
listen,
DJ on the
I
ones
still
and
I
twos
still
says he
have
bought himself for
Jordans and
I
such
like
in my closet and such, but I
yeah.
know the time and place to wear those. I'm not gonna wear like if I'm gonna
So
go,
what would you
you
wear on
know,
a date? Would you just
I'm gonna
wear
just
like maybe a nice top and jeans, or would you would literally go out on a date like that?
I would
Like
literally go
wear
on a date
a
like in a
suit?
suit.
What happens if she's like not dressed up? Does she ever say anything or comment?
I will well then I caught her off guard or something.
Or is
Or
she ever surprised? Like kind of surprised?
I mean,
I would fall over if a man wears like dresses up like out here. I don't really see that. I don't know.
well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I will say this because DJ 1 and 2
I
just
mean,
said
you
it's
would
too
if you
hot in the
worked in
south for
finance.
suits. But in
Yeah.
this particular weather right now, like right now, it's like 70 something outside. Like it started to get cooler now. But no, in the summertime, no, there's other more fashionable things that a gentleman can wear. But
Mm.
even though, like, if I'm taking somebody out on a date, most likely it's going to be inside and I'm going to wear a suit.
Oh,
But if we're
that's
going to go
nice.
out and about, then I'll dress accordingly.
So
Doesn't
where would you take
necessarily.
them on your first date? Where would you
Well, me saying the fact that I would take him to like, like an arcade or something of that nature, I'll still
Oh,
dress a
okay.
little bit more,
Nicer.
casual. Well,
Mhm.
it's like still casual,
Well, especially
demure.
if you're going out with Cardi B or Megan Stallion or some of the girls that you
No,
like,
no.
Nicki
Oh,
Minaj.
well, let's be honest. With girls like that, I'm gonna have to, be wearing, a,
Take
something
them
with
to a club.
something with a luxury
To
brand
a
on
real
my
club.
on the imprint and such.
Take them to I don't know where you would take them. BTS says a classic man. Let's see here. Some of you guys said that you like dressing more simple. Wicked Waeda, I feel like I always say his name wrong, says, I love classic clothing with one item to spice up the ensemble. Tie or hat. I like that too. Classic is always good too. I just like a bit different. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing a wedding, don't wear the typical color, like the same colored suit, like wear something different. Or like when you go to Miami and they'll have like the linen pants or wearing all white. Like I like that. It's very classic, very Miami Vice. Did
Oh,
you
you're
ever
talking about the guayaberas.
I like it. Yeah, or
The
like the
with a
fedora
nice
or
little nice
yeah.
head, and I
Or if they're
walk
wearing like
around
all
and I talk like this, and I'm
or
like,
like the fitted
oye, pero
sweats.
mami, this is Miami, man. This is right here. We wear like guayaberas, and it got the not the thong sandals, but they got the nice loafers, with
Yes,
the nice
yes.
pressed pants,
And they're very GQ and like the
and what
press
they get the cigar in
pants.
the hand. They're like, oh yeah, pero very Miami, man.
Ooh,
I
yeah,
show
I
you a
wouldn't
little something. I show you a little something.
yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I kinda like that. DJ on the ones and twos says women in flip-flops or Crocs on a date is a no-no. I definitely agree with you. Um, let's see here.
I think
How you
anybody
doing, V
boxes.
Kirk in the building? Let's see. What does he say?
I like what he
Um,
said. Can I read what he
yeah,
said? He
read
says,
it. Yeah, yeah.
agreed that the man does make the suit, but in my opinion, a meticulous man who is confident in what I'm sorry. But in my opinion, a meticulous man who is confident is comfortable with anything he wears, which means he makes sure he looks good and smooth in whatever attire. That I understand as well because obviously I wouldn't want to wear a suit all the damn time, right? Especially in hot ass Texas weather. Um, but of course, Texas
Mhm.
has a style of their own. Because I'm not gonna lie, there's somebody who's like really on the edge of making me get oh my goodness, where is it? I gotta go find it. Somebody's really on the edge of like taking me to a good uh a good boot store, and I might be close enough to get myself my first pair of Texas boots.
Ooh, really? Texas boots.
Texas boots, what the hell, cowboy boots.
Do you have like a cowboy hat too?
Maybe.
What happens if your woman like wanted you to wear like a costume, like dress up? We're gonna bug him, guys. We're gonna harass him now that he's left the room. If you guys got any questions, drop it in the chat. I don't think he could hear me. Let me know. Oh my gosh, he does have one. He does have a cowboy hat. That's hilarious. Wow. You're really turning into a Texan. You need the buckle. You need the belt buckle, like with the metal in the middle. And you need to get what is it? Carry a gun on your side. That was actually Phoenix. There's some real cowboys in Phoenix that we met that had real guns. Like I asked, I'm like, is that a toy gun or is that real? They're like, nope, it's real. It's like,
No,
wow.
these guns are real.
Hey, it suits you. Yeah, the hat suits you. I like it. And now you're
Man,
gonna get. You should try line dancing. Maybe that would work.
there's a couple of dance halls around here that never really got a chance to really pop my head in.
Or
But
have you done steppers events? Do you know how to
no,
step
I have
dance? I would
not.
love to do that.
No, I've not. I've I've only been living here in Austin for like about since 2016, so almost about going 8 years now. Yeah, like 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. Holy crap, 8 years. Crap.
Mhm.
And there's so much about the culture here, well, Texas culture in particular, that I kind of just like, damn, I should have been a cowboy. Like I would have been a cowboy. I would have made a good cowboy. I
It's
just
so
like their
interesting that you left Miami for Texas. I still find that very interesting because they're just so different. You know what I mean?
it
Like,
was a bit of a culture clash,
yeah,
yes.
that's what I
But
was gonna
I
say.
mean,
It takes a lot of guts to do that. So, like, props to you. Like, you got to have some guts,
man,
seriously, to go on your own and to do that. Like, not everyone can do that, you know? So,
you just gotta put you just gotta grab yourself and just hold on to these grits. Wait, no, wait.
the grits.
I'm sorry. Let me stop.
Hold on to grits.
I'm
What kind
really
of grits
reaching.
are you
I'm
holding on
trying.
to?
It's like real
Grits.
Texans are just like
We need
shut up.
to work on your Southern
Yeah, I'll
slang.
work on it. But there is
The
one
mic.
thing that I do tend to use. I would love to do one day. I want to go around one night, take my, take a special lady with me, and go around introducing her to a lot of people. But instead of saying, "Hey, this is my girl," I like
Mhm.
to say, "Hey, y'all, this is my gal." That's the smoothest thing ever to say. That I feel like you can. That one
This is
person
my
can say,
lady. They say
"No,
matey or miss
this,
or ma'am
or
in the
this
South.
my gal." That's smooth. I don't know. For me, that's smooth.
That doesn't feel
Like
smooth.
imagine you going out with somebody and somebody just
Sorry.
goes around introducing you like, "Oh, and this is my gal." Like, "Oh yeah, I'm his gal." Like I'm the. Oh no, you're gonna pop a balloon just because.
I can't. My landlords are gonna kick me out. I'm already past due. But I do really want to pop this on you.
See, that's why
Like,
nobody wants to make you their
what
gal.
woman is gonna want to hear gal? I'm sorry, you're my gal.
Ladies,
Nah, I don't
ladies in
like
the
it.
chat, if
I
somebody who is
like
actually from that culture, who's actually they're really because it sounds crazy for me because like I'm used to saying yeah that's my girl, right?
you mean gal like Jamaican like or West
No,
Indian? How
not
they're like,
no
what's up, gal?
no
I
not
don't mind that.
gal.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. But you're my gal.
Because that's your area. That's your vernacular from where you're from. Because you're used
Exactly.
to
I don't
hearing
mind
things
that.
like that. Like,
I like
hey,
that.
gal, hey, when
Yeah,
they come on
I
upon
like
over
that.
here, pretty girl.
I
You
don't
know?
mind it. I like it. Especially if you have a Trini accent. Keep talking. Keep talking to me.
Oh, I don't have a
Trini
Trini accent.
Jamaican. Bayesian. Oh my gosh, Bayesian. I'm hooked on now that
So you
my
do
mod is
have a
Bayesian.
type.
No, not really.
You like
My mod
yourself your
brought me to
Caribbean
Bayesian.
men. Oh.
I've dated Caribbean men.
Well, it
I've dated
sounds like
Dominican
Caribbean men
guys.
is your type.
I'm I
You said,
possibly
okay,
maybe.
look, wait, let's go back to you. So you said earlier you were half Indian and the other half was what? Scottish?
Scottish. Yeah.
And what was the other part? That's it?
Scottish and East Indian.
And East Indian, not West
No,
Indian.
East Indian. Yeah.
And that's it?
Yeah.
So
But I grew up with
I
like
do know
Caribbean
that
people
they're
whole
a
life,
bit of
right?
I do know that there's a lot of um, a lot of things that West Indians and East Indians tend to share. So for you to get with a West Indian would be, something that would be of familiarity to what you're
Yeah,
used
I
to.
would definitely yeah, my ex he was Guyanese. So I'm pretty familiar, like Trini, Guyanese, Jamaican,
And
there's
this,
Asian. I mean, there's lots of different islands, right? But I think we're used to culture here. It's not like foreign. Like when you see some of my friends, thanks for coming through this girl, Stina. I know we've been on for a while. I hope you have a great night too. Good to see you as well. Make sure everyone adds this girl Xtina before she goes. She does a playlist show every Friday. Super dope. It's a great show. So make sure you guys catch her. Yeah, I think we're just used to culture. For me, if I dated someone that was like straight, I mean, I have, mostly dated obviously Canadians, but and their backgrounds could be different, right? But if he was like a white guy, he would have to have you have to have culture. You have to know what jerk chicken is or curry chicken or no, I'm serious. When I
no,
dated the guy in
I get it,
Virginia,
because didn't he be
he didn't
dry
even
as a
know
Pringle?
what
I know, I
Indian
get it.
he didn't even know what Indian was. He was African American, but he had no idea. When I went to Virginia, it was so foreign to me that people didn't know what different cultures were. Like it shocked me, like that they didn't even know what Indian was or Indian food or jerk chicken or none of that. I was like, wow, this is a different like world to me, you know?
Oh,
But
wait
I
till you
think
go to
we're
Cali.
spoiled. Yeah. Well, Kelly's probably very similar to Toronto. Like we have like over 200 nationalities here, right? The whole world.
Depending on what part of Cali you go, because I remember um when I went to Cali a couple years back, um mind you, I'm from Miami. The majority of my
Kelly's very
friends are all Caribbean. But I remember when I went over there, there was, I asked questions. I'm just like, all right, and so, like reggae music. They're just like, nah, we don't play none of that out here. And it's just like,
Hmm.
okay, because their communities, are different. Their demographics are different. So it's just like,
Yes.
so
Isn't
I
it mostly
understand what you mean,
right?
because like it wasn't like that when from Miami to Austin. I knew it was a bit of a culture clash, but also at the same time, there was a lot of things that I didn't expect to see here. That was just like, wait, there's Cubans in Austin. Like, I left
Mhm.
y'all behind in Hialeah, like, and it's just like, nope, we over here too, and it's like, oh, okay, but this just the particular area in the middle where things can go ahead and fester, right? But over there, it was just like, nah, this is their culture. That's how it's always been since way back when, and that doesn't change.
Mhm.
Whilst Miami and Toronto, you have a melting pot of cultures and that's just how it is, and it's just going to keep on growing.
Yeah, you would be used to that coming from Miami because the
Oh hell
Caribbean.
yeah! If I were to go to Toronto and get me a gal, well, I know how to pick up a gal
You have that song ringing in my head now. I can't remember what song it was.
with
It's got
Caribbean
like
gal.
ding in it, and it's like, yeah, and they say Gail all the time.
Give me a
My
Caribbean
patois
gal.
is horrible. Do
Wine
you
the
know?
Caribbean gal.
Oh, it could be that too. Ooh, keep singing. Could be that too. Um,
Remember, that's one thing that
that's
remember when I started off as DJ, I started off as a reggae DJ. So
oh, did you?
I did. That's one thing that not too many people know about that. The first genre of music that I really tapped into was reggae, and I learned from reggae DJs, and from there, just like,
So then
mm.
are you open to, like, all ethnicities, like, if you were
Oh my
dating?
goodness! I think I mentioned
Or
earlier
you
that I
kind of
don't have a type.
Oh, you don't have a type at all?
Oh my goodness! I dated a Jamaican. I dated a Haitian.
Hmm.
You know, Latinas don't even. I don't even want to go there.
Oh, no? I could see Puerto Rican, like, for you.
Can
Like
you
a
see,
Puerto
what kind of woman do you see me with?
I could see you with, like, a Caribbean girl, Puerto Rican. I could see you with someone that's,
Caribbean
like,
sounds
got a
nice.
bit of fire to her. She's gotta be a little I feel like
She gotta add
you
a
need
little
a woman to
sazon
keep
into
you
my
on your
life, right?
toes. Gotta put a little salsa in your life, like, little it's gotta be a
Sazon,
little spice added in there.
sazon. That's
Yeah.
salsa is a little bit more.
I don't
That's
see you
that,
with, like, a
that's
country straight
kind of
up
like
line dancer type of girl from Texas. But I can see them going for you, like the blonde girl, like the girls that are maybe blonde and, like, Texan and line dance. I could see them going for you, for sure.
having that twang. That's sexy to me. I'm sorry, but that twang, but not like the real country twang, but just like just a nice, just like, hey, y'all, like, just that turns me on. Like, it's just wow.
I do, yeah, I do. Yeah,
But a woman with an accent wouldn't hurt either.
what's your favorite accents? Mine would be Trinidad. Oh my gosh, Trini accents, hands down.
I
If
think you kind of said
anyone's
that already.
Trini and sounds like their uncle, like, I will love it. I love Trini accents. Oh my gosh. So Trini and, yeah, Bayesian, Jamaican, Italian, Spanish. I like British now that we've been on Twitch. I like when British people get mad. My mod's British, and when she gets mad, I like listening to her. Like, I find it funny, you know, because they're British accent, right?
Bollocks,
Yeah,
bollocks,
exactly.
I
Like, it's
say.
funny to me. Oh, and Southern American. That's a nice accent. I love that.
I think accents all around.
Indian accent? No, sorry. No offense. Anyone that's Indian. I'm half Indian, so I'll say it. Indian accents definitely don't do it for me. I don't like it. Yeah. Oh,
I-
what's your favorite accent, you guys? Throw it up in the room. Let us know. Oh, Wicked White Yeda says, I like
French
French
Polynesian.
Polynesian.
I don't think I've heard that before.
Yeah, I don't think I've really heard that before. French Polynesian. Interesting. Ms. I am says New York accent.
Oh, um, yeah, I've had a couple New York girls in my life.
Oh, really?
Yes, love the
There's
accent.
a lot of attractive New Yorkers, but I find like they're more like abrupt. I don't want to generalize everyone from New York.
No, of course not.
My experience,
No, just for the some
talking
that
to
you may have
people.
come across. They
Yes,
just
the
may
some
seem
I've come
difficult. So,
across, they're more like abrupt, more like, you know what I mean? Straightforward to the point. Like, I find that when you go to New York, it's not like soft. Like when you go down to the South, it's like they're softer, right? In their approach, or they'll call you ma'am, miss, lady. New York, it's like shorty, shorty, what's up? What's up? Give me your number. Like they're more
yo,
like
dead ass.
like that. And then in
I was like,
Atlanta,
oh my.
Atlanta, they call
Shout out to El Cabo. He's actually from New York. Shout out to the
oh
homie El
yeah,
Cabo in the chat.
how you doing, 3L Cowboy? And then
It's
in Atlanta,
El Calvo. The three is supposed to be an
oh,
E.
you know what they do in Atlanta? I remember when I was standing at the subway, these ladies came up to me. They're like, "Hey, they're talking to you?" I'm like, "They are? I didn't even know they were talking to me." This is what they're doing in Atlanta across the subway train at me, guys. Shorty. Shorty. I'm like, "What the heck is that?" I'm like, "Why do I keep hearing that noise follow me?"
Shout
S-
out.
So I had like
Hey,
a
little
bunch of
mama.
yeah, I had no, they didn't even say that. I had a bunch of guys. I look like Lil Jon, Lil Wayne, grills, everything coming at me. They're like, "Shorty."
What year was
And the
this?
girl's like, they're trying to talk to you or they want to get your number. I'm like, who? I'm like, where? So I don't know. It's interesting. But I do feel like you give up off a Miami vibe. Some of the guys that I used to meet back in Miami definitely look like you that I've salsa danced with in Miami years ago.
they probably salsa dance better than me because
And they're good dressers too. They're good dressers.
I'll show you a little something.
You can.
Dale.
You want to show us something before we leave? Oh my gosh, I think how long has it been? It's been 4 hours, guys. That's crazy.
We hit the 4 hour mark. Okay, now I'm good.
I think so.
I just wanted to make sure that when I jump on here, I was like, we're going to at least hit that 4 hour mark.
We also want to end off positive, guys. So, I know people are like, I'm good being single. I'm good on my own, or I don't want to deal with this mess. Like I heard a few people earlier talk like that. I just want to say, like, don't give up hope. Like, seriously, don't give up hope, because what you speak and the words you put out there, even myself, I need to work on. If you desire something, don't tuck that away, like there are, I don't know if I'm saying
sorry,
it right,
I was laughing at what Cowboy just put in the chat.
but there are great, there are great people out there. It's just a matter of getting to them, right? And I feel like words are power. So if you're always like, oh, well, I'm good, I'm good being on my own, or I'm good this way, it's like what you put out in the world, that's what you attract. So right now I'm trying to work on that myself, to have that hope, even though I've had disaster dates and it hasn't gone great. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm excited to go out there, putting myself out there dating again. But I'm choosing to have hope in this season, because if you've had someone great before in your life, you're going to find it again. Right. So you got to just keep trying and keep trying different things and be optimistic. So I'm going to play this clip for you guys before we also take off, and give you some green flags when dating. And hopefully this will help you as well. To just get out there. Like, even I'm going to join a dodgeball team. I haven't played dodgeball.
Yeah, those are dope too.
You hit people with the balls. That might be fun for me. I might like that.
Yeah, throwing one balls. Yes, exactly.
Where you're like hitting them. Ooh, I might like that, because I got a thing with red balls and the other aerobics balls.
I don't think red was the color, but okay, we'll go with that.
And the other ball too.
Yeah.
That could be fun, hitting someone, with it. So I may even give it a shot and do something different. So you got to just put yourself out there. But I want to give you a little mini success story with the balloon popping. I'm going to play this video clip, so hopefully it works here. And to not give up hope, to put yourself out there, try. There's nothing wrong, ladies, with saying that you would like someone in your life. Doesn't make you weak, doesn't make you whatever. I feel like women have a difficult time actually admitting that. I never hear it from women. They always say, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine being alone. I'm good. They always say that. But I never hear anyone say, hey, you know what? Actually, this year it would be nice to meet someone and do these things with someone, right? So there's nothing wrong with actually giving up a bit of pride and letting your guard down or your walls down and saying, hey, I would like that for myself, and that's why I always say it on my show. I would love to have that again. I've had it before. I would love to have it again. So let's play this clip, you guys. Let me know what you think of this clip right here.
So you guys have gone out.
Yeah,
we've been out a couple times now. Yeah. So
when I locked eyes with her, I promised to God, it felt like everybody else in the room disappeared. Nice. And I had like a sense of calmness, like damn. So I already knew who I was gonna go for. Good. Everybody else getting your balloon pop. So I was like, everybody's getting your balloon pop. And I really think it's that time to really ask her, like, JoJo, would you be my girlfriend? Like, I really feel like this could go further than just being in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Like, I really see you as my wife in the future. So I'm asking you right here, right now, like, would you be my girlfriend?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. We locked in, twin. We locked in. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So you never know what could happen, right? Even on that balloon popping show or on all these dating shows, you just never know, like, what success, even though they're much younger. 3L of Calvo saying he's lying. Oh, come on. It can't always be that. The host is actually married, and I couldn't download the clip. I'll play it next time. But the host, they're both married, and they talk about how men are picky and women are picky. And I think we sometimes do live in a selfish day and age where it's like me, like, and we have to let go of that, because if we continue this way, how much success does that bring you? You know what I mean? You could find someone attractive, find someone that has chemistry, but is anyone talking about character, integrity, like what this person believes in, what they stand for? Is he consistent? Is she consistent? Right? Besides looking good, are they going to treat you well when you get sick? And I think I don't know if DJ's seen No Evils in the room right now. It was a question I had for him that I told you guys earlier on in the show, that he was blind and had like a serious car accident and lost his leg, and his wife is still by his side, not just with all the kids they have, but I think it's beautiful, right? That, and I'm sure he could probably say something to that if he's still in this room. I don't know if he is, because it's kind of late, but like, when things go wrong, when you get into an accident, or you don't have the looks you have anymore, or something horrible or horrific happens to you, is your partner going to be by your side? I think that's some of the main things that we got to look at than looking at all the superficial stuff, right? We like what we like, but when I look at the types of guys that I've liked, has that worked for me? No, it hasn't worked, or else I would have, like, been well, my story is a bit different, but I would have been in a relationship, right? So that to me says I got to change some certain things within me and what I'm picking and choosing as well. And I think the best relationships always start with a friendship, like the best ones do. My last relationship, that was the best. Reading off all these things reminded me so much of him, and made me think, wow, like it really should stem from being best friends with someone and looking at the character. Because if I looked at just the looks, we probably would have never been together. If I didn't dig deeper and have that friendship with him, and bless his heart, he's like in heaven now. But I'm telling you guys, like, it's been so many years for me, but reading off this list tonight seriously reminded me of all the amazing times. So if it can happen before, it can happen again. But you got to choose your words and be careful what you're putting out there. Be careful what you're saying. Be careful in taking friendships that are always dogging out, like your single girlfriends, always dogging out men, always saying, oh, whatever, because that's not going to help you. It's not going to help you get to the right person. So for me, it's like I'm choosing to be around people that are married, or people that have advice to help me grow. Sorry, I know I'm yapping away here. And we're gonna let
We're listening.
Itsfabforte.
No,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
I'm listening. You
But
preaching
I
right now.
feel,
You just
yeah, no, but I
I'm
do
letting you
really
cook right now. Go ahead and keep
yeah,
cooking.
like I do honestly feel that, guys, like, and I realize my mistakes. Trust me, I can give you a whole book of mistakes, especially sometimes you could self-sabotage, sometimes you can overthink, sometimes you can listen to the lies even in your own mind of how this person is when they weren't really that person. Sometimes you may think that there's better options for you, which is the illusion of all these online dating apps. Especially when I moved to a new city, I always thought, oh, there's someone better. I always had friends, so-called friends, whispering in my ear, oh, yeah, I'm shocked that you would even go for someone like that. Like, he's not even good looking, or he's not. I would have friends say horrible stuff about a person, but they never knew his character, his heart, his integrity. So that was a lesson that I've learned, that you can take outside opinions, but you really have to protect that relationship. And sometimes I think as women and men, but I think mostly as women, we could sabotage ourselves and say, oh, well, this is going to happen, or that person's going to cheat. And not everyone's going to do that. There are really, really great people out there. And it's a blessing if you could find that one person, and it's a blessing if you could find it again, right? So those are my thoughts. I don't know. Do you have anything to add, or think
How can
that
I
you would
how
say?
can I follow up on the words that you just gave? I mean, you had a particular experience that hopefully, you know, not too many people would have to ever experience in this, but what you've got out of your experiences. You seem wiser, you seem more hopeful, and of course, you don't give up on that. And um that's moving in itself.
Yeah,
um
for sure.
and I
Yeah.
mean, I really can't follow up on that. I mean, um just the only thing that I can say is just that, once you know that you have, that sort of, support and connection from a particular individual who you yourself see with, for the rest of your days for the rest of your short days on this planet, certain and well, pretty much uncertain days, just always just try to make the best of it. And and we're not here for a while, but just we all want to try to find that one individual we want to try to create memories with and live, the best lives that you were able to live, while you're here on this earth. Um, and yeah, just, and if you haven't gone through that yet, just be hopeful. It'll happen to you
Yeah.
one day.
You definitely gotta be hopeful. A lot of people aren't, and that's the biggest thing I notice. A lot of people have given up, because it is hard. It is hard because we are living in a selfish day and age, and it is gonna get even worse and worse and worse, the world, right? But I kind of I look back and I feel like, it may not be the packaging you wanted, or because again, my last story is like, it's such a crazy story, guys. I won't even go into it again because I have so many times online or on Twitch, but like, man, it is crazy. Like, God could literally put someone in your path, but it may not be the packaging, it may not be the look, it may not be even what you even imagine for yourself. But if he knew what was better for you, would you trust that? And I definitely trust that for I don't trust what I pick, but I trust what he puts in my path and what he picks for me. And I think as long as if you continue on that path, then you're going to get the right discretion, right? Like it's going to come in your heart. Okay, this is the right person for me. This person treats me well. This
No second
person loves me.
guessing,
Yeah, there's no
no
there's no
questioning
there's
your
no balloon
intuition. It
popping.
just
Yeah, like you'll, and even if you do second guess, because I second guessed a lot in my past relationship, but I think consistency over time, having someone treat you
it's
well,
fair.
someone that's a gentleman, someone that understands your values, even though they may not be there, someone that's consistent, and their words are aligning with their actions, right? So if you listen to people long enough,
That's
you'll
important.
really you'll really start hearing the truth because it unravels, right?
Bars.
So yeah, and I say that for the men and the women. Before we leave here, I was going to say some of the things I wrote down that you gave me, and thank you for giving me. You gave me a lot of great golden nuggets that I wrote down as well. Some green flags when dating. Um, so this is what Itsfabforte, he gave me some of these things too. I jotted them down. Some green flags you guys should look out for. They are clear on what they want. They take accountability. They are kind. You feel safe around them, and feel safe to have like difficult conversations, which I'm still kind of working on myself, to be honest, because I don't like conflict. So I'm trying to work on that one. They're consistent. You feel a connection and it's effortless, and they honor boundaries. I think those are some really great green flags. Do you have anything that you could think of that would be green flags to you that you could think of? Like how you would want a woman to treat you, or like I heard respect is big for a man.
Respect is something that should, already be part of the foundation, right? It shouldn't be like, oh, this, and respect. Like, no, respect should be something that should be. No, I mean, of course, it should always be earned. But I think that it should be part of the foundation of, whatever it is that you're trying to build. Um, Core values, I think, would be another one. And I know that everybody has different core values, but as long as there's values within, themselves, then that should be good enough. Um, if they align with yours, wonderful. That's great. But if they don't, then that's when respect entails.
So would you say if when you're dating and someone you keep meeting these women that are kind of inconsistent, is it a good idea to kind of maybe look at yourself and who you're kind of choosing or maybe a type or just kind of sitting back and reflecting like why? Cuz don't you notice that? I've noticed that for myself. You pick different people, but it's like the same similarities, you know? So I have to kind of look at myself and be like, okay, why am I picking it's almost like the same person or the same soul, but it's different people. You know
I
what I mean?
think I think that's more so when you say similarity, I kind of think of the word familiarity that's a bit synonymous
Yes,
with it
that's it.
because
Mhm,
you know just like if you were dating somebody for such and such amount of time for a long time, you always kind of want to seek the same, either characteristics or the same, attributes that you once loved in a person that you want to that you want to share with it in a different person all over. But, you know, sometimes you got to take that leap of faith and just be like, you know what? I know this is not going to be the person that, is going to be exactly like what I'm looking for. But as long as they have the attributes that, or the qualities of a genuine human being that I see myself with, then, you can live with that. But
mhm.
familiarity is something that that everybody tries to look for, right? Like sometimes, um, I mean, because there's those bad breakups, right? That that you go through sometimes, and you say, um, "Well, you're never going to find a person like me." It's like that's the whole point, because because you don't want to see yourself in the similar situation or somebody with similar characteristics that led you astray and you know gave you the pain that you're familiar with, but also, you know, just overall give you that sense of like, security that, what it is that you want. That's
Yeah, for
what I think.
sure. No, that's so true.
Vulnerability
Well,
is another one, but yeah.
yeah, definitely vulnerability as well. Yeah, there's lots to work on. I think it's good to look at yourself too. A lot of people kind of blame the
Is
other
it me?
person.
Is
Yeah,
it me?
exactly. But
Is it
no
really
one
me?
says anything about what they need to work on themselves. So I know, there's definitely work. You got to always work on yourself,
Why do I
like
have so
daily.
many pen pals?
Yeah, exactly. But, yeah, but
Hmm.
thank you so much for coming. It was a lot of fun. I can't believe it's been well, I can believe it's been 4.5 hours. But I wanna thank you for joining me. It was so much fun and just, like, joking with you. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun popping more balloons on you, which
Next
I
time.
thoroughly enjoyed. I enjoyed
I'm gonna buy more next time.
I enjoyed popping all of them on you, actually. So I appreciate you coming through. You've been a good sport. I'm gonna have to have you back on again. We gotta do a dating show part 3 or 4. I'm gonna be doing it monthly, bringing on different people, but I'd love to bring you back on again.
Yeah, certainly. I know that what's it called? There's a line wrapped around of individuals who would love to be part of your segments and everything that you do. So I don't know what it is that you're doing, but you're doing it right.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. We'll definitely there's so much more to cover, guys, when it comes to dating. So I also want to start an actual dating show because I have a lot of men wanting to get
You
matched.
did
So
say
I need
that.
some ladies. I need more ladies. So ladies, if you're like a good woman and decent, because that's what I want to have on the show. I don't want to just do a show out of popularity. I want to do a show to actually, you never know who you can connect, right? So I am trying to dig. I didn't realize how hard it is actually digging for good women that would want to come on. It's actually been a challenge, you know?
They're just shy. They just need the right person just to bring them out of it.
Oh, I don't
Ladies,
know.
ladies, ladies, ladies. We
But
need
they are
you.
very picky too. They're like, what does he do? How tall is he? Does he make six figures? Does he do this? Does he do that?
Listen, let's
So,
stop talking about me for a second. But look,
oh gosh, talking about you.
stop. Let
Oh,
me stop.
six figures, check.
Let me
But
stop.
you're not 6 feet, so X. pop the balloon back again. You didn't hit the 6 feet mark.
Because
There
I'm
you
not
go.
wearing my Timbs. I can't wear Timbs with a suit.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Well, then we're gonna have to see it paired up with some gray sweatpants then, and a fitted
I could wear
shirt.
some
There you go.
Chelsea's.
Oh yeah, V Kirk says lots of questions. V Kirk, DM me your questions on ladies. Oh, fellas, that's a good idea. If you guys got any questions on women that you don't understand or get, just DM me your questions because I'd be interested to see how men think. Like, what are some questions that you guys have on women? Because I know we could be pretty complicated, and filled with a million emotions and thoughts. So it's kind of confusing. And we expect
Oh,
you
that
to
was a
read.
good one.
We expect you to read every single one of them and to just know how we're feeling. And if you don't know that, then yeah, we definitely get upset. So, but you gotta have grace on us too. We go through a lot. You know. Yeah. You're not saying anything.
Oh, mercy, 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 you.
Yeah.
I got you, man.
Oh well. Okay, guys, so we're gonna wrap up because it's been 4.5 hours, and before my landlords kick me out here. And I'm gonna see. Let's see. Is there anyone you would like to raid into at all?
The lady has her choosing.
Oh shoot. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh wow. Okay. I'm trying to see who's on. If there's anyone on. Oh, am I included? Well, I'm just going to be the host, V Kirk. But I could put you on. I could put you on. As a bachelor, if I could find 3 more women. But I'm definitely just going to work and be the host. It could be possible in this online space, but I feel like we've been 4 years here that I don't know. I'm not sure, but you never know. You never know. You never know what could happen, who you could meet, right? Would you be open? You said you wouldn't be open to anyone outside of the Texas, your city, right?
Yeah. They have to hopefully live within a 30-mile radius of where I'm at least Austin. At least a 30-mile radius within Austin.
Well, that's fair. Like, I mean, I would ideally like to meet someone here too, so that's totally fair.
I know I might be like diminishing chances, but at this point I'm just like, you know what? I've done a whole lot of long distance relationships in my life. I think it's about time that, like, it'll be nice to have somebody who's like I can call and like they're down the street and then they can
No, it would be nice and cheaper.
You know?
But don't let that block your blessing. You never know. You never know.
I mean,
you may
if
say a strong no and then meet someone great across the.
If they're willing to move to Texas, then come on down.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't know, right? You could meet some. That's why I say no. I would like to just meet someone here in Toronto, but I would be open to North America because I would move. Like I would probably move in a heartbeat. Like I'm at that place where nothing's tying me down in a big city anymore, right? But yeah, you never know.
Sorry. No, sorry. Okay. V Kirk said, "Dang it, you know you're fire, right?" Thank you, V Kirk. That's so nice of you. Thank you for such a compliment, giving me such a compliment.
I think he's saying that about me, but thank you.
I'm kidding.
Thank you, V Kirk.
I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh, that's the first
time.
No.
I'm talking to her.
Although I did have someone say I look like I don't know. I just deleted them.
See,
I think
you got guys. See, look, you got a fan
show.
base in your chat right there. See, you talking about me? Fab got girls in the chat room.
You got a stronger fan base.
I don't.
Hey, does this? I'm not the only woman. V Kirk, I'm not the only woman you do this. I'm gonna put you on the spot. I know you've done this to other women too. So in order to feel special, you got to do it to one person, not other women, multiple women too. So let's put V Kirk on the spot. But he's a great guy. Kirk is a great guy though.
And
he's a great reporter. These
are the gentlemen.
I feel like he's got a good heart. I feel like you do have a good heart, but the whole DMing, We got to work that out with you. Okay.
So you're saying there's a chance. So
SNS
what if
says
V Kirk, were approach you and be like,
there
hey,
isn't really any chance with any man that's going to do the exact same thing. Not saying him, just saying in general, online, there is no chance with anyone online that's going to do the exact same thing to like with other women. There's zero chance. You can't come back
what
from
are the
that.
chances of like, a guy like you and a girl like me, just
Saying it to whispering different women, including my mods. No.
You missed the joke.
Oh, I'm like, it's not going to happen. SNS is like zilch. I agree. I'd rather, I don't know, hang out too with the older seniors that are 80 years old, getting their discounts. I'd rather sit at Swiss Chalet SNS on Seniors Day, sitting down with all the old people, giving them a chance, than doing that. Anyways, okay,
one
so
of them
let's
probably
see.
might have a extensive will.
What was that?
No, never mind. Never
Oh, an
mind.
extensive will? No. I don't think I'd ever date someone. Actually, Swiss Chalet is very good. I'm not going to diss it. Do you guys have Swiss Chalet there? Is that Canadian?
I
It must be
think
a
that is
Canadian thing.
Swiss
Oh,
Chalet. That sounds
it's really
fancy.
good. You get like the seniors dinners, like the turkey. I must be getting old. The turkey, the stuffing, like seniors dinners when you go to department stores and there's all those 80-year-olds there getting the little cafeteria food. I love it. It's like the stuffing, the cranberry sauce, the turkey, the gravy. No?
No.
It's like a traditional like turkey dinner.
No, out here we just have IKEA and Swedish
Oh
meatballs.
my gosh. IQ Remix says that's hilarious. IQ Music says the Toblerone, I can't even say it. Toblerone bars. Yeah, I think it comes with like chocolate now.
Philip, what up, Philip?
Love Swiss Chalet. I would be fine if a man took me to Swiss Chalet. What do you think of a girl being like, no, I don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory? Would that be a turn off to you? Or no, I don't want to go there? Because she thinks it's lower end. Would that
Oh
kind
my
of turn you
goodness,
off?
we're not gonna get into that, are we? Oh my gosh.
If you
My
went to a
thoughts,
burger joint and she was like, oh, I can't believe you took me here.
listen,
Some
I'm
of the
taking
girls
you
you
out.
like kind of seem like they would be like that if you go for the Cardi B's and
If
Nicki Minaj's.
I would
I've
expect that. I would expect that. I'm not gonna lie, I would expect that. But if
Have you gone
what
out with girls that are like that? Like more
no, it was
that style?
those are just
Oh, celebrity crushes?
there's just
Because they're very like, you know,
uh, I have a crush on Cardi B just because of the fact that she is a New
okay.
Yorker with
We'll go
a
out
sort
for
of
a steak dinner,
attitude
Beaker. I
and
want steak.
whatever the
Steak.
case may be, right? Like just that's just a crush.
Oh,
But
so
would I
you
see
like a
myself?
bossy,
What
you
would
like
I see myself
bossy
with that type
woman.
of woman?
You
I,
like a
I,
bossy woman than to boss you,
no,
boss you around.
bossy like no.
This.
Mm,
Homie, don't play that.
I'm gonna be like, can
I
you
can't
please
break.
close the can you please close the door to my car as you
Like,
get
I
out?
feel like you like strong women if all those women you mentioned, but Shakira is so different from all those women.
Oh, she's very feminine.
Yeah, so
Femininity is
I'm
one
very
thing that
shocked.
all men love.
I would have never thought. I thought you would pick like Eva Mendes or like
Why?
I'm
Because they're
just surprised.
Latin?
Maybe a
Oh,
little
because they're
bit.
Latin women? You think I only go for Latin women? Now, let me
Well,
tell
they're
you something
both
about Latin women.
No, I think
They have their own.
Caribbean you would
They
go
have their
for.
own kind of crazy as well.
But I would have never picked out of all the celebrities, Nicki Minaj, Megan Stallion,
Oh my
and
gosh, Lala, you're gonna
Cardi B. Oh my gosh.
Lala.
I mean, I guess they're pretty women, but come on. Like seriously?
No,
Ugh,
those are just
I
names
can't.
that were thrown out there, and you just got caught up in the hype. And I blame.
I'm going to always remember that for the rest of my life. Every time I look at you now, I'm going to think that.
Okay, one celebrity that would define the type of husband that you like to have. I see you for some reason with like a Henry Cavill.
I don't even know who that is.
Henry Cavill, Superman.
Oh, why do you see me with him? Superman.
Because he's tall.
I mean, I
He's
do like him in the
built,
uniform. Yeah, I mean, I do
he
like that.
looks
I mean, if a man can dress up in uniform for me, I mean, I would definitely be digging that. Superman. You know who I
or
would
like a Jason Momoa.
No, that's too manly for me. I'm only 5'1". I don't know. My friends are like, "Too manly. What do you want? Like a girl? Like too manly." Like they always bug me. Um, you know who I would pick now? Jalen Hurts. You know who that is?
Hey, so his name?
Jalen Hurts. He's the quarterback for Philadelphia. I think he's much younger than me though. I would pick him because of his character, his integrity, like what he stands for, because I mean we share the same faith. I find that very attractive. And like he's like football player,
He's a
very good looking
football
guy.
player or
Yeah, he's
or
a
a musical artist?
no, he's a football player.
Okay, it's just
He's a
two that.
very good looking guy.
Okay,
You know,
there's two that
it's the
came out.
quarterback from Philadelphia, isn't it? Jalen
I
Hurts,
don't
guys.
watch football. That's the
What?
one. That's the
Don't watch
one
football?
non-masculine thing about me
You
is
do
I don't
watch
watch
sports though,
football.
right? It's a turn
Huh?
off when a guy's like, "Oh, I hate sports." I've heard guys
I
online, they're
just
just
don't
like,
like.
"Oh, I hate sports." I was like, "Oh, that's a bit of a turn off for me," 'cause I like watching sports.
Here's the thing. I like
Yeah, he's in
sports,
the
but I don't let
NFL.
them take over
He's
my.
cute.
I don't let them be the center of my personality. That's the issue that I
Just
have.
never say to a woman you don't like sports. Like, I've heard
No,
some
I
guys
love
on
sports. I mean,
to me, it
I
feels
mean,
feminine. I'm like, "Really? Like, you're a dude and you don't like sports? Really?" Ah, it makes
that
my
does
heart
sound a
sink
bit.
because I do like basketball and football. What? 3L Calvo says I hate sports. What's wrong with you? I would have never expected you to hate sports in a million. You don't strike me as someone that is is like that, but who knows? Let's see here. Okay, I'm still looking, guys. Gosh, there's a lot of people on tonight. Like keep scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Um, let's see. Oh, P. Kirk, stop, stop. I didn't say Jerry. I said S curl. Like a bit of curl is not a bad thing. Here, let's zoom in on Fabio's head. He's got a bit of curl. Oh, you can't see. Yeah, he's got a bit of curl. Is that natural? I guess so.
Yeah,
See, he's got a bit of curl. He's got the curl going on.
I'm still working on it though because my
And he
hair
didn't
has
have to use
been,
any chemicals.
you know,
Just gel, right? Or mousse or something.
no pomade.
Oh, wow. Okay. See, he curled up his hair for the show, guys. Um,
But the eyebrows aren't natural. The eyebrows gotta, you know, gotta see a specialist from time to time.
oh, what? To get them plucked?
To get them properly shaped.
Oh, that's
You
good
know,
you maintain yourself. Some guys don't. Then they have a unibrow like Al B. Sure. I never understood that about Al B. Sure. Why didn't anyone tell him about his unibrow? Like he was a good looking guy back in the day. Why are you going to have a long unibrow? Like I just don't get it, you know?
he was
Um,
just trying to connect his.
what was that? He was
I
trying to
don't know. I was trying to come up with some witty, but I can't think of it at the moment.
oh gosh. Okay, I'm just trying to look here quickly. I've been scrolling and looking. So, did you guys enjoy the show? Drop it in the chat. Let me know if you guys are ready. Maybe next time for the next dating show. It won't go almost 5 hours. I think we beat a record here. And do you want to shout out anyone before we leave too?
Just the Fat Fam, of course. You know, I miss Fat Fam. Haven't been streaming too much lately. Just been dealing with just been more prioritizing my health. And of course, I don't want to come back until I am, at least 100% better because Fat Fam would not allow me to stream if I'm not feeling well because they know that I won't give off the same energy. But since I'm not standing for a prolonged amount of hours, and
Oh, you're not
you know,
feeling well? I didn't know that.
well, it's different because I'm sitting down. We've been sitting this entire time. Like I could have been, I would have used the whole green screen like I did last time, but this time I was just like, you know what? Let me give a bit of more of a natural behind the stream sort of vibe, which is why you see like my equipment in the back, and I'm actually sitting down in my comfortable chair. So um but yeah, I'm still just still in the process of just getting better, and thankfully it's just taking a little bit more time than usual. um but Fat Fam has been supportive. They've been very understanding. Of course, they tend to hit me up from time to time, just like, get your butt on in stream, and like, we want to see you. We want to enjoy our antics with you. But they are very understanding, and knowing that it's going to take a little bit more time for me to get better, but I will get better because I, I wouldn't have it any other way. But aside from that, no, honey, yo, I appreciate you reaching out and giving me the opportunity to come up and have these nice conversations with you. I love how we just been working up to this. Unfortunately, we had a previous date that that didn't work out, but
Mm.
but we understand, and with that time, I was able to gather up more information to hopefully try to make this stream worth it. And we're if we're at where we're at now, I'm guessing you did a good job with it. And of course, shout outs to your community
Yeah, no,
for
I appreciate
just
it. I was
putting up
trying
with
to
me.
rate into Diva. Yes, for sure. I was gonna rate into Diva 929, but it looks like she's rating out because it's like on the top of the hour. So I'm just trying to find someone we could rate into that's not rating out as
Oh yeah,
well
that's right.
right
Because at the
now.
top of the hour is gonna be a lot of people rating out, huh?
Yeah, probably rating out. Yeah. You're probably like, oh man, I want to go now. It's been like 6
I'm
hours here.
good. I'm fine. I'm sitting down, which is nice
Yeah. Yeah, you
because
should have told me earlier. We could have shortened it too, but it was nice just having
I know that
like an
that was not gonna happen. I know that there was.
yeah. It was nice having a conversation with you.
Exactly. That's what it was. That's like the entire time. Like, I know that we had a conversation in terms of just like, okay, let's go ahead, and if we need to segue into this, or whatever the case may be, everything kind of happened a little bit more naturally
Mm.
than what we kind of in thought it was going to go. But
Yeah, definitely than what
um,
I planned for sure.
and we definitely touched up on subjects that that not necessarily had you know that had to be fun subjects, but just talks that that just had to be put out there just for people just to be cognizant of. And that's what really made the stream. And for me, because it was just like, it didn't have to be the entire time I had to be up here like all smiley, like haha, but no, those moments that there's some things of dating that we need to talk about that's never talked about. And I'm glad we
Mhm.
touched up on it. And now whoever your next guest that's gonna come on is gonna be able to really enjoy on
I'm
what's.
afraid for some of the other guests coming on. I got some wild guess.
And I'm pretty sure they'll like to be in a suit as well.
No, I don't think they will. Like DJ Lex, I think, and DJ Fresh, and they're definitely going to be a bit wild, or their chat's definitely going to challenge me. I can see that already. But I did have them before, so that was good. Now I'm trying to. I looked at RL Breezy. It looks like he's on a raid too. I feel like everyone's on a raid tonight, so they're gonna be raiding out like within a minute. So I don't
I'm,
know
I
if
can
you.
wait a minute too. If you want to wait a
Yeah.
little bit more
Okay.
past the hour,
Yeah.
I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool right now. Like, I'm really cool. So if you want to just wait a little bit
Yeah,
more past the
Michali
hour.
Cake says, "Can't wait. We glad you're on the mend and can't wait to have you back." Fabi as well. Yeah, that's true. Definitely. So you don't know, like when you're coming back, you're just going to try to get better and then.
Yeah, pretty much that's my
Mhm.
plan. Because I don't want to come back and then all of a sudden, start developing some symptoms that are not natural. Streaming does take a toll on me,
It does
especially
for sure.
when I don't. Because the majority of the time, whenever I do stream on my own, like not part of a raid or anything of that nature, I don't have a limit. I don't give myself a limit, right? Because
Mhm.
streaming's it's therapeutic. It's fun, but it does take a certain toll on my body that I'm now starting to learn that, okay, I need to like calm down. But I have been streaming as of late, but only for like raid trains, because I know for the raid trains I'm only spinning for 1 hour. All right, cool. Spin for the
Yeah,
hour,
exactly.
get done. Okay, I really got to move on because we got to really raid into the next streamer, where the case may be. So that's helped out a little bit more. And also, it's more fun, it's more engaging. Not that I'm saying that when I stream it's not, but uh I just tend to like to give more of content to, and more themes and content to the community. So But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. But I will hopefully be back soon enough. If I'm on again, it'll be for either another sit down, like what we're doing
Mm.
now, or another raid train. But still
And no
working on
rush, like, no rush,
it. And
right? Like,
absolutely no rush. My
yeah.
community is
'Cause sometimes
very
it can be addictive, like streaming and all that, but it does take a lot of work, like, from you. Like, this took me all day to kind of, work out, right? Like, it took a long time,
and imagine
clips
if you
and
were
so much
standing
stuff.
the entire time.
Oh, yeah, and I've done that before. I used to do 5, 6 hours or daily and just keep going, because it was music's, like, therapeutic, like you said, for all of us, right? But that can definitely burn you out. So now I'm just trying to stay just with raids, kinda like what you're doing, like, just stay with the raid train.
Especially
Don't
with
keep
your
streaming
new
just for
channel.
the fun
Yes.
of it because it takes a lot, right,
Yeah.
from you, and try to pull away, like, get back in real time, do other things, concentrate on those. Have you been trying like, do you ever go out and get DJ gigs or not really? Like, you're
Not right
not
now.
interested? Yeah.
No. I mean, uh I like to stay um uh more supportive in the supportive role with like other DJs, especially here in Austin. Like, like I can go to like any bar, and not gonna say any bar, every DJ knows me who I am, but they just know that when I step in, I'm not in there to try to cutthroat them for a job or the case may be. Like, I'm really there to like sit down and or just enjoy the vibe or just be around them or just actually give them company, because majority of the time, I know a lot of DJs deal with this, is that they go to a gig, and they are either they're by themselves and they kind of wish they had somebody around them, and sometimes I come in at the right time and they're just like, oh damn, Fab, you're here, yo, just kicking me. I appreciate you just kicking me for a little bit. I'm like, yo, I appreciate you just just rocking the house, dude, and just doing things. Like, I admire, I I I miss doing what you're doing, but also at the same time I really just enjoy just listening to what you're doing. And
Mhm.
and Twitch has taught me that, because before I used to be the individual, be like, you know what, I should be the one spinning and this and that, whatever the case may be. But now it's like, you know what, I like going to different DJ channels and just like being a fly on the wall and just like listening to like what they're playing, what their selection is like, and things of that nature.
So you jump into I haven't really jumped on a lot of shows. Sometimes I need a break from that too, you know? Like,
What
do you ever
what
take a
I don't,
break?
like I said, the fly on the wall, meaning that I don't really have to say anything in the chat, but I just like listen. I'm just here like I'm like
Mhm.
right now. This is my office, right? So I got like 3 monitors in front of me. I can have like a TV show playing over here. I can be working on my music, and I'm here. Whatever the case may be. Like, I can be doing a whole lot of things and still have somebody on Twitch setting a mood while I'm working. It's,
Yeah,
it's
for
crazy. Like, I
sure.
don't I don't need to be in the chat like, hey guys, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
here,
yeah.
guys.
No,
I'm
I
here,
get that.
guys. Like,
Yeah. I take long breaks for sure. Okay, so let's see. You know what? I still see Diva 929 on. So I think we're just gonna raid into her. Because I don't see anyone changing over. And I thought they're going to, but I don't see them changing over. So let's do that, you guys. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. It was really great. Thanks for sticking around for so long, you guys. Yeah, we're gonna raid into her. BTS, we're gonna catch Hay Riggs another time. I think I saw him on a raid. So I don't know if he's moving over, top of the hour. So let's all support Diva 929 as well. And thank you guys for coming through. Hope you guys learned something as well. We're going to have the dating show part 3 next month. We're going to start hosting this monthly. And if you guys want to be a contestant for my show, I need more women. I have a lot of men right now DMing me to want to be on this show, but I need to find 3 women contestants. I have 2 so far for my first show to start. So if you're interested, just DM me, but make sure you're a good woman. You're not crazy because I'm trying to screen and get like good people connected. And it's all in fun, guys. You're not marrying the first show. So give it a shot. You never know. You never know to be a contestant. So DM me if you guys are interested. Oh, I think he had to leave. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna raid out right now, you guys. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. It was so much fun. Oh, I guess he took off before I could give him his flower back. It was a fun show though. Lots of jokes and everything. Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay, here, let's bring him back in. How is this working? Okay, there we go.
That was a rut. I closed the wrong tab.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Do you want to say bye to anyone before it goes out?
Peace out to everybody who joined us. I hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you enjoyed everything that Honey Flow was able to put together. I was just the, I was, just, the, just, I'm just here. But Honey Flow really put everything together, and everything is on behalf of Honey Flow. Hope y'all have a wonderful evening, a wonderful week, and peace out.
Yes, for sure. Thank you guys for coming through. Okay, I think it just went through. We're going to try one more time to quickly do another raid. And yeah, I hope you feel better as well. Thanks for dressing up, coming through, and it was fun. Definitely joking around with you.
This was fun.
You got to come to Toronto, man. Too bad you were in the same city. We would definitely run the town, causing a ruckus, I'm sure. So
I'm pretty sure I would, as of right now, I think I will have a trio of people to run the town with right now.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, definitely. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, did that go through? Okay, just seeing if it will pop up. I'm not sure. Okay, is that raid going through again? It says raid in process. I'm not sure if it's. I don't see it popping up. Okay, no problem. All right, guys, if you guys missed the raid, make sure you guys go to Diva929. Thank you again. Have a great night, and we'll definitely be we'll definitely connect again too. All right, I'm going to end this broadcast. So I'll see you guys in 929 stream. All right, see you guys.